Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising the fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We are rivals till the end.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Welcome back to the best region of Marvel Rivals Ignite. We've proved it twice, and we're going to prove it again. We're on day number 3 of our pre-season group stage to decide who will move on to the playoffs to compete for that prize money, and of course, for that seeding. I am your host once again, Tetcher, and I am once again joined by the incredible Got Moxie and Ryan Central. I hope you've all had a good rest after yesterday's very stressful games, and I hope you're all ready for another amazing day of games today. Let's start with Moxie. What are you looking forward to today?
I mean, it's going to be stressful for some of these teams, Crownful especially, because they are yet to find a win. Pulse are finding themselves in similar waters. So looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to adapt and improve going into today's games.
And Ryan, we do not just have competition near the bottom of some of these tables, we also have a little bit of competition at the top. Team Heretics coming back in as our Shikigami, all looking to try and raise themselves up in that Group A.
Yeah, Na'Vi want to see if they can continue that run of form too as Virtus Pro get a break today, so we're not going to be seeing the World Champions in action. But you're right, like Shikigami wanted to bounce back after their loss yesterday against Na'Vi. And then Team Heretics that did have the break yesterday, I do wonder still if Enzo showed up at all, but it's like a good game today to keep making sure that they're building upon what this new team is trying to set up.
But we have so many games to cover for you. We can talk a little bit about what happened over the last couple days as well, after we have continued to bring you all the incredible stuff that our devs have been working on for this wonderful game. Starting off with the new skin for Cloak and Dagger, and another one onto the absolute banger list, as we have the Cloak and Dagger skin of the Dangerous duo. Danger never walks alone. This skin was first seen in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic. There are comics about Marvel Rivals. You can read them. You can just go ahead and see what could be new hints for skins in the future, but you can also jump into game and gather this now. While the Dark Force can be disquieting, it's always easier if you're not alone.
Not just reading, you can also listen as Flight Mode World Tour Volume 2 kicks off. Not only do we have a Lunar Snow new central song, we also have an all-new miniature pass that you can get your hands on. The funk does not stop, and you can grab Nemo's Sea Samba costume for free and pick up your own rewards as well if you so choose, or you can upgrade to Premium, unlocking all access permanently, and grabbing up Star-Lord's Groovy Guardian and Magic's Infernal Idol. That's available in the game right now. If you open it, you'll be able to get Groovy and take center stage.
Yeah, it's not only the start of the season for Marvel Rivals Ignite, it seems to be the start of the season for ESU Blue 22, or Red, White and Blue 22, I suppose, for Brett Hendrick. It's a great skin. Again, we think that Enzo, he can if he wants, but I was thinking about Polly is in a prime position to be picking it up, as well as the Team Liquid Citadel Deadpool Vanguard jersey too. But it really feels like if you feel that Captain America is worth a punt in this meta, and yeah, I think this is probably a good skin to be wearing.
Small round of applause there for those American football references. But coming out of that, we are starting to look a little bit behind before we jump into what's ahead. So far, we have a couple teams that are starting to push ahead in the brackets. Virtus Pro sitting at an expected 2-0, as are, of course, Na'Vi. But there's a couple other teams who are currently still undefeated, and we'll see at least a few of them in action today.
I mean, it's just the race for the top, isn't it? I feel like for Group B, as we've talked about, Virtus Pro is just going to be the solid lead. Group A, though, it's still all to play for. Like, we have the Heretics versus Na'Vi match next week, which is going to be an absolute insane banger, as we can have a look at the overall schedule and see that this is the group stages and will continue to be the group stages all the way up until April 5th before we kick off the playoffs on April 16th.
So 4 more days of action, and it's going to be the other members of EMEA taking it up next week.
Yes.
So we have this final day of week 1 and then a break in between with playoffs. But I will add that whilst there is a little bit of a gap between group stage and playoffs, the other regions are going to be playing. Like Pacific's going to be starting, Canada's going to be starting at that point. So I don't think there is a week or weekend at all that's not going to have some Ignite action for the preseason. But as a reminder, what are these teams playing for? Well, it's 50,000 USD for the prize pool for these squads. They're playing for basically setting themselves up for success in stage 1 with the best seeding in that event, but also bragging rights. There's a lot of new squads here, big invites, and also partner teams now with the likes of Heretics. They want to make sure that the roster that they've put together is as good as it can be, and frankly, if it isn't, I imagine there's going to be a couple of shifts before May.
Like Ryan says, the action does not stop, and we're going to have so much more of it today. Na'Vi sitting at 2-0 in the top of their group, and they will be in action later today in our final series of the day versus Team Peps. But one of the teams we are very curious about, we've talked about it before, currently Team Heretics sit at 1-0, and they play first today versus Pulsar. They could put some distance in between themselves and Shikigami, which would be huge for their placement in this group.
Yeah, I mean, for Pulsar, though, a win would be huge, as they need one right now, right? You do not want to be winless at the bottom of your group when only the top 4 of each of these groups will be able to proceed into those playoffs. Granted, they'll still be able to play into stage 1. You don't get knocked out of contention for that, at least. But yeah, it would be a very feels bad to open up your preseason and not be able to make it to the next stage of this tournament side, at least.
Of a very group, I think it'd be, isn't it too? Like, I feel like there's some responses that need to come in from the likes of Reason. They play it again later on today, but they have got the rough opponent of like Fire Red that also had their introduction yesterday, and it was lacking, very much lacking with the draft and how they set themselves up against Rad. So a game against Reason is a great way for them to get on the board, but Reason Gaming are hoping to improve on their performance against Virtus Pro yesterday.
Both the teams who have yet to lose a match are not playing today. Virtus Pro and Vision both get a little bit of time off, which means it's a battle to see who can try and escape the clutches of those playoff elimination spots. You can see that all of those other teams are playing. Rad gets to play against Crownfall. Rad have a point on their board, but Crownfall looking to try and get one of their own. And you already mentioned it. Fire Strays versus Reason. Neither team yet on the board. This could be a huge win for either of these teams to just try and get into those playoff spots.
I mean, Reason looks stronger, though, in comparison to their performance on day 1, as they were able to field the full team. Crownfall, too, are going to be looking at that matchup against Rad, understanding how important it is for them to win. I think, like, it's quite easy to say that if they do not manage to pull off a win against Rad today, they're not going to be able to make it into those playoff spots. So it really is all to play for quite a few of these teams today.
And we've talked a lot about those battles at the bottom and those battles at the top, but one that we're all very curious about is that battle in the middle. We talked about Shikigami. Heretics might be able to make some space in between them, but Shikigami won their first series and then took Na'Vi to a game number 3. And they're now going to be up against, in our third game of the day, Alter Esports, which will be a fascinating matchup to see who takes a lead in that group and potentially move Alter back up the table and upset a couple of people's predictions. But of course, we're starting off with Heretics looking to extend their lead, or Pulsar trying to get back into the game.
I think looking at Heretics is probably the team that's going to bode the most excitement, mostly because we saw a glimpse of them against Peps. Peps expected to maybe be missing out on playoffs to most of our predictions, at the very least. So like Heretics, that was pretty much a must-win game for them. They did win it out 2-0. But the pace that they played, certainly with this like new meta that's forming, it was really rapid, but it also almost felt that some of the like screws were starting to unhinge at the pace that they were playing. And so Enzo said himself, like, they still need to adjust, get the official experience and see what the meta's going to give. And then they're going up against Pulsar that really are just scrambling to try and get a win. Sure, they were able to pick up a map, which was domination yesterday against Alter, but it was Celestial Husk, Krakoa, neither of these teams have played. I'm also a little bit worried about Chabagoo because, like, there was a lot more priority that went to getting him the Daredevil because he is a melee-centric player. For one, it didn't work. For two, I don't think Heretics are going to allow it anyway. They're quite happy to give up Gambit and Elsa in the draft. They just actually want to get their hands on the Deadpool Vanguard first.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics ban line traditionally has been instant banning the Elsa, followed up by the ban on the Daredevil. So as you have the same fear, Pulsar Esports, I feel like we're not going to be getting to see Chabagoo get to play that Daredevil. Instead, he's probably going to have to flex onto things like the Wolverine, maybe the Iron Fist. Probably at some point, I would assume he's going to make a play for the Magic, but I think you would go for those 2 duelists before picking her.
Will they dare to try it? Will this be a magical round for Pulsar? That's enough from me. I'm going to leave you with Got Moxie and Ryan Central as we head into map number 1.
I'm very nervous for Pulsar. You don't want to be starting your first week in preseason 0-3, but also they have had some tough opponents, able to take some positive things, but the Elsa being the first ban, Team Heretics protected the Deadpool Vanguard. You would imagine that Pulsar Esports are going to want to get rid of the Gambit here, 2 for 2, and then probably did they protect the Gambit themselves,
Daredevil.
or did they go for the Daredevil?
I feel like they've been spacing so much of that team core around the Daredevil, but it also hasn't been finding that much value, so potentially they go for the one-sided Gambit over it, as it does now mean that Team Heretics will have to look at what that Gambit enables. Things like the Rogue, the Star-Lord now climb up in power, but this is what we talked about, right? Foregoing that save slot in prioritization of the Gambit means that Shabagoop will lose possession of the Daredevil. Loki also has to be a follow-up ban coming on through from Team Heretics, as you cannot allow the strategist to have both the Gambit and the Loki, as Pulsar Esports sees what Team Heretics have been doing in the past, playing a whole lot of these dive compositions with both the Venom as well as the Captain America, and they take out Jeff the Landshark, which would really empower that dive.
They're actually going to go and protect the Deadpool Vanguard themselves, which I think it's the first time they've actually done that. They wanted to sort of get a hold of stuff like an Invisible Woman, a Loki, the like. The Jeff ban isn't too disinteresting for like Pulsar. They did it quite a lot, and it's a good map to be able to do it on. But Star-Lord being taken out means that they really are trying to limit not only like Chabagoob on the melee characters that he's going to play. I imagine Wolverine would be one of them, but also making sure that Sapatik feels the hurt as well, who I imagine is going to play Jean Grey.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Star-Lord as well is so that you don't have the synergy with the Gambit that we talked about earlier, as it looks like Pulsar Esports will actually use the last ban slot to remove the Daredevil, so if Team Heretics do want to play dive, they're not running with one-sided information gathering in comparison to Pulsar Esports, who, if they wanted to dive, would have to go through the scouting phase first, which really does delay those dive hit availabilities, as we're going to get to see now the Mantis safe from Team Heretics. Does that mean that we're going to get a triple strategist line? Because something to discuss is that while Loki is lost for the side of Pulsar Esports, it's still available for Team Heretics, which when you pair that alongside the Mantis, you also start enabling all of the damage boost, both from the Mantis herself, but also if Alex on the Loki decides to copy the Mantis with God of Mischief, that 12% that she can give, it's stackable.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are taking out Loki in the middle of these drafts to just make sure that, like, especially if there is a Gambit in play, that you can't just double up on these, like, rushes. But also, Invisible Boundary, Cloak and Dagger Ultimate seems to be a really good copy. Just generally, you can't really let it slide. But it does mean that we're not going to see the Daredevil in play for El Chabagoob. What's he going to play instead? He's on the Magneto. I don't know. Maybe they are trying to go for this, like, triple Vanguard line, because they did, I believe, try it at some points throughout MRC, and a lot of other teams are very prone to trying to go for it, certainly on this first point.
Yeah, no surprises what we're going to see Tanuki on, though. He's been rocking the Psylocke lately on both rounds of domination as well as Convoy that we've seen Team Heretics play. And yeah, there it is. Not only did they get the Loki Mantis, they also got Beetle on the grid as well. So we have full team up in action, the healing walls as well as all of that damage boost, plus enlarged regeneration domain AoEs. Pulsar do have team ups of their own, though. They do have Hearts as 1 for Treeman on that Rogue, which does mean extra kinetic damage off of the explosions alongside both the Mag and that Rogue.
The fight is going on at the moment. Is the triple Vanguard wanting to work? And Treeman being able to get on the Rogue means that you get so much value out of it in the end. The first scrap is going to come in as Heretics are looking to try and take this objective a little bit firsthand. Beetle is going to be the one that gets the first eliminated onto Saptic playing Psylocke. And Tanuki catches onto Kizaru at the same time. A struggle for the Vanguards as all three of them are the ones to go down and be chopped through. And it's the Heretics being able to take the point, force back this as a reset for Pulsar.
Yeah, Pulsar Esports are also going to be resetting what exactly that composition is based around. They had the Rogue with the team up. They're actually going to put Treeman on the Groot to be able to try and keep up with what Beetle is enabling Team Heretics to be able to do. But, I mean, speaking about enabling, look at Tanuki. First fight, 70% to the first dance of the Butterflies. And Pulsar Esports a little bit too far away from a Strategist ultimate, which would allow them to sustain through it.
Also, the Enzo with a banhammer. Maybe looking into that backline a little bit more. So Legend, invisible boundary, very close to being ready. So there might be a case of Pulsar playing quite close together. Certainly with all of these bottlenecks, the fight is straight in for Enzo as the banhammer is going to be used, and he's not afraid to make it a little bit more scrappy. The Groot walls from both sides making it a little bit more treacherous for Pulsar Esports, but they're now starting to waterfall their way down to the objective. A lot of space given up, but it's surely a little bit of a gap for Tanuki to actually find these little moments to cut through and isolate the strategists in the backline. It is a fight through Pulsar. They've kind of just gone over Team Heretics, but there's no threatening damage that's come in. Invisible boundary is going to give maybe a chance for them to retreat to the area on the objective, but the wall isolates Treeman. He's not able to join the rest of his team, and Tanuki using the Dance of the Butterflies. No eliminations, but the chaos is just going to buy more time, and Pulsar still struggling to get things going.
And I mean, Heretics, they won't struggle to end this fight. If they even need it, they'll have both Soul Resurgence as well as God of Mischief. Tanuki is tracking down where exactly Kizaru has ended up, which means that Deadpool will be late to the next regroup from this fight, and they're just not letting up. Flooding that choke, making sure the Pulsar Esports can't teleport onto the point, and try to set up a Strangling Prison alongside that Endsong Inferno so they can try and hold on to the Strategist ultimates if it even comes to an actual fight, because at this point, Pulsar Esports, they're not going to be able to get past the Great Walls.
There's too many barriers to get through. At least able to touch for overtime, but it was Lapsis that was having to be the one to jump in. He goes down, so it is just one strategist left to try to keep up. 3 Vanguards, they all drop one at a time. Naga's the one that's going to clean up house. Just sitting on the point, still has the Soul Resurgence, doesn't need to use it. It's a Heretics winning it 100-0 and having 2 to 3 ultimates still in the back pocket.
Yeah, and I mean, Pulsar Esports, yes, they're still going to have things like the Strangling Prison, the Endsong Inferno. They don't have the Meteor M, though, because they had to sacrifice it to be able to bank over the Groot walls that Beetle was just setting up, both in front of the teleport as well as making sure that it was on point so Pulsar Esports couldn't bypass the block.
Sabatic is the only one I think that's had to like change over the character that they're playing. They were on Psylocke initially, but then moved over to Jean Grey quite early on, has the Endsong Inferno. But it's whether they can get a combination working with like stuff like the Groot Ultimate, Strangling Prison, Meteor M. We haven't seen any Bucky, I don't think, right? That used to be the sort of go-to, but with all of these teams trying to run a bit more of a divey-centric composition, Team Heretics doing that to an extent, but it is more like the triple strategist backline and Tanuki just giving the freedom of all the points in the way.
Heretics are going to go fast. I mean, Enzo's over to the Strange. This is just going to be for a portal play. Oasis already in cloak form, waiting with that blind. As Pulsar Esports actually swapped Treeman off of the Groot. So they've kept the Endsong Inferno. They don't have the setup for that CEC to force everyone from Team Heretics into it, though. And as we said, here's the portal. Heretics jumping onto point. Strategist's ultimate advantage. They're more than happy to take the fight now before the Legend can build up to an invisible boundary.
Endsong Inferno's going to come in and clear up some of the Loki clones as well as the regeneration domain. And look how quick Tanuki wants to go in and fight. He's just picked up the Dance of the Butterfly. He's not going to need it to actually take out Lapsis Telis. I mean, I know Legday's going to be very good with the name, but like Lapsis. For Pulsar, I think with them playing more of like that divey composition too, Heretics go for the portal play, and then them having all of the ultimates that they had, it's just kind of like we're forcing the dive to basically clump up because you have to contest at some point.
Well, not just that, they also took first turn, right? So Lapsus had a total lapse of uptime in terms of being able to build that invisible boundary. Started the fight 70%, finished it around about 75 instead. Tanuki comes on for the Dance of the Butterflies. Pulsar Esports at least are all stacked up on the high ground to be able to absorb it without burning through the Raging Roar Flush. So they do have that engagement option to try to run Team Heretics down, but Heretics, they're just going to kite out with the regeneration domain before coming back with the Soul Resurgence before they even give up the point flip.
Naga's been sat on it for quite some time. Enzo does have an eye of Agamotto if he wants to stun out in this fight. It's a really good push here from Pulsar Esports, but it's 4 ultimates dedicated and no control of the objective. I have Agamotto, a shot in the dark for Enzo for the invisible boundary, not able to catch onto anybody. And Chabagoob has gone down. He's struggled over, even though he's back on a character we mostly know him for. He hasn't found the space in this dive. Isn't finding anything other than a couple of ultimates that Heretics might need to use, but they've got so much in abundance.
I mean, Heretics as well, they have so much range pressure with both the Mantis as well as the Loki that Polestar Esports aren't really getting the opportunity to dive. When they're trying to make a play for this high ground, they're being cut off by Tanuki on the Psylocke, who just rules the roost. As we can see, like, Chabagoop is on the Wolverine. He has not been able to meet contact onto one of the Vanguards. Both Enzo on the Strange and Beetle on the Groot have gone entirely ungrabbed so far as Zapatic builds up the Ensong Inferno, but Tanuki yet again, see, stalls out the dive commitment. Kizaru on the Venom would have been the engagement option. Without it, Pulsar Esports just have to slow burn up to the Phoenix ult.
Now it's getting a little bit more precarious for time for Pulsar. You do have another Ensong Inferno and a last stand, but how much else are you going to be able to set this up with? You're still building up the Raging Royal Flush, and last stand is going to come in and try and pull people off of the objective, but an Eternal Bond is pretty much going to catch straight back up to them to make sure that this is more pressure onto Pulsar. Banhammer and Ensong, more of a last dash attempt to touch the objective, as they're the ones that are being forced back and pushed in, to the point this Legend actually gets completely left on his lonesome, and Tanuki's happy to clean it all up. You've got the Dance of the Butterflies as a capstone, and Pulsar Esports cannot get anything done on Krakoa. Heretics take it 200-0.
I mean, Heretics showing why, even in this current meta, you cannot afford to let Loki, Mantis, Groot through the ban draft. Like, I know it's so hard to maneuver because you have to think about things like the Elsa, the Daredevil, the Deadpool on the Vanguard role, but like, this is what happens when you allow that team up through. Look at the amount of casualties that Team Heretics had, a sum total of 2 from the entire team in both rounds of Krakoa.
It was the first time as well, I think, that like we've seen a couple of bans, at least from Team Heretics, on how they've wanted to like go into these games. They'd typically taken it out first, but they were able to just keep everything that they wanted. It felt like you've got a one-sided like Loki, a one-sided Star-Lord, which didn't even need to be used for Team Heretics, and mostly makes sense because of like Pulsar. If they want to build around the Gambit, you got so many big connections with it. The Star-Lord, it felt like when there was those Raging Royal Flushes, there wasn't anything actually to come in, and it was 2 eliminations against Team Heretics as a result.
Yeah, and they were forced to swap off of the Rogue as well. Like, they tried to run the Rogue in the first fight up on Cradle, but they had to swap off it instantly when they saw that Team Heretics were fielding that Groot, and Treeman had to mirror to be able to match, having those walls looking for the isolated players and providing his team an extra layer of cover. But like you said, that literally divorced what could have been a really good synergy between the Rogue and the Gambit in terms of those ultimates power up. Raging Royal Flush enabling Heartbreaker to go in far deeper and hit Heretics' back line, actually connecting and sapping away the strategist ults. I think the most impactful Raging Royal Flush actually was Alex with the God of Mischief copy on it on last fight.
Very interesting to see the differences between those two teams. We talked about in terms of meta, triple strategist versus triple Vanguard. In this case, the synergy between the triple strategists with the Mantis and, of course, that Loki. Hugely impactful for Heretics. They take a very quick 1-0 lead in this series. We're going to head to a break while we get the players in the lobby, and we'll be right back with map number 2 after this.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Heretics continuing their incredible spree after taking a really solid 2-0 on map number 1 versus Pulsar, leaving Pulsar on the brink of potentially being 0-3. We were talking a little bit in the break. Moxie, what do they need to adjust?
I mean, we were looking at that ban draft and just trying to work out, could the Jeff ban have been sacrificed? Because, like, Team Heretics, they're so flexible. They see the ban on the Jeff, they're like, okay, well, let's just not dive. We're still going to have Tanuki to get to play the Psylocke and control the lane fight, giving us the ability to just anchor on point with a triple strategist line, plus Loki, Mantis, and Groot, and literally never give up the point cap. So I think when you're looking at the ban draft, at some point we have to see Loki taken away.
And Ryan, we'll be
so.
heading to the Museum of Contemplation. How does this look in particular for Pulsar, as they are going to be needing to potentially adjust not just their ban draft, but in playing into a very different style of map?
Not amazing for them, mostly because they have tried all of the different convoy maps as a choice. They went for Araco on day 1, it didn't work. They went for Spider Islands yesterday in that map 3 against Alter Esports, and they got full held on their own map choice. But this is also the map that we have actually seen Team Heretics play on. It looks pretty decent, pretty clean for like dive-centric stuff, but there were definitely moments where it was very scattered, very chaotic. And maybe the experience with Pulsar, because they have played together as a core team since June of last year, you would maybe expect that they might be able to play a bit more coordinated in this setting, and maybe Heretics just can't keep up with that. But it really is the case of echoing what Moxie said, whether or not you still dedicate the ban to the Jeff. I also want to point out that Enzo did flame Oasis in the interview on Friday with his Jeff ultimates, because the Jeff spat out his teammates, into another Jeff ultimate, and they all got taken off the map in a 4K. So maybe it is better to just let the Jeff just sit free, because it's not the best map for him in some cases, but there's so many good strategists, it's hard to get a gauge.
See, I wonder if Pulsar Esports taking us to Museum of Contemplation, a map which is very good for flanking and dive, actually means that we're going to see the first ban on the first save onto the Daredevil instead of the Gambit. Because like Pulsar Esports, their whole draft on Domination was, we're going to save the Gambit, we're going to play the Rogue alongside the Gambit. We got to see it for one fight. We didn't even get to see the ults get paired up. The Daredevil, at least if you go for the save, you can slot him into a whole lot of compositions, and it really does fit Shabagoob's playstyle to be able to just free roam.
We're going to be heading on in Museum of Contemplation. Will Pulsar adjust, or will Heretics continue their dominant run? Take it away, got Moxie and Ryan Central.
Oh, that's still a Gambit save. Okay, one Fury sunk.
The disappointment in your voice. Oh, never mind.
Oh, yeah, look, there we go, the Daredevil.
The problem as well, I think, is just like that last ban on Star-Lord, it just takes away like the biggest connection, I suppose, because you want to feel like when that Gambit ult goes in, that there's something with it that just
you win.
Answers everybody.
Yeah, like if you have one-sided Gambit, you have to play to win the ult exchanges when you have Raging Royal Flush. Like, I imagine maybe you want Shabagoob to get to play the Wolverine because you're trying to bait Heretics into having to play something like the Captain America or the Venom for soft dive splits, and then you just grab him, which is actually something that Pulsar Esports did a whole lot against Alter Esports, something that Team Captain was actually talking about, where the Wolverine, instead of playing aggressively, just sat permanently with the backline. But Team Heretics, if they do get the Venom for the draft, it will be alongside the Jeff, because this time they actually protect the Land Shark.
Yeah, there's not going to be the Lokis that's traded in. Other side feels like if one team has Daredevil and the other one doesn't, it's more problematic. But for a last protect, maybe Star-Lord seems like a better shout here, just because you at least confirm that you have some synergy to work with. Because there were a few ultimates, I think, that came in from Pulsar with the Royal Flush, where there was nothing with it. There was maybe a dive with the Vanguards with Venom, but nothing else.
Yeah, and it's not enough, right? It's not enough when you're going into a triple strategist line who have things like regeneration domain and can literally just survive the first 4 seconds of your Raging Royal Flush and then come swing back around with a Soul Resurgence of their own, which was literally the strategy that Heretics used every opportunity that Pulsar Esports had that Raging Royal Flush. But like you said, this time we actually do get to see that save coming out onto the Star-Lord, so the Raging Royal Flush should pair quite nicely alongside it, and Pulsar Esports Esports have a clear way of winning at least one fight. When they manage to land those two ultimates and hit Heretics, it's going to be a big upset if Heretics pull a fight win when Pulsar Esports have that win condition in play.
Yeah, so there's no Deadpool Vanguard available for Pulsar Esports. It was protected from Team Heretics, so it is one-sided. I think Pulsar Esports in this case, because you have the Gambit, Rogue climbs up the rankings when it comes to options. And a Magneto, it feels like it is going to get a lot more value too. I think we have seen bits of like Venom as the dive. I think it was Kizarita played a little bit of it on that second point of Krakoa as we just saw. But it feels here for Pulsar Esports, they really like Convoy clearly. They've picked it 3 times out of 3 that they've had that choice, but they haven't won on it yet. Heretics, their wheels might fall off if they play as fast as they did against Team Peps, but the more experience this team gets, the better they're going to look, and that's a terrifying prospect for Pulsar to deal with.
I mean, Heretics just look like they're going to be holding close and playing really annoying things for this attacking side to have to deal with. Beetle's going to be a permanent presence in both the backline as well as on the objective itself. Enzo can play a little bit brawlier, but also if he wants to play for more of an anchor position, he has the sustain to be able to do so. And in the meantime, Tanuki has already been able to take Lapsus down, which is now going to impact Sapatic's charge, because you don't want your Solid to have ultimate before your Gambit.
He's been so good at finding these fights. I mean, it used to be this time last year, Black Panther would be the ones that would terrify him, but now he's got so flexible at these characters, and it's a very good Psylocke meta in the right hands. Looking to see if he can go find a little bit more, and has got support from Oasis that is looking just as fearsome, even though he is a cute little land shark. It's the way that it splits this fight and makes this first choke, this first corner, unbearable for Pulsar to clear.
I mean, at least Chabagoof on the Wolverine has been able to clear out Tanuki from the deal, because like you said, Oasis is both supporting but also enabling with the speed bubbles. Tanuki, though, just takes the 1v1 against Sapatic and manages to win it out, and now turns his attention at shooting at Treeman, not to find the elimination necessarily onto the Vanguard, but more to charge the ultimate. Dance of the Butterflies is building at such a rapid pace.
Triple strategist as well. Naga continuing on for the Mantis. Got so many final hits in the last map too. Now the fight is going to go in just off of Enzo. Almost making Lapsus jump in the backline with the Banhammer. The Scream sends him straight back to spawn, which is only about like 5 meters away from where this bus has actually traveled from. Look at Heretics, how aggressive that they're holding. It's hard for Pulsar to even get out and fight this without some big dedications.
Lapsus used Raging Roll Flash.
Oh no, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. Sapatic now off the Star-Lord, because there's no point playing Galactic Legends when there's Invisible Boundary and Soul Resurgence and you don't have the damage boost off of the Gambit ultimate. So instead, it's over to the Hela to have the 2-tap potential and just manage to beat the ultimate economy. Unfortunately, turns out the Goddess of Death can't beat Jeff the Land Shark. You saw it here first, folks. He is the true master of the underworld.
Ooh, Chabagoof actually getting a pick onto Tanuki for the Invisible Boundary. Seeing if he can go for the grab now, see if the luck is very much in his hands. The cards, not too bad for Lapsus, actually. He's built up halfway to getting another Royal Flush, so it's not complete doom and gloom, but to switch over towards the Hela to create a bit more poke and actually force Team Heretics back is creating the space needed, but so much time has already been lost. Heretics keep into this composition. Beetle having the Freedom Charge. When that dive is ready to come in, it's going to come in thick and fast.
I mean, yeah, Tanuki with the Dance of the Butterflies as well. Pulsar Esports don't have a strategist ultimate to be able to sustain through it, so it'll be up to body stacks instead. Kazara of the Meteor M absorbs any more incoming damage sent from Team Heretics' way, waits out the Dance of the Butterflies to be done, and then mutes the music with Meteor M landing right on Tanuki's head.
Okay, that adjustment has actually done quite a lot for Pulsar Esports. There is maybe one more fight left in it. Team Heretics trying to stall on the point, and it's Alex that goes down. You do have Oasis in behind the objective, trying to stall for a portal, but it's not going to be there in time. You can tell that Tanuki was definitely on the way, so maybe a switch back over towards the Psylocke needed. Pulsar Esports getting things going. I'm a little bit worried about this next point, though.
Oasis is still behind the whole team. Sapatic knows. I mean, this is actually kind of okay for Pulsar Esports, because that's why they're taking the fight around corner, right? Jeff the Land Shark is not there to help heal the rest of the team. As you can see him, there he is, all the way, still playing on first. Beetle with the Freedom Charge tries to run the team forward so they can connect with Oasis a little bit closer. Having the Banhammer online as well, getting Enzo into position to use it to force out potentially Invisible Boundary could be huge, but it's actually used on its own, trying to slow Team Heretics when they're in deep and follow up with the punishment of the Kraken Impact.
And Moore's about to follow up too. Banhammer is going to go in, and Enzo, not afraid to be aggressive, is going to take out the Legend and 3 in one go. That is incredibly clean from Enzo, getting the final hits. And yeah, I'm not surprised that he's taking a bit of a memento with all of the corpses that he's left on the ground. Team Heretics still having so much in. I don't even want to imagine what he's saying right now.
Lapsus is getting spawn camped by Oasis. This Jeff the Landshark is absolutely incorrigible right now. This guy, forget Spider-Man, this is the true menace of Marvel Rivals. As we're seeing, Tanuki just waiting around the corner, Heretics going first aggressively with Invisible Boundary, catching Pulsar before they can actually commit to a walk. Strangling Prisoner's Use, but I mean, the rest of the team are already down. Heretics are just going to be able to finish off the Vanguard, take a selfie, and then reset their positions to yet again catch Pulsar as they just try to walk around the first corner.
That's been pretty much the problem, I think, for Pulsar. Like, Treeman gets a good Strangling Prison. 2 of his teammates were just taken out a second beforehand by Tanuki, who has got Dance of the Butterflies again. It's all Resurgence, it's Jeff. I don't know if Oasis has managed to group up with his team or whether he's, like, going to be paying rent, I suppose, behind the backwall. He seems to be on a good, like, crossfire angle, and it is creating a lot of space. Pulsar Esports have to focus on the left and right of him, and Enzo is not afraid to cut straight down the middle. All of the players taken out for a second. Lapsus does have the Royal Flush. Saptic switching over towards the Star-Lord again. Yeah. And this just seems to be an album collection for Enzo.
I mean, it's like an identity crisis, right? Sapatic goes to the Hela, tries to win by just being able to have things like the 2-tap and the 3-tap potential, then moves on to the Punisher, looking to be able to melt for Team Heretics and also pair Final Judgment alongside Raging Royal Flush. Now he's on the Starlord, but Team Heretics are playing so split that it's very unlikely you're actually going to be able to get the Blaster Barrage onto multiple players and build up Galactic Legend. Because look, he just swapped over. He was on 50% because of that. He's now on 70%. You have one more fight, 36 seconds left to be able to build up your first Galactic Legend, which is literally the thing that Lapsus is currently holding his own ultimate for. But when you look at ultimates, look at Heretics, look at the bank that they're sitting on, and Pulsar Esports already lost one of the extra Vanguards they just fielded.
It's not only that you still have Oasis on this angle, but Enzo was hiding, so it was just almost like you're not going to look too far to the right because you just think it's the Jeff there. The Rogue has been switched on from Treeman to go with something off of this Royal Flush. As Saptic hadn't built it up, there's no time. You can't wait on it too long, like Moxie just mentioned. So now Saptic's seeing if he can work with the 4 to clear up these strategists. He's able to get another one, and his objective still just hasn't really got past the first checkpoint. It's just on the other side. An overtime push to go down this slope and then back up again is going to be brutal when you look at what Heretics have available.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Pulsar Esports, at least going with Raging Royal Flush, it did give that ultimate acceleration, so they're close to ultimates of their own, despite swapping the composition, but close is not, unfortunately, fully charged. Galactic Legend comes on through from Sapatic, just trying to deter Team Heretics a little while longer of being able to commit to this fight, allowing Meteor M to potentially come on through, buying time for things like the Eternal Bond sustainability, but they've already lost both the Gambit and the Star-Lord, and Treeman, unfortunately, ends up losing it all instead of taking it all, as Pulsar Esports are sent back to the respawn and Team Heretics complete the hold.
I think what you mentioned about, like, Pulsar making the changes, you know, they went to Hela, which provided a lot on that first checkpoint, and then they move over towards the Star-Lord. They're making the right changes, it's just too late. It's too slow. I think, like, after you get that first checkpoint, you instantly go back to spawn because it's right next to you when you go to the Star-Lord then. Like, you know that there's going to be a lot more, like, open verticality. You're going down the stairs, so there's more height that you can try to overlap the enemy team. And they weren't really even able to get to those kind of fights because of how well Heretics were holding them back.
I mean, Oasis is just giving me flashbacks to Jeff, Captain America, Luna, old team-up flank meta from 2025 with how frequently he played second, still on first. It was absolutely insane, but that is one of the benefits of the range of Jeff's primary, right? That Joyful Splash goes so far, and it's why even when we swap over to maps like Midtown or Museum of Contemplation, you can play those really long linear line of sights with Jeff being 5,000 miles away and still being able to keep his team up while having absolutely zero enemy pressure turned towards his side.
There's been so little synergy off of these Gambit ultimates for Pulsar, which is rough enough. but it's the first protect. It's the one-sided play that you want to go for, and you're just being limited by what you can do. Especially when you look at the characters that Pulsar running on this defense, there has to be more of a connection because these are the perfect players around the Gambit.
I mean, they're on the triple Vanguard. Chabagoo, not on the Wolverine, but still going to be playing Disruption and Displacement, trying to hold those angles and make sure that Heretics can't flank. Possibly he actually loses out on that control with Heretics stacking up players as well as damage boost, clearing out the 4, and now taking full monopoly of the map. Not only do they have frontline control, they've been able to get behind the defense and cut off any potential disengage, which means that Pulsar Esports, they know this fight is done. It just becomes a case of stalling on the convoy as long as you possibly can, so you can regroup for your second fight.
Not going to switch over to any characters yet, so they have some time to work with, but look how far Heretics are wanting to try and take this fight. Breaking the glass as well, so Pulsar can't just disengage for free without any form of damage. You have to be very careful with where they want to take this fight. Yeah, I mean, Enzo is going to look for these flanks, and if some of the attention can be taken away from Beetle, Enzo's going to find quite a lot of work.
Yeah, Enzo's going to be looking to slap that banhammer easily onto something like Lapsus so that the Gambit falls early and they don't get first Raging Royal Flush cast. Tanuki does get taken down by Sapatic, but I mean, Team Heretics already found most of the rest of the team as Oasis continues his absolute reign of terror, taking out Treeman, and Heretics will be able to clean up point 1 after a very brief stall from the Starlord, but not in time for a Strange Portal because, I mean, Pulsar Esports, this is their last hold. If they'd gone for a Strange Portal contest, Team Heretics would just hold far beyond the checkpoint and stuff Pulsar Esports' own spawn walk.
It's 5 minutes that they have to try and hold in a really awkward position, but it feels like it's a house of cards falling for Pulsar Esports. The backline goes down, Moxie, and everybody else quickly follows.
Yeah, I mean, Chabagoob as well, over to the Bucky this time, trying to just punish Heretics' aggression. The problem for them is that they're coming from so many different directions. Bucky Hook is going to maybe grab you 1, potentially 2, as Oasis looks to grab more than 1, potentially the majority of the team. But no, he actually uses it defensively on his own side, so it was just used for extra sustainability to regroup with the rest of the team into the Soul Resurgence AoE, so they can survive past the Raging Royal Flush, which unfortunately was used split separately from Sapatic's own Galactic Legend. Yeah, Enzo says, wait, let me take a selfie with the corpse of Chabagoob, and that will be Bucky taken out before Kraken Impact can be built.
Oh, it's a big extension for Pulsar Esports to try and fight this one back. They had a bit of respite from Team Heretics, but they've dedicated the Invisible Boundary and Meteor M off the back of the Galactic Legend, and instantly Heretics have decided to come back into this. Enzo finding himself a few more picks to work with, and has the banhammer that he's going to throw straight onto Chabagoob, put the pressure on the melee-centric character, and Kraken's Impact is going to make it a little bit more of a bloodbath. Beetle not afraid to get right into the face. Heretics blister their way through with the bus, and a 2-0 win over Pulsar Esports is going to give them a perfect start, and Pulsar Esports a 0-3 weekend.
I mean, it just felt on the side of Pulsar, they were overwhelmed. They did not know what to do. Like, we saw so many different characters, essentially almost on a carousel, coming on out. Like, they tried the Bucky, they tried the Hela, they tried the Wolverine, they tried the 4, all to deal with Team Heretics just pouring out of every direction, which was the concern when we saw Museum of Contemplation pop up. Like, this was Pulsar Esports' own map choice. Museum of Contemplation allows Team Heretics to do plays like that with Jeff the Landshark, and we absolutely see why that was a main focus save staple coming on from their side. So Oasis, with things like the speed bubbles, can just allow Beetle and Tanuki in and out of those engagements before Pulsar have the opportunity to react.
Scary game, I think, for Pulsar, because it is just out of options, really. Like, you've seen some teams sort of make the right calls and go for things, but Pulsar Esports, considering it was their map pick, throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks, you would expect a little bit more of a stronger showing. But then again, Heretics, we've only seen them play once. It was a very quick map and quick series against Peps. But this is more of the same. If you're like Shikigami and even Navi to an extent, you're a little bit worried about facing up to this team because they are playing at pace.
If it wasn't out of season for both, I would have said this could have, in theory, been a Halloween movie or a pantomime, because every single time Pulsar tried to move out, they're behind you! Heretics always just wrapping around, causing problems, and just making them panic. They were never able to lock people down individually, and by the time they did, Heretics already regrouped. And you mentioned it perfectly there, Ryan. Pulsar are basically out of options now. Their next 2 matchups coming up next week are Peps and then their last matchup is Na'Vi. They don't have a lot of options left. To even get 2 points on the board is going to be, even get 1 point on the board might be difficult for them because Peps are also starting to look pretty good. Pulsar are in serious trouble, but amazing news for Heretics as they currently sit tied with Na'Vi at the top of the table in a 2-0.
Heretics is looking like absolute beasts at the moment, to be honest. Like, their dive, we talked about this team with the potential for their dives before we even got to see them play their first match, since they're players who are all accustomed to playing dive. Heck, most of them were from Berber Patapim / Citadel from last year, so were first-hand experiences and also innovators of things like those dive compositions. And you can see, like, all of those timings, it's still there in the muscle memory. Tanuki might not be on the Black Panther, but his timings on the Psylocke, the aggression that he had enabled by both the Jeff and the Mantis, they were one and the same.
A lot of things, I think. Yeah, right. Like, I think it's also like because you have got like the 3 players from 3 different positions from Citadel. Like, Enzo's playing with a different Vanguard, Tanuki's playing with a different duelist, which is Naga, who's super flexible. I think it's mostly like Alex playing without Ken, who isn't having the best time in America, but like we miss him and we hope he like is able to pull it back. But what I will say is that like Oasis is slotting into this team pretty well because he is just as insane as the rest of them. Like the play where he's like basically stuck behind them, a lot of players would panic or just try to go for a fast like reset, but he was like, no, I think I can like use this as a really good position to just make Pulsar really uncomfortable. And that's one of the reasons why the objective got stuck where it was for so long.
We are going to be having an interview with Line Pro, the coach for this team, in just a moment once they are joining us. And always one of our favorite people to interview, just very smart and a well-regarded personality and team leader in terms of in-game and out-of-game in this community. And we're starting to see it just come together bit by bit for Heretics. You've all mentioned it. It's going to be difficult for any team to take them. Right now, we're just all building so much anticipation for that Shikigami game later in the season, and also the Na'Vi game versus Heretics.
Oh, I'm on the countdown. I've got the calendar out. Each day I'm just crossing one block out, getting closer and closer to getting to see how exactly that one goes. Because, like, let's be honest, if it doesn't go the distance, we're all going to be a little bit let down.
Very much so. Well, we'll be setting up for that interview as soon as we can. But for now, we can have a quick look at where Heretics are going next, as they did have their day off yesterday. We've already mentioned they still have to play against Shikigami, and they still have to play versus Na'Vi later on. And they still have one other difficult matchup to come as well. They have Alter still in their final run. So in terms of the matchups coming up for Heretics, they've still got some difficult matches coming.
Yeah, I think for like Alta, because they are playing Shikigami after, like, for the 3rd game, I think it is, of today, like, that's going to be a good tell on, like, how much that they can play up against that level, because I think Shikigami Heretics for sure feels like the ones that are going to be in and around, maybe even surpass Na'Vi, like, it's going to be close with them. Alter Esports have set themselves up really well for playoffs because they beat Pulsar yesterday, and if Peps going to struggle at the same level as Pulsar, then they're going to be the 2 teams that don't make playoffs, right? It is whether or not Alter Esports can actually compete with those other top 3 teams likely that's going to be in their group, and that might set them up really nicely for some damage in playoffs.
So that's the big question. This team, Moxie, having seen them now, you've seen a bit of Shikigami, seen a bit of Alter. How are you feeling? What about your predictions? How are you feeling about this Group A in general?
I mean, it's really, really close between all 3 of these teams. And since the meta is still being sort of established, I feel whoever is able to work out the meta fastest between the 3 of them will be able to take the lead. Because, like, what we saw yesterday from Na'Vi is that they're beatable if you take them to a map that they're not quite comfortable on against a composition that they haven't really been able to experience. Then it takes a little bit of time for them to be able to work out a solution, a whole map, actually. So the likes of Team Heretics being able to do what they just did to Pulsar Esports on 2nd of Museum of Contemplation could actually really throw Na'Vi for quite a lot of work, and potentially a 1st place finish in Group A.
We joked about it, Ryan, but the fact is we said, like, Heretics are going to be looking at this with a write that down attitude. But we aren't joking. Finding that little bit of knowledge, Shikigami showing that to the world, it's going to have Na'Vi in a bit of a panic, just writing, like going to the drawing board and working out how to deal with it or to practice it themselves. But for Heretics and teams like that, it is fantastic news for them.
I mean, it should be, yeah. And I think it's the theory. It's trying to sort of cover up some of the issues. It's just a direct improvement from what we saw against Peps as well, despite being 2 wins out of 2 on Museum of Contemplation for Heretics. It still felt like Heretics were a little bit tighter in their play, and if things did go a little bit awry, they were able to still make the most of it. And much like stronger performances from Enzo, he looked like a duelist on the Deadpool. The Vanguard was so much good work. But I think a lot of that goes down to the underrated work that Beetle puts in as well, with the space that he's taking and just the damage that he's doing and mitigating as Captain America.
We're still waiting for Lion Pro to hopefully be joining us for a little bit of a post-game interview. We'll give him a few more minutes, but obviously we have other games that we will be looking to get to as well, so we'll be keeping an eye on them. And in order to fill that time, let's talk about the next game coming up today. Get a little bit of a preview in for that. We're going to have Rad versus Crownfall. Rad are on the board. You mentioned it earlier, Moxie. This is make or break time for Crownfall, similar to what it just was for Pulsar.
Yeah, no wins currently for Crownfall, though they have looked competitive in all of their series. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think this is also going to be a very good indicator for Rad's power level too. I think a lot of people are expecting Rad to finish pretty highly up within Group B, potentially second, potentially third. So if they do run into issues with Crownfall, that could actually expose weaknesses a little bit later down the line. But I mean, that's something that Crownfall will be looking at in their past series, is because that's what happens when you have close matches, right? You get to see those tiny little knife point moments on why you weren't able to convert into an actual win and clean it up. So I would imagine that Crownfall, their players and coaching staff, have been going through the last few maps that they've been playing with a very fine-toothed comb, sorting out all of the problems that arose.
They've been looking good. They've been looking solid, but like you say, those little issues of what they need to pick up, especially against a team like Rad, who, Ryan, both these teams came through from MRC, so this is going to be a little bit of an MRC reunion, but the fact is they didn't really get to meet, I believe.
No, Rad was just too busy clearing up the upper bracket on the other side of where Crownfall was, and Crownfall being knocked down meant that they had to sort of fight their way through the losers bracket and surprised many with their win over Lunex. So there is some moments, I think, where these teams can really shine. It's just really hard to know how much damage Crownfall can do realistically because of just the lack of damage that Firestrays did to Rad yesterday. The draft was just impenetrable for Rad. They had so much to play around, and you sat there on Heart of Heaven going, even if Firestrays put on blistering individual performances, there's just way too many synergies that are at play here for Rad, and no wonder they're feeling bullish in this group. They feel like playoffs is a cinch for them, and honestly the only team that's realistically going to be pushing them is Virtus Pro. If they play up against Crownfall like they did against Firestrays yesterday, I can start to believe it a lot more.
I would not disagree, because right now, Rad are looking very strong, and we asked yesterday, what teams are you potentially afraid of? And Rad did come up in terms of this group. They are a team to keep an eye on, and they have been performing extremely well. The fact they came in through the MRC's format just is a testament to how big the competition is in EMEA in terms of getting onto these orgs, and also just how high the skill level is. And we're jumping all the way back to day one here, Moxie. People have said that this is the closest that the teams have been in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see as well that level step up, and we can only really expect to see the distance close up more and more as all of our players get more accustomed to the meta and the heroes that funnel on through it.
But speaking of getting more accustomed, we have come accustomed to the company of one of our favorite personalities in the game, who has finally decided to jump on in here. We have our interview with Lion Pro, the coach from Team Heretics. For starters, would like to say welcome. Good to have you back in from this side. That's not Lion Pro, that's Deadpool. That's not what we expected to see at all. I want to say, for starters,
see you again.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you. Do you guys hear me well, by the way, with the mask?
Yes, it's
yeah, we can.
Fine. It now makes sense why it took you 8 minutes to get here, actually. So, yeah.
So let's talk about it so far. You've had a solid run. You're sitting undefeated in your group stage, but you do still have some of your toughest matches yet to come. You've still got Na'Vi, you've still got Shikigami, you've still got Alta coming up for you. How are you feeling and looking ahead to the coming week for those games?
I mean, first of all, something that we are really good at is that we have a very flexible team and very flexible players. So there's like a lot of different compositions we can run. I think the compositions we run today were different from what we run on Friday. And there's like many more things we have in mind. But also, I don't know, it has to be something about the team bundles and the skins that just gives us so much aura that it doesn't feel like we're scared of playing anyone. Because as long as you're wearing the Deadpool Team Heretic skin, every game feels like so winnable and like naturally just happens.
Okay, well, first of all, Limepro, wonderful to have you back, but I have to ask, moving away from being a player and getting to be a coach, how has that changed the way that you approach having to learn and lean into these new metas? Because, like, obviously, a lot has changed in this current patch with things like the Daredevil, the Elsa, the Deadpool. How have you sort of been teaching the team to get accustomed to what is the best?
I mean, to be honest, I think I'm genuinely very lucky because I did coaching in the past in other games, and I think it was harder. Not only because I didn't like those games as much, but also because my group was like harder to work with. I think I'm very lucky because I'm with a group that are very talented and they all really want to work and put a lot of hours. And for me personally, it just feels kind of natural because even before when I was an IGO and a player, I will still do the coaching part anyway. So now I just have to not do the gaming part, you know? So it's still the same because I was already doing this with my previous teams, but I'm also doing with a team that is way more talented and they actually have, like they put a lot of work. And the way I coach, I'm not telling them what to do. I like discussing a lot and I don't want to be right on everything. I like open discussion. They're very smart. Most of the times I actually end up agreeing with them more than them agreeing with me. So I think I'm just blessed to be working with like people that are actually really talented and put a lot of hour in.
Yeah, you point them in the right direction, which speaking of which, like from one Deadpool to another, like Enzo has been like a big introduction to you guys. First of all, like what would Deadpool think of Enzo's performance on the Vanguard Deadpool? And then secondly, what's it been like to work with him as like an IGL and being the strategy guy, I'd say for the most part of Citadel before? He seems to be the one that's probably like telling stuff to you and you agreeing with it, right?
Yeah. I think Deadpool will be really happy with Enzo, especially on that 1v1 with 50 HP against Sabaki with Gambito. He was impressed. Deadpool told me he was impressed, and he honestly, I think it's just because of the Team Heretics bundle skin. Otherwise, I don't know how otherwise he can beat a Bucky with a Gambito when he's 50 HP. That was like literally the only possibility. And yeah, he's kind of very vocal and he gives a lot of ideas. I think he's one of the most passionate one for sure. He's not the only vocal one. I would say Tanuki probably is the one that gives the most input in our team. I was very surprised because back then, before I worked with him, I thought Tanuki was like just a crazy mechanical kid and that's it. But he's actually probably the one that speaks the most and figures out, hey, what is meta, understands the game very well and gives a lot of feedback. But I think it's just a bit of everyone. Everyone works like a lot on that scenario.
Thank you very much for joining us, Limepro. And a lot of people out here are going to be looking at these new skins for Deadpool, the ones that support the partner organizations in the Marvel Rivals Ignite series.
Yes, sir.
So I guess this is your time for a quick sales pitch to people out there who've started to watch you guys and might be looking to pick up a Heretics bundle.
Exactly. I just want you guys to remember, you just seen the game. It was quite fast. I think this is only achievable with the best team bundle in the game, but most importantly, it's the only bundle where you can be playing for the vibes. Don't forget that. Buy Team Heretics bundle.
I wondered how long that would take. I wondered how long that would take.
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Limepro. We'll let you get back to preparation for next week. Congratulations on another win.
Thank you.
Oh, I tell you what, we need to maybe have Limepro on the desk to do the costume reads because he has it down to a T. Oh my goodness! I was like, what could possibly be taking Limepro so long? That was what was taking him so long. Like the commitment, not just to the mask, but also to the Heretics like jersey as well. So you get just like the full immersive bundle in front of you.
Cosplay, yeah.
It's perfect.
I can't wait to see VP. Like, Sparky, you've got to do the same thing and be like,
Yeah, come on, Blaney,
no
up
chance.
the game. We need to start upping the interview game, please, guys.
Deadpool masks for all our partner teams, please. But for us, we're now going to be getting ready to head into our next series of the day. So as such, we're going to head to a quick break. So make sure to don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with series number 2 after this.
Before the rifts winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories and yeah.
We're going to be heading back to Krakoa for our second series of the day, starting us off, and it's a battle for potentially trying to creep away from that bottom of the table or to secure a space closer and closer to those playoffs. We're going to have Rad versus Crownfall. And let's start off with Ryan. It's not been a great run for Crownfall so far.
It's been improvements. I wouldn't even say that it's
Absolutely.
looked too shabby for them with some of their performances. Like, yeah, it's a rougher time. They lose 0-2 in their first series. They were up against VP, right? And they had moments where actually VP were a little bit scared. I think the big thing that if Crownfall can tighten up on it, they have a better shot in this game, overtime fights. There was a lot of games where it went to OT, it looked like Crownfall would have the advantage in winning, but the other team, where it was Virtus Pro or Vision yesterday, scrap it back, are able to push to the next point or get it further than they should have done. Rad probably looking to punish that.
Whereas Moxie, Rad haven't been seen a lot yet. We obviously saw them a lot in the MRC, but they've only had their one series so far, as they did not play on Friday, and they are looking incredible so far.
I mean, it's a great meta as well for them too. This is a very strong team made up of very strong players that we got to see all of last year. Crazy Kitty coming back in, and since Ultron has started returning to the field, I feel like we do have to talk about the fact that Crazy Kitty initially did play things like the Ultron back in 2025 before having to flex over to a lot of different heroes after it got nerfed. So I imagine Rad will also be one of those teams that will, if we go to someone like Convergence, try to run a triple strategist potential flyer backline.
There's something about this Rad team that's kind of giving me the Rad team from stage 1 of Ignite, where Rad have come in, found a team with just infinite potential, decided to jump on board with them, and right now we're starting to see what could be that rise to the top. We'll have to see if Rad can keep that going, or if Crownfall are going to be able to get themselves on the board, because Ryan was right. We are starting to see some really good stuff from Crownfall. They're just getting better and better. They just got to tie up those loose ends. Starting off on Krakoa, what are we potentially expecting to see in the draft, Moxie?
I mean, Crownfall have been liking to go for a lot of Jeff plays, so I imagine potentially some Jeff coming through from their side. Maybe a little bit of Invisible Woman, as on the side of Rad, like, they might want to play Ducky on the group, but he's also become really, really flexible on a whole bunch of different Vanguards as well. So I feel like it's going to be more of the same for the instant bans, like both the Elsa likely to be getting the boot, and then likely the Gambit alongside it as well.
Heading into the draft, starting us off in game number 1 of Crownfall versus Rad. Take it away, Ryan and Moxie.
I think another thing for like Crownfall that we saw a lot of in MRC that we haven't seen here is just the character that's actually been banned out straight away. We haven't got to see Dabby play on Gambit, and he had a lot of good moments. He's a very aggressive, like, duelist player, but the fact that both these teams have taken out Gambit first, not too surprising. Well, I guess for, like, Rad wanted the one-sided aspect of it, so we do get to see them play Elsa, which they didn't have to worry about yesterday.
Yeah, well, Crownfall might potentially get something one-sided themselves, that being the Vanguard Deadpool, if they want to lean into it, as it will be an Elsa Bloodstone mirror match for both of these teams. Rad seeing that, okay, you're not saving Wade Wilson, they'll take it out, as it looks like it's going to be Crownfall removing the Daredevil, Rad also getting to ban at the same time. They don't get to react to what Crownfall have banned instead. This is a full, okay, this is what we're banning, we have to lock it in moment, and you can see, like, Rad, they're taking their time with it, and it will be that Mantis. So Crownfall lose a huge proponent of both a triple strategist line, but also, since Loki has made it through the field, they also lose access to the Loki and the Groot team up.
Invisible Woman is going to be protected for Dabby. That's not too surprising, really. It seems to be if he can't get Gambit, they want to get that instead. So the draft isn't too surprising for Crownfall. It's very similar. It's that Rad just don't have access to the Gambit and the Deadpool Vanguard. They still do have access to the Mantis unless it's a final ban for Crownfall. And Loki. It's kind of like choose one or the other in some of these cases. And Rad had access to both of them yesterday. Looking to see if there's any other isolated players that they want to take out. They want to make it a choice between a one-sided Loki or a one-sided Mantis.
Oh, yeah, that Loki into Mantis save. Wow, that's forcing Crownfall's hand, especially with Ducky on the Groot. But it looks like they're actually, instead of taking out the Loki at the same time as Rad, going to go after the Invisible Woman instead. So potentially they actually want Rad to play that Loki Mantis Groot composition, and they can play to target it out, because, like, Groot is a very strong Vanguard, but he is also just walking ultimate charge, and he's very vulnerable to certain hard counters like the Wolverine, which we're currently seeing MJD actually swap onto, with FHDC taking the reins of Elsa Bloodstone instead.
So the first part of this draft, just trying to keep it as even as possible. But Crownfall a lot to prove. They were a team that surprised many with qualifying through the MRC. Rad absolutely blitzed their way through the top part, only dropping a couple of maps against Lunex. Crownfall actually beating Lunex to be that third and final team to qualify. I think if there's players to look at, I think Ayanokoji had some really good moments playing like the other strategist alongside Dabby yesterday, but was often overshined, I think, from like Kyubi on Vision yesterday. For Rad, I think it is just that flexibility. Certainly Crazy Kitty is able to play well on the duelist, but just the backline too, like Vertigo Mash playing on chopped together alongside Crazy Kitty. Ash said it yesterday. That's what they built around with Rad, that backline.
And I mean, Crazy Kitty, we talked about it literally before the game started. I said you might see it on Convergence. We're getting to see it right now. Rad got the Mantis frozen. Not only are they playing with the Groot, they're also putting Crazy Kitty on a triple strategist line of that Ultron, getting to fly up in the sky and being impossible for Rosa to be able to target on that Venom. As Mash with the damage boost as well is going to turn Smashnez in this 1v1 into an unfair advantage. Dive hits on first, but Rosa takes so much damage, instantly has to back out to get stabilized to the team, because as we talked about, this is a fully pocketed Elsa Bloodstone. Not just with the Mantis, but with the Ultron drone too.
Well, she's not afraid to get offensive. She could just slot into any composition, so Ryder wanted to use it as offensively as possible. It's the Smashnez bullying his teammate of FaZe way back with Rosa. He's been forced to retreat for a second, but both teams try to contest the objective. The dive coming in, but there's not really too much else to follow it. It's the leap in, the swing away. Just make sure that the backline has to be pushed back a little bit more, but FHD is the first to go down. Vertigo's able to take him out, and the catch into the air means that Crownfall's dive is a bit more bunkered up, and Ducky is not too far away from having a strangling prison. In fact, it's the faster ultimate that's been building on this side, even getting past Crazy Kitty. First team fight won for Rad, and they've built up a lot and forced Crownfall back.
Yeah, the fellow grabs at Lugia Goat, but I mean, it's Hulk. So literally, Rad just pile on top of their own Vanguard. Everyone receives the Unbreakable Resolve, and then they break a Boohoo with the Exile to make sure that even with the Strange still touching, Rad pull a magic trick over the Sorcerer Supreme and cap the point with his presence still in that lobby. Ayanokoji does have the Eternal Bond to set Crownfall up to walk forward, but Smashnez is just going to go first with the Apex Predator. You've got the dashes, you can actually lead the path of the Glottrox with them, so no one has fallen yet, but Rad still have the greatest sustainability in the form of both the Rage of Ultron as well as the Strangling Prison, which I believe actually got faded through.
Yeah, Mash got pulled in from the Glottrox. He was almost able to get up. FHD is going to finish the job of the creatures, and the Invisible Boundary is going to mask a little bit of space here. Lugia go bring out the ultimate, going in for the slam, and the Eye of Agamotto for a Boohoo. I don't know if it connects onto many, but it's certainly not going to follow through onto any eliminations, just because you have the fate of both worlds from Vertigo. Means that all of the strategists have been forced to use these ultimates. Mash has got the Soul Resurgence in hand, but it's not really needed. This fight for Crownfall is spread, and whilst it might be getting picks and have bodies on the point to fight it, there's no chance of them to be able to actually take it. It's 2/3 progression already made from Rad, and another pick onto a Boohoo to stall.
I mean, Smashnez is about to get a second Apex Predator up. You're getting to see how much damage this Elsa can do, but Crazy Kitty's also untouchable. Like, this Ultron is receiving the Idol Aura Snowflake from Vertigo, has not fallen so far, is undiveable, so MJD's actually off of the Wolverine. Since you're just not getting value grabbing at the Vanguard, you can't get close enough. Instead, he goes over to the Bucky, the Winter Soldier, to be able to put pressure on both the Flyers, but also potentially hook someone out of position and allow Crownfall to open up the fight with an elimination.
It's pulled from the Apex Predator, and it's pulled a Boohoo out. He just got back. And he's out again straight away. Rosa now needs to be the one that dives in as the solo Vanguard for now. FHD does have his own Apex Predator, but Rosa goes down before the Feast of the Abyss can be used. Crownfall just neither in or out throughout the entirety of that point makes it easy for Rad, a skirmish at best.
I mean, Rad just had so much damage that every time Rosa tried to go in on that Venom, even if the attempt was to soft dive, there was no option of being able to soft dive and retain your health, but it was just gone within seconds. Then you had to stabilize the Venom. Rad are just able to push Smashnez forward, forge for more space, manage to find an elimination in the downtime when the Venom's not looking at the backline, and push for more. And Crownfall, without that Venom, creating those opportunities for the rest of the team. Like, what is your next engagement? It can't be Strange, because you're going to be coming under so much pressure from both the Mantis, the Luna, the Ultron, the Hulk, the Elsa. Like, the problems just did not end.
Too many bodies, too much of a stressful time. Ducky so close to having a strength with Prison 2 means that, like, Rad have quite a lot. I'm ignoring, obviously, the Bruce Banner ultimate. We'll see exactly where the Hulk can sort of bring it together. But he does actually have the ultimate too, which is very fastly built up. In fact, Rad seemed to be actually very good at making these ult generations work, and Boohoo going for the portal play to begin with.
I don't know how successful this is going to be, though, because, like, you can do this when Rad don't have strategist ultimates. Like, Mash is okay with just popping Soul Resurgence and running at them. It feels more a case of, like, use Portal just so that you can disguise your rotation and try and get into a position to close up the distance. But Strangling Prison comes on through, not blocked by the Strain Shield. Ayana Koji tries to heal the team with the Eternal Bomb, but there's just too much incoming damage. They find the eliminations through the bomb. And, Crankle is still trying to win this one. A clutch attempted with the Apex Predator, just looking to grab them off of that cliffside. But, I mean, it picks up one person. The rest of Rad can still cap.
Oh, it seems that they're going to be switching the characters, at least, like Rosa using the Piece of the Abyss so they can go over towards Angela. Ayana Koji not afraid to go away from the Cloak and Dagger towards the Jeff, which on this point is pretty good. FHD, like, not going to be switching off of it. Also, you build in your whole composition around it, and it can play with literally everything. MJD, however, does have a Kraken's Impact switched over to it away from the Wolverine a little bit earlier on the first point. But Rad taking full control. You have got the Rage of Ultron being used, a great ultimate to just keep buying a bit more time, and with how quickly it still builds up despite the nerfs, it means that it's going to be ready very quickly, as is everything with Rad with these ultimate generations.
Potentially a forced invisible boundary, but Crown Power able to kite out of it, hold on to invisible boundary to try to use to catch the path of the Glartrox, as we do get a huge Eye of Agamotto actually coming on through from Abuhu, forcing Vertigo's hand into using Fate of Blow 4 to try to keep the team up. MJD will wait for that one to be done before coming on through with the Kraken Impact, but unfortunately it doesn't actually impact anyone on the team, and Crown Power yet again lose what should have been an engagement option. Out comes the Apex Predator trying to grab up two, but the Hulk manages to come out with the Unbreakable Resolve once the Glartrox is broken, and Rad recover flawlessly.
I mean, I haven't really had to stress too much with how these fights have gone in. Now it's just pushing back this approach from Crownfall. And bear in mind that Boohoo did go for a portal play first, so with how quickly Rad are taking this, there might not be a chance to actually contest this as Doctor Strange if it keeps going at this rate.
Ducky tried. He tried to build the walls up, potentially put himself up to parkour and be above the choke with Strangling Prison and Crownfall least expected. But the walls, they're not able to line up. Rage of Ultron does line up, syncing with Crownfall's engagement. Out comes the Strangling Prison when they're all kiting away from the Ultron, and Rad follow up with the damage. Smashner's uncleared on the off angle. This is just a panic. It's Jeff from Ayana Koji looking to get past the team of Rad and potentially go on to the point for an overtime activation, but it is not to be. And Rad, there's a reason that we talk about this team being up there in terms of the standings for Group B. They looked absolutely seamless in both rounds of the domination.
And dominations today have been dominating for the team that's won. I think there was 3 eliminations against Na'Vi. I'm really curious to see how many eliminations went up against Rad on this one, because 1 for Ducky as he was 15-1. I can't imagine that there's more than 5 potentially. It's count them up.
1,
There's
2, 3. Yeah, and I mean, it's a real problem when Smashnez on the Elsa is one of those who does not go down, because that means that you're playing at maximum levels of instincts. Oh boy, are you getting a lot of extra health, mobility, and instant access to some of your most damaging abilities. Crazy Kitty 2 on the Ultron, like, we have to talk about the fact that this is an Ultron, right? As part of a flying composition, you should be vulnerable when you can't play around cover. The fact that Crazy Kitty did not go down once speaks volumes to the access of space that Crownfall had, as they just were not able to get past anything on the front line to successfully pressure the back.
And the almost out-damaged MJD, who was 0-3, moved up to Bucky, played a bit of Wolverine. It just felt like a miss completely. Rad, we saw how much freedom they had with a draft yesterday. Here it was a little bit more of those bigger characters were taken out, yet still Rad adjusting to work with a triple strategist. They've got the perfect team for it, but also having Elsa to just slot in. What on earth do you do with a draft to stop these characters from going through? Because Rad are just looking way too good with the compositions that they're running.
I don't have the answer to those questions. It's their opponents that are going to have to figure those out, and there's still a couple more to have, as once again, Rad currently have a couple games in hand. They did not play on Monday. They are currently sitting at 2-0 up at the top of the table, along with Na'Vi, but Na'Vi are playing later today, so it's going to be equally as difficult. What a setup. What a great start for us here, but overall, we have some frontrunners appearing at the top of the table, and they're kind of looking like what we were thinking. I think our producer just told us we're going to be heading to a break, so we're going to jump on into that to get set up for map number 2.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
I apologize for misspeak earlier, saying that Rad are currently 2-0. It was the map that was 2-0. But right now, they're looking like this could be a solid 2-0 as they are continuing their dominant run. Meaning it's up to Crownfall to try and adjust this, and they've decided to take us to Midtown, Moxie. Why though?
I mean, are we surprised? This is literally what Crownfall have turned to in each of their series, and they looked much better on it the second time, rather than that first. Like, they improved significantly, being able to stall Vision out and actually managed to bring to second a hold, as well as getting a really good stall for overtime on first as well. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact, like, they're going to Midtown against a team that hasn't really been playing dive against them, because Midtown normally is the turn that you take to convoy when you're up against a dive team, because it's the least easy map to be able to dive in the pool that we have access to. Rad's just kind of beating them with a high damage output. Triple strat lines to be able to survive the soft dive, understanding that it has no elimination potential, melt the venom down, and then turn your attention to the rest of the team core when they have no space to work with. Like, you're still going to face the same problems unless you fix your ban draft.
And with that knowledge, Ryan, with that knowledge and with that challenge set down, what would you like to see them adjust in this ban draft that's coming up?
I think for the ban draft, it really is just trying to limit as much as you can of like triple strategist, because that is obviously very good on this point as well. Triple vanguard, triple strategist, not as popular on like the defense, for example, but still being played in bits and pieces by some of the teams. And certainly Adam is finding like a lot of value in the hands of Crownfall when it matters. I think overall, just composition-wise, the way that they're playing is just being a little bit more clinical in how they end these fights, because Rad have the ability to be scrappy. They've had so much experience playing at that kind of level that Crownfall, if they have the advantage, they have to make it count. Otherwise, Rad are just going to be able to win 5 versus 6s, especially if they're good at coordinating ults.
Even a loss here would not mean Crownfall are out. It is possible to go through to the playoffs after losing 3 games, but it's going to be extremely difficult. So this is Crownfall's best chance to get themselves back in with a chance. I'm sending it over to our casters, Ryan and Moxie, to take us into map number 2.
Same as always. I mean, for Rad, it's like they know that Crownfall are going to try and go for this style, with just like the Gambit first, trying to get a one-sided Elsa. Rad don't want to let that happen. So it looks like the first part of this draft, Moxie, is going to be exactly the same as it was over on Krakoa.
Yeah, expect this to be an Elsa save as well, since you have to just be able to match what exactly Smashnaz has been doing. But, like, for sure, at some point, there has to be a ban out onto maybe the Loki, maybe the Mantis, if you're worried about a triple strategist or an Adam composition making its way through. As Rad now will be taking out the Mantis, Crownfall not falling into the pitfall trap that they did on Domination, also already looking like they're about to lock that Mantis as well. So as we said, right, it's not a case of take them to a map, don't worry about the composition Rad played previously. No, you actually have to adjust your ban draft the way that we're seeing here to make sure that what happened on Domination is not repeated on Convoy.
So now it's really a question of, like, because it was the Daredevil that they banned out, if there's going to be any changes really on the side of Rad. Like, they're going to actually protect the Loki, make sure that they have something to like work alongside. And really, it's not even just a case of like, yeah, you could do it with a Gambit. Gambit's not available, but Cloak and Dagger, the obvious like Adam copy, you could still do. Invisible Woman is still in the pool. There's still plenty to work with, and Cloak and Dagger is the choice for Rad to take out.
Oh, Loki save as well coming through from Rad. I was going to say, like, this is why Crownfall took us to Midtown. They ban out the Mantis because Daredevil now getting through the ban draft is nowhere near as problematic as, say, somewhere like Spider Islands instead. As Crownfall looks like they will return the favor, so no team is going to have access to the Eternal Bond, the Terror Cape, the Dark Teleportation, as well as all of the additional AoE healing that a Cloak and Dagger can bring to a stacked up team, rolling out in small rooms or on main.
Draft is completely mirrored, so it's almost as if we're playing MRC again for our 2 MRC qualifying teams. There's not going to be any one-sided characters above these teams wanting to try and beat out each other just on the same choice of characters, on just basically pound for pound strength alone.
Yeah, but I mean, Crownfall have been playing a lot more Emma than I think a lot of people were expecting, given the fact that Emma does get outpaced by dive compositions fairly easily. But on Convoy, she can still find strength, managing to prevent rushdowns, and also having things like the Diamond Form and Carbon Crush when the actual attention is turned to the point itself to be able to continue trying to move it along. No surprises too that Crownfall, like you said, going for that Loki save, will also be able to get the Adam Warlock composition through, so potentially 2 casts of Karmic Revival, maybe 2 casts of Invisible Boundary, as they're going to look to slowly wear Rad down, not necessarily for a full hold, but just to take them out of as much time as they possibly can before we move to the other parts of the map.
Another player to look at whilst he's playing the group. This time it was banned out the last time that Crownfall played Vision on this map. Abuhu Strange is also very good, not only for portal plays, but just playing it in and out of those moments. Crazy Kitty, seeing if he's going to be actually the one that's going to roll with the duelist as the 2-2-2 setup is going to come in for Rad. Very aggressive, and even seeing Lugia move over to the Emma is going to provide a lot of respect on the side of Crownfall. They don't want to get too close to the camera crush.
Well, I mean, Rad also have way more wall break And Crownfall have to respect that, right? Regeneration Domain is already forced on the hands of the defense because not only is there more wall break, there's also more incoming damage from both the Elsa and that Punisher. And it should be shown in terms of the strategist ult charge, but Crownfall running triple strategist lines are actually cannibalizing each other's ultimate economies, allowing Mash to keep pace. And this is really dangerous. Crownfall are not going to be near a strategist ultimate to slam into Rad aggressively, and they're having to give up space because they're taking too much damage and having to pull back to try to stabilize.
And it means that like FHD just halfway to building up the camera revival is going to be under a little bit more stress. Ayana Koji might be able to actually pip him to the post and grab it beforehand if it's needed, but an invisible boundary for Dabi is going to be relied on. You lose another Vanguard though, and Rosa is taking an absolute truck ton of damages. The payload is going to move past the ambulance. Invisible boundary forced out on both sides to try and keep it an even fight, which only naturally leads towards Rad. You've got the invisible boundary used on the defense of Crownfall, and then a final judgment in hand for Smash Des, whilst the copy comes in for another invisible boundaries for both teams to go on top of it. With all of this stacked on top of each other, Crownfall are doing well to not buckle under the pressure, but it has forced out a pretty early Kamet revival. It's going to bring back Rosa, and now you've got the Silent Seduction about to catch a couple more players that are going to be immediately brought back. But it's still like just bodies on the point for Crownfall. Meteor M might be able to force back the attackers for second. Great shot onto Smash Des, and the Strangling Prison for Rad might be actually the turnaround that they need. Crownfall actually holding on for dear life, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The Emma's clearing up the space. There's too many group walls for these teams to rely on, and Crownfall had everything. They used everything, and it still wasn't enough.
I mean, Lugia Goat with the diamond form just goes into the Strangling Prison. Ducky sets against the backline, sees that the Vanguards are brawling the rest of Rad's whole team, not there to block the Grid ultimate, and catches everybody out. So away goes the sustain. Now we head into second as well. Away goes the Adam composition. FHDC onto the Punisher, MJD the Alpha to be able to match the damage output of Rad's composition, which was so problematic for the defense to deal with.
Rad now with 4 minutes on the clock, so it's pretty much back to where they started. It's a good fight actually for Crownfall to try and pull back some of the space, try to form crossfires, but it also means the players isolated. Smash Des on the Punisher has found so much value here with all of these walls. They're not going to be too long for this world. Reach end domain, almost just used offensively. Rad are not afraid to dedicate the most important bits of utility to just really put their foot down on the necks of Crownfall to make sure that it's going to fall to pieces. It's just this tempo of Rad, the rotation of ultimates absolutely barreling through. It's going to force a Strangling Prison from a Boohoo, but there's nobody nearby for Crownfall. They're all separated by this invisible boundary. You're all being picked off one at a time, and this is looking to cook its way through the second checkpoint, unless there's a potential portal play.
I mean, Crownfall could rely potentially on Ayana Koji with the one-sided God of Mischief to copy into an invisible boundary, but that's just going to activate Crazy Kitty with the Apex Predator being that trap card. And it looks like actually Crownfall, they're just being cleared off any opportunity. Oh no, the force physics. And Crazy Kitty still able to come on through with the Apex Predator, grabbing everyone from Crownfall, forcing Ayana Koji into using God of Mischief when they've already lost one. Make that 2 players through the boundary's heal potential. Things are going from bad to worse as Crownfall are losing ultimate economy, players late, and that's going to translate into all of the free map space for Rad to take when they move into third. Look at how far ahead they can already afford to be.
I feel like I'm watching Chopped again, prime Chopped at the end of stage 2 of last year with just ultimate like rotations, right? Just how Rad are not afraid to use weird timings to play. Oh, we got the checkpoint. Let's use 2 ultimates because we know that we've got plenty of time to build them up again, but also we're going to force that stuff for Crownfall so they have less. And Crownfall just a complete disarray. They've switched over towards the Punisher themselves for a final judgment, final HD. It's not going to have much space to work with, and a Meteor M is going to be forced out, looking to maybe go towards the Emma, but the barrier is going to mean it's not going to catch on to much. He goes in the other direction, does Rosa. Now he's trying to get onto this objective, but you can see just how these big walls from Ducky are completely making this a tough fight for Crownfall. They're not even using the high ground because they're that focused on touching the point and stopping it from moving.
I mean, Crownfall, though, they've held on to the final judgment, waiting for Dabi to have invisible boundary to pocket FHDC through the duration of it. This might be the turning point, but Rad, they're just taking cover away from where the Punisher can come through, rounds the corner, now starts being able to connect the damage onto the bodies. Crazy Kitty tries to turn the fight actually with the Apex Predator. Boohoo spots everyone out of position with the Strangling Prison, catching the attempt to disengage, and that's Rad being chased all the way back into that respawn point, but Crownfall still have to be very wary they don't bite off more than they can chew, as they're still missing Ayana Koji on that Loki, and they cannot afford to lose a player late.
There's a lot more, like, open ultimates, actually, as it's going to be MJD using the Apex Predator. Doesn't get much, but it forces out Strangling Prison from Ducky. You have got both of the Lokis having these ultimates, so it's going to be the copies of the Invisible Boundaries up. And if you smash this, you sat there waiting. You know that Invisible Boundary wasn't used too long ago from Dabby. He's built it up to 2/3, so there is a window here if they want to go more offensive. The fact is, though, that this is maybe an overextension from Crownfall. They want to try and hold this choke and force out these ultimates. Rad hoping to maybe just find a pick into the neutral. FHD's taking a chunk of damage, but there's a copy from Mash, seeing if he wants to go for something a little bit more offensive, seeing if he can plant the Invisible Boundary a little bit deeper and later. And it's right on the objective as the final judgment actually was shut down from FHD. He makes sure that nothing else can be said from Punisher.
I mean, potentially Rad's still able to turn this, though, as they have double strategist ultimates ready to go. Mash uses Invisible Boundary first. Vertigo could potentially hold for second, but like you said, getting the shutdown on that final judgment is crucial on the side of Crownfall because it allows them to win the fight with only Darby's Invisible Boundary. It does mean that FHDC with his own final judgment will not have anything outside of Regeneration Domain to pocket its duration, but I mean, if you're Crownfall, you might even actually overlap Rose's Meteor Amp to absorb the damage coming that Punisher's way. They've also been able to burn a lot of time off of the bank of Rad's economy as MJD gets too close to that force physics. Oh my goodness, this Elsa's health is on an absolute roller coaster as we get the Apex Predator finally being sent in, but blocked off by some pretty good Groot walls, so that only now does Ducky fall. The rest of the team with the Regeneration Domain can actually kite out of the position they got grabbed and keep their players intact.
1 minute left for Rad to push this to the end, which Virtus Pro were able to do it in overtime. Smash, they're switching over towards the Phoenix. Some more verticality might be able to find stuff, and means that Iron and Koji can't get away with much, and these walls are going to be cleared out of house as much as they can. Set seduction, really good at creating space. Strangling Prison going to be used alongside this final hit from Hev HD, but the Invisible Boundary is going to protect. It's just a cleave. You know roughly where they're going to be stuck and where they're going to be playing from, but no elimination is going to come in off of the back of it. The Rosa potentially might be holding on to the ultimate to see if he can slam down on any more aggressive plays. Doesn't need to worry about the Punisher ultimate on the side of Rad anymore. But now it's Weather Crazy Kitty. Now that he has this Apex Predator in hand, if he can catch people off, most certainly for Crownfall, can you do better in these overtime fights? Because it's looming, it's about to hit. You've got the copy over from Loki that's going to put down an Invisible Boundary into this engagement, and Dabby is waiting to use his straight afterwards. They know it's a case of pace. Meteor M is going to be used alongside an Invisible Boundary put on the point to allow Rad to fight this a little bit more. You got Ensog Inferno used to try to slam down, see if he can catch anybody in the backline, but it doesn't connect. Rosa is going to go pretty low, has to use the Bulwark on himself to protect him, but he loses FHD in the process. Visible Boundary from Dabby is now going to be used. MJD is very close to having an Apex Predator, but everybody in and around him is starting to drop. Rad don't have the ultimate, and overtime seems to be a curse for Crownfall. There's so much wick left as Ayana Cody's going to go down. A regroup is needed.
MJD with Apex Predator, I mean, you don't have the time for that regroup. Rad have everyone on the point to get as much speed as possible. You're just going to have to send someone onto the point. As the sacrifice, Rosa goes, gets walled off, so no healing line of sight. There's the Apex Predator that you were trying to wear out for, but unfortunately it's Vanguards that you pick up, not Squishy, so no easy eliminations off the back of it. Vertigo of the Invisible Boundary, Lugia as well. The Psionic Seduction means that, yeah, everyone from Crownfall, no one who was still up was able to keep their presence on the point, and Rad in overtime are able to close up Midtown.
No, they didn't. It was right at the end. It was Rad that got off of it.
Oh, wait, no, they got off one? Oh,
yeah, Rad.
Oh, no.
It looked like they had the advantage, and maybe just Crownfall, just things leaning their way for once. But it's the same again. Like, maybe it moves like 20 more meters, but these overtime fights for Crownfall, I like how they sort of set themselves up of like, okay, we're gonna need the Loki ultimate and the Invisible Woman ultimate. Like, we're ready to use them in tandem. Really well played from Ayana, Koji, and Dabby to do that. But it's like the offensive capabilities were missing there to an extent. It was just that MJD had a really good Apex Predator ultimate to catch Rad out, and just in coordination, managed to get off, but they effectively finished him out.
I mean, Rad, though, look at this composition. They're looking to stall. Oh, we have the Adam, we have the Loki, we have the Invisible Woman, pretty much everything that Crimefall did. Something to talk about as well is that Rad did such a good job of denying FHDC on this Punisher any strategist ultimate to better give strength to the Final Judgment, right? Final Judgment is such a risky ultimate for a Punisher to use because of just how much of a target you become when you're burning it. And as a matter of fact, we get to see like entire metas develop around things like a strategist ultimate being used to guarantee the Punisher's survival through it. So Rad constantly forcing Ayana Koji and Dabi into burning ultimates meant that FHDC's ults were far more comfortable or uncomfortable than he was probably hoping. As we now get Crimefall getting to melt down the group walls, FHDC on the Punisher, MJD the Elsa, can they do what Rad were able to start taking advantage of, having all of that incoming damage to push Crimefall all the way back? No, Rad actually with the Soul Bond are able to mitigate a lot of the incoming poke by just hiding around the actual walls that the map provides.
Well, FHD switched over to Moon Knight though, so a well-placed hand of Khonshu might make this more uncomfortable for Rad than they were necessarily hoping. Nobody has been eliminated yet, but there's been a couple of close calls already as these ultimates are tanking up at a good rate. Certainly Crazy Kitty already having 2/3 of his ultimate, but is forced out with a Life Cocoon as FHD has one target that he's focusing and he's managed to grab him. Maybe hunting down where this Life Cocoon is going to go, and now with that hand of Khonshu in position, the fact that it's now spread out into the main streets means it's going to be a bit harder to nail this down. Abuhu lacking behind slightly with the Strangling Prison, but it is just a case that Crownfall have built these other ultimates, most certainly the Strategist ultimate very quickly. Really like this Invisible Boundary to go more offensive, but the Apex Predator looking to try and clear people out. The walls trying to keep them out of their own teammates' ult as they're both being copied and stacked on top of each other. FHD, if there's a hand of Khonshu, there's a good moment to use it, but you don't want Rad to keep building up these ults.
I mean, the second use of that Invisible Boundary actually forces Matt into using the Adam copy now coming through to bring everyone from Rad back. MJD's been dealt with as well. Crimefall have nothing to be able to find the eliminations after that first res, which means Crazy Kitty will be able to hold on to his own Karmic Revival. Ducky as well trying to catch the disengagement of Crimefall with that Strangling Prison. Forces out the Regeneration Domain because Crimefall are still brawling on the objective. They don't want to give up all of this map space by pulling all the way back. Meteor M allows Rosa to round the corner, potentially take Smashnez out of the fight and force Crazy Kitty finally into parting with the Karmic Revival to bring a crucial aspect of the composition back. And there it is, Adam ultimate invested, Rad having to get bodies back onto the cart to make sure the Crimefall don't just push it in the checkpoint when there's no contest.
Oh, they do? Oh, no, they actually do. They just slot it in. So Rad, like, it seemed pretty much well set up from Mash that he was able to get the copy of the Karmic Revival for one, and then Crazy Kitty could just sit back with it. The problem is that Rad sat back a little bit too much, and now so this fight is just turned into a little bit of a doom match, I think, that Rad have managed to win out, but because of where the spawns have shifted, they do have to give up some of the space.
I mean, yeah, it would have been walls coming through from Abuhu then to interfere with how Rad were able to position and bounce their players onto that point. The reason why Vertigo invested the Invisible Boundary is literally so that Rad get space back. They now control all of these off angles. They can play Mash super far back without having to worry about Crimefall putting pressure on both the front line and the back, as we get a very aggressive Apex Predator trying to grab the players out of position, followed by a very aggressive Invisible Boundary Strangling Prison combination coming through from Crimefall's side as they try and catch first with the Groot ultimate and then with the slow on top of it. But Rad had already disengaged away, and that's Crimefall now out of two ultimates and having to rely on Ayana Koji to match Mashes.
A Soul Bomb was used, but that's the only real thing that you dedicated out. I do like these offensive ultimates from Dabi. He's usually on the gambit, but the Invisible Woman is looking a lot more fearsome today. It's the way that Crownfall are trying to keep up with pace with Rad, but it's those offensive capabilities. Even if they do come through, you have now another copy of the Karmic Revival from Mash. Crazy Kitty's about to build up another one. Apex Predator's going to catch a few more, but I imagine that Crazy Kitty is maybe just going to pull this ultimate out straight away, or maybe they just feel like Ducky is the other one that's going to go down. No, they want to make sure that he's back. Crownfall are thinking, how many of these ultimates do they seem to have? They have a Meteor M that's almost being built up from Rosa, but now you're looking at FHD 30% away, MJD 20% away from these ultimates. They have so much to worry about.
Vertigo! Crazy Kitty's actually able to find the angle, which allows Vertigo to come into res distance, which allows Invisible Boundary to be brought back into the fight. This is why he went for the res. He wanted to allow Rad the opportunity to hold in Subway before Crownfall could find that second checkpoint. Strangling Prison comes on through, but there's no follow-up of Hand of Conscience, which means that Vertigo's ultimate, it's enough alongside the Soul One to keep Rad in this fight. And Dabby has to use Invisible Boundary to be able to match and allow Crownfall to hold on. We now have a race between the two Lokis to see who hits that strategist ultimate first, and if it's enough to finally finish off the fight on one end.
And Rad need to be careful with it. They'll get pushed off the point for a third time from this team and bullied away. Mash is going to go for the copy, and a Strangling Prison on top of it too. There's so many players buckled up that are trying to patty cake each other sustenance, but it's not going to be enough. You don't really need too much else in the end as Crownfall are sent back to spawn, built up their own like God of Mischief and also another Apex Predator, but now Rad actually have some freedom to move forward and hold this.
Yeah, they've got the high ground hold, and Crownfall, they're short on time. Like, this is the 7th enemy in the lobby for Crownfall to have to face down right now. Not only are they going to get held at choke and potentially have to part of one of their ultimates before they can even get onto the convoy itself, the more time they take, the closer Crazy Kitty is going to be to hitting Karmic Revival, and no one from Crownfall can part from the fight to mark the Adams positioning down. Apex Predator from Smash Nerds as Rad read out the same rotation Crownfall tried to make yesterday when they played Midtown, and this is all going wrong. It's a reliance on the Strange Portal just to get through the choke. At least you've got an Invisible Boundary to be able to stabilize it off of Koji's copy, but I mean, Rad, they've read out. They've been able to hit tab. They can see that there's a Strange in the lobby, and they're just going to swap their rotation to make sure that they're there to meet up.
We've also got the copy of the God of Mischief, so an Invisible Boundary can be slammed down if it's needed. So this is a good hold. It's an interesting question to be asking Rad at this point. And Abuhu, it's not just the portal. He can make the Strange work, like we said at the start of the map. Crownfall have a lot of ultimates here, but this objective isn't moving. The spawns are flipped, and it's an uncomfortable spot. It's going to force these domains out from Koji, and there's the copy after he comes in for the Invisible Boundary. MJD also using the Apex Predator. It's another rest for Crazy Kitty. I don't know if Mash is going to feel the need to have to use it, depending on how this next fight goes, as there's no Strangling Prison left in the server. These Meteor M's haven't been connecting on the side of Crownfall, but they connected there for Lugia. See if there's going to be a pick onto the other side, certainly off the back of the eye of Agamotto. A perfect combination, but a camera revival again from Mash. It's just dirty from Rad that they're able to actually get these many resurrections out and through. Crownfall now, overtime is stacked against them as they're trying to push past the second checkpoint, but they are finding eliminations. There's 3 players still left on Rad on this point. They are finding the eliminations and picks. There's no more portal. There's no more chance for Crownfall to be able to touch. And Rad taking out this series if they could get some of these players that are leaping in for hope. Even if Glortrox is thrown in just to see if it can catch them. Rad taking this series 2-0, and Crownfall, a promise but not enough to go against Rad, who looked amazing today.
Oh, you can feel the desperation. You can absolutely feel the desperation. We might not be in the comms, we might not be able to listen to the players, but like that Eye of Agamotto Meteor M combination was them desperately trying to get the elimination onto the Adam Warlock before there was an opportunity for that God of Mischief copy to go through. Like, if they found it, if they denied Loki the line of sight and mashed the God of Mischief copy onto Crazy Kitty, maybe they get the second checkpoint, but they're just not able to find it in time. Mash completes the God of Mischief animation, gets the second cast of Karmic Revival in the fight, and as we talked about, it's overtime. Crownfall have no one spare to be able to go mark out where that Karmic Revival will be coming from, and as a result, no one to be able to clean up and prevent everyone from Rad piling back into the fight.
I mean, it was an interesting map because we do have these identical ban protect screens up for both teams. So it was kind of like MRC. It was both teams had access to the same kind of compositions. And both teams were adjusting pretty much at the same time. Very familiar in how they're playing. Maybe they scrimmed a lot against each other leading up to MRC because they were on opposite sides of the brackets. Hard to get a gauge. But for Crownfall, I think it's just pound for pound outbeaten. Like, in previous performances, it's like, yeah, this team maybe has a little bit more experience than you. It's like, no, you're playing up against players from Chopped, Final Dance, FaZe. These are teams that are like used to surpassing what their expectations are, and it's no surprise that Rad have picked them up, and this is a result that you would expect to see from them. It's just that they are cabin through a very good looking Crownfall.
They really are. They're setting themselves up at the top of the table here. There are now 3 teams in this group sitting at 2 zeros at the top of their table. It's a fantastic position to be in, but Crownfall, they're not out. Once again, it is mathematically possible for them to make their way through here. but they're sitting at 0-3 right now. They now have a little bit of time. They, of course, as that's their last game of this week, they can now go away, try and scrim people from the other group, like you were suggesting they probably did in MRC, Ryan, to try and work their way up, because it's not an easy journey from here to make it out the group. It's basically going to be 3 teams fighting over 1 spot.
And it's such a competitive group as well. And some of them are looking better and better as they go along, at least in some of those elements that I was saying about like overtime. You know, for example, Rad actually getting to the end of that map would have been like, oh yeah, more of the same against Crownfall, but they're able to hold on. A couple of mistakes from Rad there, I guess, with like touching the point on defense first and then actually getting off of the objective at the end of the map. But it is because like Crownfall are forcing some good mistakes. And I think that strat backline did relatively well. It's just, what do you do against Loki, Adam, really, when there was like 16, 17 resurrections on that defense? It was crazy.
It honestly felt like we were watching a Winter Soldier with the amount of times we were hearing again. It just was prefaced by Bourne this time, just from the amount of times they brought him back. And I love that you spotted that, Moxie, of just the positioning of Crazy Kitty, seeing that Vertigo was taken down on the high ground further into the map. So instead of trying to charge up the ramp and round the corner to try and
Deeper into subway tunnel.
Deeper into the subway, into the changing rooms down there. Absolutely magnificent positioning by Rad. Well-deserved place for them to find themselves right now, sitting at the top of the table with Vision and Virtus Pro, which they will have to play against. That is going to be some of their next week games, so they're not out of the woods yet.
I mean, that's going to be a great match, though, for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Like, Rada looking on absolute fire. They're also showcasing that they can play so many different compositions. Like, we got a little bit of that triple strategist line with the Ultron Mantis, which is probably a huge part on why Crownfall were adverse to trying to take us to Convergence. Not just about, you know, the comfort levels of areas like Midtown, but as we got to see, like, Rad, even with the generation, with the nerfs to the ultimates, still able to play the Loki, still able to play the Adam, and Mash and Crazy Kitty looking just as devastating on it as ever.
We've also got to bring up the fact that Ducky just had an absolute belter that game. 39-8 with 17 final hits, the most in the game. We're actually going to be interviewing Ducky in just a moment, so that will be absolutely perfect for us. But the fact is, we've been looking at people like Ducky and Lugia Goat from all the way back in stage 1 as like potential stars of the future. And right now they are the stars of the present, because these two together are just so terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, they're sort of used to like having top 4, top 3 finishes because they were on that Zero Tenacity team back in stage 1. And sure, I think like players like Canuton were like the most like notable, I suppose. He was just the poster child of that team and some of the strategies that they had, right? But like Ducky and Lugia really showing like strong Vanguard lines in a method that's very open with them, right? And I think the main thing is just like Crazy Kitty. Him and Layla's were like my 2 favorite players from EMEA last year. And I was like, I like watching a mechanically gifted player that's flexible, but I also love watching smart players. And we're seeing that just prove dividends for this team. He can play near enough anything that is required of them, and having that as your linchpin in the center of the squad just opens up a meta for ripe opportunities for Rad. And honestly, I think like Na'Vi, like Shikigami, some of these other teams, maybe even like Virtus Pro, like within their group, have to be a little bit scared of what Rad can do, because they are.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like...
Sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. I feel like Crazy Kitty, because you are on a roster with Tuzi, you get overlooked a lot of the time because Tuzi is like that really flashy player, right? Who's bringing in the eliminations. He's hitting those ultimates really, really quickly. But like Ryan highlighted, Crazy Kitty was just that very good presence on the side of Chopped, who was able to be flexible, but also come through with some really intelligent, smart plays and improve in such a rapid pace as well. He was, out of everyone in EMEA, in my personal opinion, the player who improved the most in the shortest amount of time. So we just get to see continuing to show that potential. He has not reached his peak still. Like, there is still a very long way that this team could potentially go, and I cannot wait to see where that journey will lead them.
I think one of the
keep
things...
it going for me here as we keep our loop of the glazing the entire team in one go here. We've covered the Vanguards, we've covered the Duelists here. Mash and Vertigo. Mash in particular, we've seen a little bit more of because they actually made it to those global finals. But this backline is so good together.
Yeah, I mean, they work together so incredibly well. Vertigo as well, being able to hold the line on Invis Woman, going head-to-head against a team who, when they're playing that defense, right, those Loki copies, they're going to be going on to Adam for the comic revival. That means that you have to make one invisible boundary. Do the maths here, it's pretty hard. Stretch to cover both Davi's and Ayano Koji's. So the fact that Vertigo was actually able to keep pace with what Crimefall was sustaining with, while also making sure that those invisible boundaries actually prevented meaningful damage coming through, goes to show that his ultimate usage was absolutely pixel perfect.
I think that's one thing just from Rad. Like, I know it's like we're moving away from like Crazy Kitty, but he played strategist, so I'm going to go back to him real quick. It is like the thing that made the thing that made his Ultron so good back in stage 2 was when those ultimates came in, because it was a fast ultimate you could build up, and it was so good at like, now we go. It's like what Raging Royal Flush sort of has taken over, just it is the go time button. And so when you have this like big ultimate nerf that's hit everybody, most notably the strategists, the fact that he still finds those timings is impressive, but also a hell of a lot more impactful now than it was a couple of months ago. And even when you've got Crownfall that were doing well, really working hard to keep up to all of these invisible boundaries that were used, how aggressive Dabi and Ayano Koji were trying to be, it said a lot that Rad were still the ones that were setting the pace, not only from Crazy Kitty or the strategists, from everybody. Ult cycling was amazing from this team.
Now let's swap it over while we wait for Ducky to jump on in with us just for a little bit. Back to Crownfall. They are teetering on the edge right now. It's mathematically possible, but they have to win every single game from now on and hope that the other games go in their favor, where some other teams are able to lose 3 or more games as well. Let's start with Ryan. What would you like to see different from Crownfall going into next week's games?
I think it's they put a lot of like focus on the Elsa, which, you know, a lot of teams did. Rad did today, for example, instead of seeing like stuff like the Gambit, Vanguard, Deadpool and stuff. Like, I would want to see like them maybe not look as uniform on the draft. So you don't want it to feel like every draft you're going for the same style. Rad showed it here today. I think they made a really good point of like, okay, yeah, we showed like what happens if you open the draft up to us. This was like, okay, we're limited. This is what we're going to show. If you're the next opponent for Rad, which is Reason, you've got to prepare for all of these different styles and try to guess what, if we get rid of this instead of that, what are the other ideas that they could come up with. For Crownfall, you don't want it to feel like, okay, yeah, they're just going to try and go for one-sided Elsa. This is what we're going to do. We're just going to match them with the drafts to begin with and get Elsa ourselves and just diff them on it, frankly, right? Because some of these players are a lot more like experienced and Elsa is a very good character. I think it is just kind of like that. If there's a chance that they don't make playoffs, experiment with the draft and see what you can get away with and where those other win conditions could be from your team, because it's a very talented squad. You just got to make it different to other teams around you.
I mean, you think that they should start looking at the start of these matches. I think they should really look at the end of them, because the overtimes. Like, we talked about it in Midtown itself. Like, it hits overtime. It's like old school Citadel when they saw a strange portal. Just deer in the headlights. It feels like maybe the target calling is like a little bit off. Maybe the ult reading isn't quite there, but they fall apart in the overtime situations.
But someone who did not fall apart is going to be Ducky, as they are ready for their interview. For starters, what an incredible run this team has had through MRC, coming into the Ignite preseason, and you sit at the top of the table with Vision and Virtus Pro undefeated. How are you feeling?
I feel really good about it. I don't know, like in officials, like it's just a completely different game to when I'm playing scrims. I don't know why, but in officials, like I just feel like a different person, different player. I think I just love it. I love it so much.
So you've obviously got a little bit of experience when it comes to Ignite level play. We've had a couple people say that the competition feels a little bit closer so far this season than it has to potentially last year. Do you agree with that?
To be honest, I would say there's like 5 teams that's at the top, or 6, which would be us, Shikigami, Heretics, Na'Vi, VP. Those are the teams I think are like close to each other, and then every other team is kind of like, they're like, okay, they have like a chance to stick out maybe and like make an upset, but it's just like, it's really going to be really hard for them, I think.
So, talk to us a little bit about how you get to play the Groot in comparison to the Dive and then to the Brawl, because what we saw with how you were playing Groot on Krakoa was wildly different to how you were playing it on Midtown.
I mean, it does really depend what you're playing against, and also like what you're playing for as a team. So on Midtown, we're obviously running like triple support and running like super high sustain on the defense at least. So I'm basically just playing really defensive with my walls. And then on Krakoa, we wasn't playing for sustain at all. We was kind of just playing to like make a turn. So as soon as I saw the wall views grab or something like that, like an important cooldown, I just basically yell at my team to run in behind me, and then we just like hopefully kill something. But, yeah, that's basically it.
Send it as fast as you can. There were a couple of moments on Midtown where you jumped off of a point right at the end of your attack and then off first. Like, there was so many walls from both sides. Like, what actually was like happening there? Was it just a mistake? Was it a good play from Crownfall that forced you off? Like, in the chaos from your POV as the Groot, what was going on?
I mean, for the defense on like literally as soon as they walked out of spawn doors, right? There's just so much pressure coming in, and like we knew we wasn't gonna be able to sustain it. So we didn't have a plan on where to kite at the time, which was bad. But then we all made the split decision cool to say play ambulance. We all ran through. We just played ambulance because we obviously not gonna be able to sustain that. And what you want to do with these like really high sustain comps is just get your ults, and you want to play for ults, and then you just keep rezzing and rezzing. Like the whole defense, there was like basically a res every fight, like 1 or 2 rezzes. It was crazy. The comms are really high energy because it has to be in those kind of situations. But yeah.
Coming off that high energy, I hope you are excited for next week's worth of games. So we're going to let you go and get ready for those, but we've already mentioned earlier, some of those are going to be against either Vision or Virtus Pro. Do you have any message for them?
No, not really. I don't know. Maybe ban Groot.
Let your gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll win.
All right, thank you for joining us, Ducky. We'll let you go celebrate with your team. Keep that high energy rolling and get warmed up for the games next week. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Another win in the books for Rad. They continue to move up to the top of the table. And like you said there, Ryan, they're just letting their gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing I would like have wanted to have asked Ducky, I think, was like him and Lugi have played on teams since Ecstatic and the Invitational. And like, I feel like just as a Vanguard duo, they are often a little bit overlooked. So it is like nice to see them shine again, especially because we haven't seen Ducky in Ignite since stage 1. I think he was a sub in stage 2. So
yeah,
like the fact that he's come back like a spring chicken and is absolutely routing teams in this group says a lot.
Team, we're going to be heading to a break, but I need you all in the chat to stick around because this next one could be huge in terms of implications for their group. It is going to be Shikigami versus Alter Esports. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Brightly shining on those memories, and yes.
We have been so excited for this game all day, and even on the previous days, looking at the schedules coming up ahead. This could decide higher placing in the groups. This could decide playoffs if something goes seriously wrong for these teams in the following week's games. This is going to be Shikigami, the first team to take a map off of Na'Vi in our preseason versus Alter Esports, one of our MRC teams that are just looking so strong right now. Starting with you, Ryan, who you got?
I mean, it's Shikigami. I think this is just a squad that are like consistently like impressing with how they've played in like MRC recently. They've got good tenure, and really the only like downside is that they played up against Na'Vi and really couldn't scare them all that much on some maps. But they certainly had some good ideas on others, like Central Park. So it's not just the fact that I think that the ceiling for Shikigami is higher than people might anticipate. It's that they're going to bring out some really kooky ideas. It's just whether or not they can bring them out of domination where Alter have some good results, or middling results actually, instead of not middling at all, terrible results, 0-2 on it. I thought it was good and then it was middling and it was bad.
Moxie, same question to you. Who are you looking at for this one? We're starting on Burden T'Challa, if that influences your decision.
I mean, Shikigami are obviously the clear favorites. It's Burden T'Challa, which means that I'm sure we're going to be seeing dive come through at certain points. You can also, if you really want to, on somewhere like Falls, run a Ultron triple strategist line that we did get to see Shikigami really put Na'Vi through the paces of on Central Park with yesterday. But I mean, the thing about Alter Esports, right, the reason why we're so excited for this matchup to actually start is the improvement that we got to see from Alter Esports. Comparing their first day to their second day, night and day in terms of difference. Like, they worked out their ban draft, they stopped looking at solely using Rogue in the ban draft as well. Even if they were going up against like the Vanguard Deadpool, it struggled. And lo and behold, day 2, what's one of their just instant ban paths? Vanguard Deadpool, which I'm sure is going to follow suit today.
Alter's improvement story should be studied. Coming in with this new roster through the MRC system with some experienced players from all the way back in Season 0, making their way up here to qualify through the Marvel Rivals Championship system, and now to find themselves in Ignite Preseason against one of the teams that is expected to do the best. They should be kept an eye on, and like Moxie said, the adjustments in their draft have been fantastic to see. We were hoping for it since day 1, and we are loving it. But Burden T'Challa, let's start with Ryan. What do you think we're looking at here?
Ooh, I mean, for the draft so far, it has been more of a look of like Shikigami not prioring the Elsa. They want to try and get the Gambit and the Daredevil if they can, but Alter Esports are not likely to let that happen. It's also interesting that both these teams have played the same opponents so far, both of which were like Pulsar and then Na'Vi, just in a different order. It's just that Alter Esports dropped a map against Pulsar where Shikigami made pretty good work of it. And there it is, like the Gambit's not going to be allowed, so we'll see how Shikigami want to try and prio, whether they're going to match the protection of the Elsa.
I mean, yeah, Whoops on this Elsa has been an absolute demon. As Alter Esports, I'm sure they're going to be a little bit worried about Frost Mountain's hero pool at some point in this draft, given that it was Jabagoob on the Wolverine who actually gave them the most amount of grief. There goes Vanguard Deadpool's availability for Alter Esports. Shikigami now going to match the save slot with that Elsa. So both of these teams going to have access to the premier duelist of the current meta. Now we get that ban coming out onto Alter Esports side, and as predicted, Vanguard Deadpool. Something that still has to be addressed is Loki and Mantis, and it looks like Alter Esports and Shikigami are actually on that same train of thought, and away goes one of our strategists next too.
I think when you look at the first phase of the draft before these like Mantis bans come in, it's scary because you could still run like 2-2, triple strategist, triple Vanguard even as like a 3-1-2 setup. There's still like a lot of options still available, so the Mantis like as the equal ban that's used at the same time, pretty good idea. Shikigami actually do want to get Kaya on hand with Venom if it's needed, if they want to play something a bit more dive focused. For Alter Esports, there's plenty of opportunities that they can go for. I think it's more like where they want to put that protection. It went onto Rogue, as Tetra was mentioning on the desk, but Invisible Woman, Loki is also something that can happen to be whilst that Daredevil's being taken out. Is it going to be one-sided? It would be a really good one-sided character to have.
I mean, yeah, do you go for the Rogue since you don't have access to the Gambit? Like, Rogue's good, but she becomes great when she's run alongside that Gambit. And it looks like it's actually just going to be dive for dive coming through. So now does Shikigami remove the Jeff to have one-sided symbiotic shenanigans to have a stronger dive sustainability? And yes, they absolutely do. So not only are we going to have that for the Venom with that team up, we're also going to have these really speedy hits. But Alter Esports were able to take out the Daredevil, so Shikigami are actually going to firsthand scout the composition of Alter, as opposed to having Daredevil literally tell them, hey, they're coming around this wall, this corner, make sure that you're ready with your Jeff Speed bubbles, 3, 2, 1, go.
They're hovering over a composition that we actually saw from Shikigami on the other side on Central Park. Maybe, but I think it's so you've got one-sided Jeff, which is going to be handy for what Alter Esports want to try and do with the fast play. And Shikigami are going to have the Daredevil band out against them, which means that Frost Mountain isn't going to have access to that. He's going to potentially be on the Elsa. But if Alter Esports are actually... Are they going for this composition? Are they actually going to go for the Torch Ultron?
I mean, I'm not just looking at the Torch Ultron, I'm looking at Luna White Fox, because that Spirit Fox Accord team-up is actually really, really strong at stopping Venom from getting in and out. Like, Venom is a really good Vanguard because he can literally go in, soft dive, be there for half a second, be out, but with that new charm effect that the White Fox affords to the Lunar Snow with the team-up, his hand is forced a lot of the time to stay in far longer than he desires. So yeah, the torch actually drops, might be brought out on a map like Warrior Falls, but here, absolutely not. You're focusing on the Elsa instead.
Yeah, it's the Zootopia backline versus the newest team-up of Luna White Fox, and this is White Fox without the recent hotfix buffs too, so Hatro wanted to try to make it work and make it sing. Team Captain is going to go very low, but the God of Thunder is going to have another crack of lightning to survive this engagement. In fact, both the Vanguards are taking a boatload of damage on this front line, and Frost Mountain's found himself a really good angle to try to crossfire against the opening for Alter Esports. Everybody's been forced back. Shikigami take point 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. Alter Esports, they're making sure Shikigami can't come in, but at the same time, Shikigami are making sure no one can get out and onto point, which means Alter Esports lose control of the point first, and Shikigami can now afford to just keep Alter Esports stuck inside small room. Unless they try and walk forward, Shikigami are going to be sitting pretty, at least until Whoops breaks free. Manages to take out Isidore, now looks to put the pressure onto Kaya, trying to stall out this point control with Shikigami, and Nami's backline keeping him up all the while through.
And there's the Rage of Ultron that's going to allow Whoops to get that final pick onto Name, and now everybody's clearing up. 25% grabbed for Shikigami, and able to get a few more picks as Shikigami looking to try to set up. I don't know if they're going to change much of their composition. There's still some ultimates to be built up.
I mean, Alter Esports are on a really good composition now as well. Like, they're going to be able to scout out to see if Shikigami are going to start taking some flank routes, if they're going to look to split their team. And speaking about split, we do actually have a split. Isidore is trying to clear up this off angle, but he's intercepted by Team Captain. Looks like Shikigami still want to force that angle, though. They're sending 3 players, both the Angela, the Jeff, and the Psylocke, to clear Alter Esports so that Team Captain alone can't hold the position. The Angela breaks through, now gets to look for that backline and allow the rest of Shiki's team to walk forward.
They're hovering. They're seeing if they can force something out with just this pressure as the dive is going to go down just off the bottom of the screen from Kaya. Frost Mountain gets the pick off the back of it, and the God of Thunder is going to be used. Invisible Boundary in response from Lindstrom as it's in and out of this bunker, the silo. They're looking for this fight. Fate of Both Worlds going to be forced out from Alter at the same time. Shikigami still having lots in the back pocket, though. Dance of the Butterflies is going to cut through these triple strategists all the way back. Ultron trying to escape. Doesn't need the stairs, but Venom is going to steeply chase in behind him. Nice fight, and Alter Esports forced out a lot of ultimates in the end.
Yeah, EXO used that Fate of Both Worlds. I mean, granted, Monarch could potentially open up this fight with Rage of Ultron to get Alter Esports through these chokes, but Leola's on the Psylocke is going to make sure to communicate to the team, like, you don't have the Daredevil, you don't have the radar sense, you have to actually scout and then counter-rotate to meet. Does leave them vulnerable. Shiki tried to dive the backline when the rest of the team pushed forward with the Heaven's Retribution, but Alter Esports just baited their players and swung on the Angela instead. Isidore off of that Vanguard now comes back onto the Strange so that Shikigami can try and keep control of this point instead of allowing Alter Esports to freely flip it.
Trying to see if they can dodge this. It's Jeff ult coming out from Name, but he's trying to provide a little bit of a carpet for his teammates to go on and contest the point as the threat from Alter Esports is looming over at the Rage of Ultron, and the Meteor M slamming down onto Frost Mountain as Lindstrom is sent back packing too. So Shikigami getting a lot of these ultimates out again, but they don't necessarily have stuff banked up for this next engagement. In fact, maybe feeling like they wanted to go for a portal play as the Seedom moved over to the Strange.
I mean, Isidore was already on the Strange. They actually portaled back in on that engagement. So Shikigami now don't actually have the portal available for them. Alter Esports still do. We're getting towards the final fight territory, especially since the Kumiho Unleashed is going to be there for Hatro if Alter Esports want to try to brawl. But they might just save it to be able to react to Dance of the Butterflies coming through from Leolas. But the damage combined, Ryan, like Shikigami, they're one fight away from being able to take this round. They might just overlap all of their ultimates and look to sweep the team. Sin of going for those slower dive hits. Frost Mountain, though, on the Elsa just allows you to play for those eliminations almost out of nowhere. And Shikigami don't have to go for a dive. They just get to clear up the eliminations and get the point flip that way instead.
Oh, Team Captain has to go for the Strange. Yeah, you were just sort of building up like in overloading, and with ultimates it wasn't needed, it was just the picks. But there is at least a little bit of a window for Alter Esports to not leave too much time on the clock. But it is 99% now for Shikigami. A well-placed Apex Predator be able to pull off a couple more plays, and you're starting to see Alter Esports, the Shepherd's truck pulling him off of the objective in various directions. And an invisible boundary put on top means that if Alter Esports want to try and re-engage this, they have to. It's going to be a precarious area of this battle to happen. Alter Esports making it close on this first point, but Shikigami, Frost Mountain especially, an unorthodox duelist with the characters he plays, not necessarily melee focused, but looking really, really good on the Elsa.
I mean, Shikigami just honestly doing a really good split composition. Like, when you have to go for only a dive composition, it can fall a little bit short of expectation because, like, you looked at Alter Esports, how they played the rotation in the first part of those fights. Everyone bunkered up, everyone played to counter and react to the dive. But Shikigami on full dive, they also have Frost Mountain on the Elsa running the sideline. So the moment that that point starts to be unlocked, they have to go into the Elsa. Yep, they're stopping the dive, but they are leaving themselves vulnerable to the Elsa's damage coming on through. And we can start to see why teams go for these split ideas of compositions as opposed to putting all of the eggs into the basket of one thing.
I mean, there's so many baskets to put eggs into right now. It feels that there's not enough eggs for all of the baskets with all of the ideas. But for now, it feels like for Shikigami, it's building upon those things. For Alter Esports, you are looking to try to win up these matches. You've given yourself a good advantage for playoffs with the win over Pulsar yesterday. But Shikigami's a beatable opponent. It's just whether or not you can make this triple strategist work. Monarch is very close to building a Rage of Ultron, trying to use the high ground as much as they can.
I mean, they have to hold Fate of both worlds at the moment, trying to scout out where exactly Leolas is coming from. ZQ, by the way, swaps to the Captain America so that he can start taking away some of the healing resources of Shikigami's back line. Dance of the Butterflies healed on through with Fate of both worlds and then stopped just at the end of it. So Psylocke shut down. He still tries to come on through with the combination of Heaven's Retribution leading up into Nane, getting the eat onto multiple players, but Rage of Ultron puts the Jack short of the cliff, and Alter Esports will be able to pick up the first fight win and now establish their positions around the map to cut the dive off before Shikigami can set it up.
Leolas was interrupted in the ultimate too, so he's still slowly but surely building it up. Name was the one that dedicated that it's Jeff for the Rage of Ultron. Make sure that he can't get too much, and Wux finds himself too with an Apex Predator in hand.
Oh, Shikigami, like, how do you manage to control these spaces as well? Because, like, ZQ, he's got the freedom charge. He's going to be able to put way more pressure onto Name and Lindstrom. So no free healing Jeff this time around the way we saw in previous rounds. You can see that they were a lot more aware trying to work out where exactly that Captain America is going to be. As in the meantime, Kaya's doing the same on Alter Esports back line. Freedom charge comes on through, allowing Alter Esports presence back onto the point. But, I mean, Shikigami, no one's actually in range to run into. Everyone just pulls back.
It was a bit of a sort of hopscotch of a fight for Shikigami. It was just the dedication of the freedom charge. You got the God of Thunder too. Shikigami not really needed to overfight that one, but yeah, forced out into walkthrough positions. Still trying to build up these offensive capabilities as an Apex Predator is going to keep this reset. Whoops doesn't want to hold on to it too long, and they've pulled him all the way down to the ground, and the eliminations are just going to follow up. His Elsa has been looking incredible today, and Frost Mountain has the ultimate in tow on his side, as well as another Dance of Butterflies, but that's 66% made.
I mean, it's also Layla's having to get on top of Alter Esports, and Alter Esports having the opportunity to scout out the Psylocke, cut off the rotation, or just stack all of their players into that incoming damage. Though you do have to be aware, if you stack, Frost Mountain will be sending the Apex Predator as a separate dance partner for Alter Esports to have to deal with. Like, at this point, though, with the amount of point percentage that you have, you're happy losing this fight at the cost of Shikigami's whole ultimate economy.
And it's Alter Esports, the team that doesn't like to usually play. They have access to the Daredevil, but they don't play those melee characters. They prefer to play this sort of like almost like double hit scan mechanical shooting, and it works with the Ultron well. Dance to the Butterfly is going to try and leap in as a chance for Shikigami to get a hold of this point first. It's forced to fight back, so it has flipped at 99%, but there's not much of an opportunity outside of that. It seemed that the Alter Esports were quite happy to give up the space because they found themselves to counterattack on an overextended fire, and suddenly Shikigami are forced into a really difficult position to be in, and a Rage of Ultron is looking to just shut down on them. Torrential Rain is going to force out this invisible boundary, and Laelis has at least found himself another pick onto Monarch as that ultimate was coming through. Great shot in the air, and Frost Mountain finally getting a hold. Still has the Apex Predator, isn't going to use it as Alter Esports to force back.
Oh, that's Rage of Ultron used to force invisible boundary as well. Now, if he still gets Heaven's Retribution to pair alongside Nami's its Jeff, they don't have CC immunity to try and take the Jeff down before Nami can park off of the cliff with everyone from Alter Esports with them. So it's going to come down to trying to work out where exactly that Jeff is going to be coming from as Apex Predator clears up the choke, grabs everyone from Alter Esports out of position. No eliminations off of the back of it, but still the team dissuaded from being able to walk. Alter Esports, though, they've got more than enough time and point percentage to play around with. Shiki still have to get half of this point's full possession before they can finish out the round, which means Alter Esports, they're going to bank up ultimates and they're going to bruise on forward when Shikigami can't stand up to the sheer amount of power.
Fate of both worlds is going to be the go button on Alter Esports, as well as another Apex Predator that's grabbed held of Kaya. He's been pulled off of the point, but it's Jeff is able to actually keep him up as a symbiotic resilience piece to the Abyss is going to be used to keep him alive. They do lose to Jeff in the process, though. Isidore didn't go in with the Heaven's Retribution, wasn't able to combine it. It felt like a bit of a panic button after Kaya got caught out from the Glortrox. Freedom Charge in hand for Ziku. Doesn't really need to use it. There's the Heaven's Retribution he pulled in, but the Freedom Charge is going to be used as a response. Monarch is so close to having another Rage of Ultron, which could be used to help his team and get Shikigami back onto a third point of this map. Whoops is trying to clear up whoever's left. They're able to clip the wings of Angela. Layla's trying to escape. He's not going to get very far. He's going to get off of the point. And we do go to a third point on Benim T'Challa.
Oh, Alter Esports keeping it close. Imperial Institute of Science is where we're headed to next. And I mean, like, Whoops on the Elsa has been looking on absolute fire. We built him up as a player that we got to see really improve and evolve, taken into our notice by Marvel Rivals Championship in that previous season. And I think, like, that's given him a real advantage because he got the opportunity coming through from MLC for Elsa to not be eternally stuck in ban prison and actually get to go head to head. So he's really experienced being able to win out those Elsa matchups.
And Shikigami, it's an awkward composition, I think, because Frost Mountain can, like, play stuff like the Dead. Laylis is flexible enough to be on stuff like the Psylocke, Jean Grey, Elsa. Frost Mountain may be on something like the Daredevil, but that's not allowed to him. Alter Esports have access. They don't need it. This composition is going to work, and even if there was access to that Daredevil, you've got so many flyers and divers at you in Alter Esports. It's Monarch that you really have to try and shut down. Now, May's still over on the Jeff. It's one-sided. They want to make advantage of it as much as they possibly can, but there haven't been those clear-cut moments.
I mean, Shikigami are very close to a lot of ultimates. Alter Esports, the closest one for them is Rage of Ultron, but that's not a fight-winning ultimate. It is for first-round domination when your opponents don't have their ultimate economy in hand. But Shikigami can start off by taking first turn, potentially going aggressive with something like an invisible boundary, but it looks like Lindstrom's actually going to hold it to try to react to Monarchs instead. It's a static ultimate, so there are no surprises. They're playing on the point itself, forcing Alter Esports into having to brawl so they can get the upper hand with the invisible boundary, slowing things down.
They wanted to see if they could force Alter Esports to try and contest them or open up the space a little bit for this dance with the butterflies. It doesn't get an elimination, but it does force out the Rage of Ultron. Everybody was grouped up. Laylis is low, so it's going to be an effective 5 versus 6 in favor of Alter Esports as they wait for their Psylocke to get back up to speed. Now they're trying to go offensive with the plays in from Alter Esports, but now May is found team captain on the other side. Invisible Boundary was dedicated from Lindstrom. There's the dive for Kaya. Overextended a couple of times, but with the Feast of the Abyss in hand, he does have something to hold back onto. Alter Esports forced to reset. Shikigami take this third point first.
Yeah, I mean, great down to the butterflies to open up the fight. Force Rage of Ultron. Lindstrom then gets to use Invisible Boundary aggressively when Team Captain tries to dive and pressure out, disrupting that backline of both the Invisible Woman and the Jeff, which is allowing Kaya and Easter so much freedom. Speaking about freedom, oh my goodness. Leolaz, yeah, finds a huge pick onto Hatro, so no strategist, no potential Kumiho unleashed in this next engagement, as potentially they're just looking to do more of the same, and it's forcing Ultra Esports to look at the amount of map space they have to give up to make sure that they can actually guard Hatro's walk with the team, because if you burn Sanctuary as a teleport here, that leaves your White Fox far too vulnerable when the actual dive hits.
Now, how they want to go for the offensive, Leolaz has to be very careful of this anti-dive Team Captain that wants to make sure that the backline is under so much more stress. Kaya is going to use the Feast of the Abyss to actually force out the fate of both worlds on the other side. And now just waiting to sort of regroup. It's already 3 quarters on this point. Ultra Esports now using the God of Thunder and the Apex Predator together, buying themselves 3 picks, and Frostmountain's going to use it on the other side. It's going to silence Ultra Esports for a second, but all of the eliminations go their way. Really good combination between Whoops and Team Captain to get that to work, but it's 87% Moxie.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't have all that many ultimates as well to tide you over. Shikigami, like, Leolaz is just already all the way behind. This is Psylocke, so can put a lot of pressure on things like the Ultron. Should be able to grab a health pack. Unseen. Oh, has found Hatro. Is looking for the lineup just to be able to put the pressure on the backline and potentially find a full assassination. But I mean, the amount of damage that you're doing in terms of forcing the attention to turn towards where the solo could be. Free Shikigami up. Ultra Esports, though, they're able to peel off of it. Feast of the Abyss comes on through from Z-Cube. Nama using its Jeff, trying to provide sustainability, but you've already lost Lindstrom. So this fight for Shikigami is probably already done. Do they decide to fight it out? Because it's risky if they do. They're giving up a lot of point percentage potentially, and it looks like they're just looking to pull back and regroup instead.
Yeah, they're ready to get out. 2 of the 3 strategists do have the ultimates. Rage of Ultron and Kumiho ready to work if there is more of that dive to come through from Shikigami. It's whether Leolaz can get into position. He does have the Dance of the Butterflies. And Frost Mountain sort of in the neutral just sort of gets caught out. He was on the objective, whether he's sort of CC'd and pulled away. It's hard to gauge, but the Invisible Boundary is forced out really shy of the point over from Lindstrom. Heaven's Retribution now going to go in. This feels like if this fight goes badly, Moxie, this could be a disaster for Shikigami.
Yeah, here's the brawl as well with the Kumiho form coming out from Hatro. Into Leolaz, though, at the tail end of it, quite literally with the Dance of the Butterflies cutting through once the Kumiho is back into White Fox's normal form. Ultra Esports triple strategist, everyone lined up, though, in front of Exo for those claps to really make matters hurt. Shikigami also have not been able to find the flip, so it's panic stations right now, Ryan. Leolaz is coming back on the Strange to pull the team back.
Yeah, this is messy now as they're now trying to see if they can just get people on the objective. It's Jeff is almost ready, as is an Apex Predator, but you want to make sure that you're clinical with this. You don't want to throw it out and get absolutely nothing. The Glortrox is run from distance, though, so it doesn't really connect and go through anything. The portal is going to be used on both sides, but it's still in the hands of Ultra Esports. There it is on the other side from Whoops, but Whoops is taken out cleanly. He's able to get a pick onto Kaya, though, before Lindstrom is able to take him off. And Name grabbing people is forced out from Team Captain, who this far has been an utter bouncer for this team to give Ultra Esports a chance to fight back into this one. They have to clear Frost Mountain now. He's trying to use these shields from the Invisible Woman to try and survive. And Leolaz here on the Strange. The portal back is not just what he can offer. He's found himself lovely picks in the end as the point is flipped. Ultra Esports run out of steam, and right at the depth, Moxie Shikigami take it.
Frost Mountain in that overtime fight was a one-man army. He dispensed Monarch through the Rage of Ultron self-healing. And just base damage alone with Elsa. Stacking the shifts, getting the bullets home. Oh, like, that's so unfortunate as well, because, like, if you look at what Ulta had access to, if they'd been able to get back into that fight, they would have had Fate of both worlds. They would have been able to out-sustain Shikigami, use both the amplification of damage as well as the heal tick to turn the fight. And Shikigami had already burned the Strange TP. Like, it came down to an absolute wire. And Frost Mountain deserves that MVP because he carried the team home in that final overtime spot.
36,000 damage, and whilst it was like Whoops in the elimination feed a little bit more with these final hits, it's just that Frost Mountain had a lot more damage that he needed to put out because of this triple strategist. You gotta say though, I think for like Ultra Esports, like the idea of the composition for one, Team Captain on the 4 had a lot of impact, I think a lot of it was to do with just like that one-sided Jeff right at the end of the draft. Just taking some of the strength out of Z-Cube. Kaya struggled in some of those moments, but I think Name shut up a lot on the Jeff and the backline, is holding its own against tough opponents, despite Exo only going down 3 times.
I mean, now the problem for Ultra Esports is where do you take Shikigami? Because, like, obviously they proved they were comfortable with the Ultron composition, but we've also seen Shikigami run that Ultron composition. So do you go to Convergence and both get to play the triple strategist Ultron Flyer composition, or do you try to swerve that problem entirely and go to Convoy instead?
Difficult question when you do know the Shikigami do have these interesting strategies on Convergence. This series is already showing up exactly how we hoped it would, going right until the limit between these two teams, right until overtime between these two teams. I am so excited, but Alter, do you gamble on that Convergence or do you play it safe and head over to Convoy? We're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we'll be finding out as we continue with Shikigami versus Alter.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Convergence was a little too scary for Alter. They've decided to try and adjust by moving over to one of the maps that a lot of teams have been picking against some of these dive team compositions. They're sending us to Midtown Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about in the previous series, if you're going up against a team that's liking to run dive, don't take them to Spider Islands or Yggdrasil Path. Like, Midtown is your one-stop best destination possible to avoid the convergence and the problems of both the Mantis and the Ultron there within. I say the Mantis and the Ultron, but we do have to talk about the elephant in the room that is triple strategist still occurring in EMEA and having levels of success that, I'm just gonna say it now, America is not seeing the same results of.
I mean, as a number one pro builder fan, I'll have you know that the
True,
Adam
actually, yeah, the Adam yesterday on Araka was really good. I will give him that.
He can make it work. But yeah, you're right. I think for like choices for Alter Esports, like the one choice that they did have against Navi that didn't work was the Museum of Contemplation, very dive centric, as Moxie mentioned, and it was Jalia up against Pulsar yesterday, which, yeah, you know that the other team can run Ultron. You know that they can even pull out stuff like the Torch. If that composition translates over well to Jalia, which off the top of my head, it seems like it would do naturally. It seems like, yeah, you don't want to take them there either. Midtown is going to force something a little bit different, but it doesn't seem like it's out of the scope of Shikigami. They're a team that are experienced that this is probably the most played map in EMEA outside of the Dominations.
They've got some flexibility here. They've had a lot of experience, but a lot of that experience was in previous Ignites, especially during the bunker meta, where Frost Mountain made a name for themselves by being someone who could flex onto Storm in order to set up for those spawn breaks. So we'll see if that's the direction they want to take us this time. But we're going to be heading on in, so that's enough from me. Take it away, you two, as we head into map number 2 of Shikigami versus Alter Esports.
Music's always so tense on this map, and then you have the like opera singer coming in screaming, and it's just the console levels do go up. I think just off of like the draft alone, but it's more of the same, right? It's looking like we're going to run into another Elsa versus Elsa.
I mean, yeah, it is looking very much like it, as Alter Esports get the opportunity to save the Elsa, which means that Shikigami is likely going to follow up that save with a ban onto Vanguard Deadpool, given that Monarch is on the opposing end. Oh, wait. Do we remove the Loki? Has Loki actually been deemed a higher threat now that we're on Convoy and things like the Triple Strategist line, plus the Adam Warlock is a very scary threat to walk into on this map type indeed?
Is it going to be mirrored from Alter Esports? Because they might be like, yeah, good point. Certainly you don't want to give a one-sided Loki over, but they might actually try and take out another strategist that is happy to have two others around them. Now they're sticking to their guns. Deadpool Vanguard has been banned out quite a lot in comparison to the last couple of days, but maybe here they take out the Lokis and then the Deadpool Vanguard, so it kind of cancels each other out. Who's to say?
Oh, Shikigami is just going for the strategist line. I fear, Alter Esports, what are you going to be left with? There goes the Gambit, there goes the Loki, there goes the Invisible Woman. I mean, this feels like Shikigami's kind of like trying to force Alter Esports onto having to play a triple strategist line simply because they only have just like very spare pieces left in terms of slow heals, as it looks like Shikigami, actually seeing that it was a Mantis ban over the Loki, are going to go for a Loki save before Alter Esports can target it out, meaning that, yep, Loki Adam still going to very much be a problem. As what is this last ban going to be? We're bringing Tetcher back in so that he can join the discussion too, because going for the Mantis on the side of Alter Esports over the potential Loki against Shikigami, that's an interesting one, right?
It very much is. Just to update people, we have a quick pause. We have a team captain is suffering from a little bit of Scottish weather right now, so we'll hopefully be able to get back in very shortly. But yeah, the Mantis being taken out, we talked about just how much success we are getting from Triple Strategist, and Mantis seems to be one of these big empowerers. But Ultron has been something that has been adjusting that as well. Adam is something on this map where you get big revive compositions when Loki is in play, which it was protected by Shikigami. It's interesting to see it taken out so early here.
Yeah, one of the things I think about it is too, like with banning out just strategists a lot, like the strategy was used against like Virtus Pro and stuff in the early stages, stage 1. Whilst this draft system has stayed the same, there's more strategists added into the game. So actually taking out and just leaving like a couple of rough ones is less possible now than it was a year ago. But also, a lot of the strategists generally are closer to each other in like scope of strength. Doesn't feel like there's somebody that's like really, really bad. I think all of them, barring maybe a couple of like seen action at the very least.
I will say going for the Mantis instead of the Loki ban, if like you taken out the Loki, that does depower Mantis a little bit in terms of the Loki Mantis composition. What that says to me for a ban line is that you're more concerned about Mantis Ultron for the side of Shikigami. So they, I think, want to avoid that problem and potentially field it themselves, as they do get one more save slot before Shikigami can go for a ban. So maybe it's going to be onto a Mantis. They've obviously lost the ability to go for that Loki, but that could then force Shikigami's hand into having to ban out the Ultron instead.
Not only that, but you might be controlling what other strategists your opponents pick at the backline if they're forced onto a double strategist. If you leave the Loki open, suddenly someone like, for example, a Jeff or a Rocket could become a little bit less viable because they're not people you see teamed up with Loki in at least double strategist compositions as often. But I do agree, though, that it's still so risky. Loki worked very well with Mantis, so it could have been taken away to weaken that composition. He empowers double res comps. He's still really strong against Elsa's and Gladrock's compositions, because if he gets carried with even one of his clones, a Regent Domain is a great way to try and make sure you survive at the other end. It's a risky situation to put yourself in for the sake of trying to remove Mantis. Like you say, Ultron might be what they're scared of because Shikigami have shown it, but that was on Convergence.
One thing I'm looking at in the draft, I mean, again, it's sort of paused at this like awkward point, but they were hovering over a final ban of Wolverine, which, yeah, for Frost Mountain, it's a very good Wolverine. It's also a pretty good route map, I think, too. So if we do want to see that in play, I just don't think we've seen an awful lot of it from Alter Esports, as far as I know. But, I mean, because it's the first time that they've played Midtown, it's the first time that Shikigami have played Midtown as well this year. So there's like other maps that they focused on. It still means that Daredevil is open for Frost Mountain, but I do feel like if Alter Esports still commit to the composition that they're running, there's only so much that Daredevil can do when everybody is just up there.
Well, they proved that they were better and more equipped at dealing with the Daredevil as opposed to the Wolverine. And I feel like if you're Alter Esports, if you wanted to just avoid the Wolverine problems entirely, you go to a Convergence map like Holla Tishalia, but that opens up the whole problematic bag of, hey, Mantis Ultron compositions, which they're obviously trying to avoid with that earlier Mantis ban. So going to a Convoy map, which, as we talked about, worse for dive compositions, but stronger for Wolverine, does kind of force their hands if they're still not able to deal with the Wolverine, especially since Shikigami went for an earlier ban against the Invisible Woman, because like one of your best defenses against Wolverine early grabs is getting the counter pull with force physics. Denying one of those resources would put the Vanguard at a much higher vulnerable position. So I think that hover on the Wolverine is likely actually going to be locked. It's probably a debate going through on the team's end right now about if it actually is so problematic that it's worth it, because if they let it through, it could absolutely be the reason that they lose this map.
Players seem to be readying up, so hopefully we'll be able to get you all back into the game very shortly. I've been very much enjoying watching these from my host spot, just letting you two cover this
nice,
and watching through the draft. It's a fun opportunity. But with the Wolverine being a potential removal here, once again, you've already mentioned the potential a little bit of anti-dive and also just being able to isolate people. We've seen a little bit of Hulk creeping in from some teams as well to combo with that, to maybe try and isolate people, especially if there's an Angela out and about to, you know, just catch them, just get them out of the sky is always good and could also help deal with stuff like an Ultron. We'll have to see if that's the direction that they want to head on in as we await for the next start.
I mean, what's your save? If you're Alter Esports would be my question, because, like, if you're going for a ban on the Wolverine and you're going for a ban on the Mantis, maybe you go for Mantis yourself, which, like I said, could potentially force an Ultron, and then, like, even if, you don't get Mantis Ultron, at least you get something else potentially through to build your composition around. Well, we'll get to find out as Tetcha fades away, and you know what? We trade a Tetcha for a Wolverine ban. There it is. It does actually get locked into that Manta save. Now, do Shikigami react with an Ultron ban, or do they see a different path in front of them? Or
I mean, that would be a good one. I think he often gets surrounded by the draft. You want to try and connect off of him, but like Adam himself is going to be taken out in this draft, which seems like the obvious approach when it comes to triple strategists, but like I said, a lot of the backline is hit on the side of Alter Esports, so it's a tough time for Exo and Hatro to be comfortable. Never mind, like, just if you wanted to run triple strategist, just running two is going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, Mantis fits perfectly both with the Adam as well as that Ultron, and taking the Adam out of the play is going to hit Alter when it comes to being able to stall out on first checkpoint, allowing Shikigami... Yeah, allowing
Right.
Shikigami a very good potential for just full holding, or even if they don't complete the full hold, like you're going to burn so much of the time bank that one successful fight on second is going to send Alta Esports into absolute panic mode.
Yeah, you've got a tough old game now for Alta Esports as its 4 strategists banned out of 4 and more. Shikigami taking up some of those key pieces, but there's adjustments as and when needed on this defense. Interesting like Vanguard line that you have got the Angela and the group sort of high and low approach, but the triple strategist with their own Adam is going to be very useful on this defense.
Ooh, Alter Esports, what are we thinking about doing? Are we actually going to make a play for this Daredevil to flank and try and take some of the spaces away from Shikigami, which will have a hard time getting through both the sustainability of the triple strat line, but also the presence of Kaya being able to guard his strategist line? No, it looks like they're actually going to put Monarch back onto this Mantis and play for the damage boost onto Whoops to be able to win out the neutral and just have so much incoming damage that it punches through the sustainability before Shikigami hit the ult cycles.
You got a one-sided Deadpool as well for ZQ. We haven't seen too much of it today, but Kaya finds that first pick onto team captain. Point is held by the defenders as they've managed to find a flank onto Whoops and taking him out, so Alta been stalled out quite a lot. Monarch immediately switching away from the Mantis to go for Punisher to just give them something to try to cut through what Shikigami's defense is offering.
Yeah, mostly the Groot Walls, right? Mostly the Groot Walls, and also having final judgments that Shikigami have to actually think about if Lindstrom copies Name or Frost Mountain. Z-Cube was able to keep themselves safe, having built up the first ban hammer, which is likely going to force Shikigami to have to react with something like a regeneration domain early, or potentially forcing out that Soul Bond. They get one of them, but not the second. Soul Bond is still going to be in play for Shikigami's side, and Team Captain is traded for the Groot's presence, but Lindstrom will instantly bring Eastal back into the fold with the Comic Revival. That will also apply to Kaya as well.
Lindstrom's gone for the copy of the Camera Revival as Frost Mountain's building it up. You have also got an Apex Predator available for Laylas. Bear in mind that Shikigami do have access to the Invisible Woman themselves. It's one-sided for them as Alter Esports are struggling with the Jeff Luna backline, which we don't see an awful lot of, I don't think, in comparison to some of the others. But Shikigami sitting comfortable. It's only been 67 meters that have gone so far. I'm not going to make the obvious joke, but it is a lovely pick onto Kaya. Actually, it's managed to carve through Z-Cube, slalomed his way through the streets of Midtown to find that elimination. And now a bit of a flip of the spawns as the defenders have been sort of shoved back onto this left-hand side. But look at the coordination of how well Shikigami went in for this like counter dive on the opposite of divey maps.
I mean, Lindstrom just gets to keep the team safe through Final Judgment with literally the cheapest thing possible, Regeneration Domain. A cooldown for an ultimate is a trade you make every day of the week, and it allows Name to hold the Eternal Bond for once the Punisher is taken down, pushing Shikigami into Alta Esports aggressively. So Frost Mountain has been able to keep a hold of Comic Revival. Lindstrom will have a second if Shikigami start losing that fight. We're looking at a potential full hold in terms of time bank. Isidore comes on for the Strangling Prison, and Alta Esports, even through the fate of both worlds, are able to get cut down with that Terror Cape from Name, applying the vulnerability and dropping everyone from the team.
I mean, that's another aspect of play that Angela's very good at. In the time since like last season in this one, we have seen Angela buffs to the like Axis Vicor. Like the cleave is very strong if she can land on the ground and take those engagements. Having a group force it is very nice in the end, but Alter Esports 1 minute left and they've really not made enough space on their map choice. They have gone back over towards the Mantis, but it is still in their 2-2-2 setup as Monica switched again for that Psylocke. See if there's more of a dive. They can't really find many of the picks or eliminations, and even if they do, they have got a counter revival and potentially a copy to go through. You can see just how far Frost Mountain is sat back in this engagement, and he really isn't under enough pressure. In fact, he's going to be the pressure. He finds the pick onto Whoops as there's only 30 seconds left.
Well, he might have to use the Comic Revival. Lindstrom goes for the copy onto Name with the Eternal Bond so Shikigami can get aggressive and walk into Alta Esports. And actually, they're going to keep Name down for the count, allowing Frost Mountain to hold Comic Revival to have in the overtime fight when no one from Alta Esports can separate off the fight and go prevent the Adam. Monarch's actually moved on to the Psylocke as well, just trying to play for a little bit more map monopoly, but they have to walk into the Heaven's Retribution. Hatra with the It's Jeff can save the team by going for that E, carrying them outside of the tether, and it looks like Alter Esports have been able to untangle themselves, but they still are not out of the woods just yet. Karmic Revival is the name of the game for Shikigami right now, if they even need it, because Eastor just catches every player in the backline with that strangling prison. Leolas opens up main route with the Apex Predator, and Alter Esports haven't found the eliminations to even force Frost Mountain. This is just flash, unnecessary style points coming out from Frost Mountains, and to make sure that Shikigami finished the map in style.
And it was whoops, 97% away from having the Apex Predator 2. Alter Esports pretty much held at the brink, full held from Shikigami. And I have to sort of look at this of just like that ban line, especially against Alter Esports, is brutal on any map. Never mind this one.
Yeah, I mean, no Adam. No Adam, no Loki. What do you try and stabilize your defense around? You've got the Mantis. You've got the Ultron, which evidently they wanted to make a play for since they're hovering it currently, but like, there's no way you can run Mantis Ultron 2-2-2. This is going to be such a glass cannon. If they start losing these fights, they're going to start losing them hard.
It's also just like that second protect is later on in the draft too. Alter Esports chose to attack first, which means that they would be Team B, which means that Shikigami had the chance to sort of ban out a lot before Alter Esports could protect anything else other than the Elsa. So it was really clever from Shikigami to read that.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Exo is actually going to go to Luna. So yeah, Alter Esports won't be fielding just the Mantis Ultron, which I mean, in the face of Storm's damage boost, yeah, that would fold in about 2 seconds. Like, Alter Esports, they have to do this perfectly. Team Captain has to be able to go in, disrupt, soft dive, stall out Shikigami without getting counter-spit by Kaya. Like, he's looking for it. He's on it, but like, Alter Esports, every part of these engagements have to go perfectly. If one falls prematurely to Frost Mountain or Leilas gets into the backline and starts taking down these strategists, this is map, this is game.
The Frost Mountain hovering over the Storm as well that he has picked on this map, but without that combination with Jeff Nado, it's going to be pretty unlikely to see it in action, at least here. So far, Shikigami don't need to go too far. They've already made it halfway, and they still have 3.5 minutes to work off of. But you can see that Alter Esports just actually want to play quite a high line, use this high ground to try to pull the attention away. There's not really a chance of verticality on this composition, and it's trying to keep away from Leolas that is hoppering and peppering his way through the backline. This is a very deep dive from Team Captain that has been completely punished and pulled apart. Lindstrom force physics him up the stairs. He gets isolated. That's a big loss.
Oh, Z-Cube comes through with the ban hammer. Shikigami don't have Loki in this play to be able to drop the regeneration domain and mitigate all of that tick damage. So they do actually lose Leolas. But I mean, Kaya is still on the field, takes out Z-Cube. Alter Esports forced to give up yet more space. And Shikigami will just hungrily absorb that map monopoly, making sure to clear out the dive from Team Captain yet again when he shows up. The intent might be for the soft dive, but the Andrew is making his life an absolute nightmare.
You got Rage of Ultron now for Hack Throw. It has to be used the invisible boundary. It's going to be placed on top of it. An Apex Predator is a counter to try and pull through, but all of the players that were grabbed by the Glortrox have been pulled back into the invisible boundary. The Rage of Ultron isn't going to provide enough as they've lost Team Captain again. It really isn't a chance for anybody to touch. There was 4 players alive, but Shikigami do it at speed, do it at pace. A great week for them. 2-1 in their groups. Alter Esports, it's a 1-2 finish on this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, just really good macro coming through from Shikigami in those fights, like understanding, okay, we'll give them high ground verticality, like we're just going to push cart. They're going to have to send the Venom into soft dive or disruption dive us. We've got the Angela. We can just play the moment Team Captain shows up to look for those assassin spears, push him out of position, allow Shikigami to shred through that Venom's health bar. And the moment Alter Esports lose that cushion to buy themselves some form of space away from the attention of things like the Elsa and the Psylocke, they just have to run away. Like, they had to play for sustainability. They had to play to build up some of those ultimates and push back against Alter Esports, or maybe find a pick with whoops on the Elsa, but none of it occurs because they just have little space to work with.
We were expecting that this series would provide a little bit more of a closer competition because Alter Esports looking better against Pulsar yesterday wasn't the case. Shikigami just scoffed at the idea that like Alter Esports could compete against them, and it's a statement I suppose to make at the end of this, right? You take good care of Pulsar, you lose to Na'Vi, but you take a map, and here against a playoff contender for sure with Alter Esports, you'd say that they're very likely to be that 4th and final team to make it alongside the others. You just absolutely dismantled.
An incredible performance from Shikigami, like Ryan said. They continue to improve as we see them. Ulta put up a solid fight in map number 1, but map number 2, that was just Shikigami on, once again, Ulta Esports map choice. They chose the side. They had basically everything in their favor. Moxie, what went wrong?
Loki Adam, like letting the Loki Adam through, having no way to force the reses early as well, and then just like when you were on your own defense, you had like 2 win conditions. Elsa starts to find eliminations out of nowhere and you're able to sweep the fight, or you get to have things like that triple strategist sustainability, but Shikigami went for things that punish it. Like Elsa does so much damage so quickly, it punches through the slow heal tick of things like the Mantis and the Ultron drones, and you're relying on your Venom to just give you a bubble of safety to work with. Shikigami were like, okay, we'll do a plan in 2 steps. We'll deal with your Venom first, and then we'll deal with the rest of your team.
Yeah. I think this was good for Shikigami to go for that like second ban onto Loki as well. Like it wasn't a Deadpool Vanguard, they let that through for Ultra Esports, but it was just how they really read this early, like, yeah, just get rid of the Loki and we can whittle away. A team getting one-sided Loki, Invisible Woman, and Adam is egregious. But it's just because we haven't seen teams actually go and take out Adam so far this stage, even though a lot of the play is still around him. Now we're actually seeing teams be like, he is that much of a problem that we can take it out right at the end, whilst you can see that Ultra Esports' ideas, like they have multiple compositions and then it gets whittled down over time, and then there's just one left, and then the Adam gets banned out, you don't have anything left. There was no composition at Ultra Esports felt that they could run at that point. They were just running on fumes, and Shikigami had a good hold because of it.
Those Adam compositions, they do keep sneaking in every now and again. We were so worried when a lot of people were so worried when this patch came out that Adam might just be doomed, just because that ult charge already takes so long that being able to get it up is such an issue. But combine it with Loki, who charges up a little bit quicker, and the fact that Adam does have Soul Bond, which is such a significant ability in those big team fights anyway, while now having the mobility to reposition, to escape from main engages, and actually make sure that they don't get blown up and lose that cocoon early, he's still seeing play. We're still seeing him be made work, and now actually catching bans out here. Adam going from maybe doomed to actually seeing play and bans in some of these games. Quite the glow up for the perfect man.
I mean, I will say, though, that Loki was a huge part for Shikigami, at least in this instance. Because, like, yeah, they went for the Loki save, and that means if you let Ultra Esports gain access to Vanguard Deadpool and they get first use of Banhammer, like, Banhammer is so effective on maps like Domination or these, like, attacking sides, because you can just put it on a strategist before they have an ultimate to be able to heal through it, which should guarantee an elimination. Loki sidesteps that with Regeneration Domain. Like, I'm gonna keep saying it until it gets nerfed. Regeneration Domain as a cooldown has the same amount of power to it as an ultimate. So the fact that yes, Banhammer is built up, your Loki gets hit by it, or whoever on your team gets hit by it, you just drop Regeneration Domain and you're free and laughing.
So impactful being able to have not just that huge amount of healing that it does offer, but the invulnerability that it offers. There are very few abilities that give full invulnerability in the game.
Yep.
One of them is White Fox, and one of them is a Loki with Regen Domain. So seeing that come in is such a huge deal at being able to keep your team alive. We've already mentioned how well it can work into Elsa. Speaking of which, a very low elimination game, but still yet another showing of just how impactful Frost Mountain has been on this Elsa. It's allowing Leolas to flex onto different stuff like the Ultron, like the Psylocke, as we've seen throughout the last couple of days. But Frost Mountain has just been cleaning up on Elsa Bloodstone, and we will be interviewing them in but a moment. But right now, we're starting to get into the weeds again of who is really starting to stand out on Elsa, as we've seen play in almost every game, and we're getting a very long list of absolutely goated Elsa players, including Whoops on Ulta here.
I think I was going to say about like Whoops on the Elsa too, because it's like when you prioritize it so much in the draft and you're looking to run triple strategist, you know what your duelist is going to be, and that's pretty much like you're locked onto it. For example, if you know that you're going up against like a Groot and a Loki on the other side, something like a Jean Grey Phoenix would have gone really hard. You would have got a lot of value out of it, but because you're playing one duelist, it has to be Elsa. You're never going to go, we're not going to play Elsa and play Jean Grey instead. That just feels like a complete like waste of that opportunity. So there are some teams that kind of like shoehorn themselves into that, and then some of these options that you could have on the duelist role get completely omitted because you want to try and run triple strategist on stuff like the attack or defensive maps like this. So Shikigami, again, played it really well to just limit the options for alter esports. If you want Elsa, you can have them, but you know that you're not going off of it, right? You can't change depending on what situation we throw in front of you. You have to deal with it.
And Moxie, the battle at the top of the table continues as Shikigami now are 2-1. They're part of 3 teams with 2 points in this group, joining once again Heretics and Na'Vi, although Na'Vi could change that at the end of today. But they're still in with that competition, which means that the Heretics Na'Vi game and of course the Shikigami Heretics game coming up next week are going to be just that more impactful.
Oh, they're going to be so good. Like, they're going to be easily the best matches that we have in the EMEA group stages. Like, I cannot wait to get to see the compositions that they've been cooking up for those.
Cooking indeed. Speaking of cooking, we've got a little bit of a callback representative in terms of cooking with Kaya, as we have finally Frost Mountain coming on in to join us for the interview. And Frost, another incredible win for Shikigami, taking out Ulta. There are a lot of people who were wondering where you two would place in the group, but after that second map, you feel like you've shut down those people who were maybe doubters?
I mean, yeah, the first map, they kind of surprised us, honestly. Like, the Luna White Fox Ultron, genuinely, like, it did surprise us. We kind of expected it, but we thought they were going to go for, like, more of a DD Elsa comp, but we made it work. I think I missed every Elsa ult, though. It was bad.
So
yeah.
we're talking about... Sorry, go ahead, Moxie.
Were you expecting the ban line on Midtown to be what it ended up being? Because, like, getting to see your team walk away with the Adam, the Loki, the Elsa, and the Invisible Woman, if you wanted to go for it, felt a little bit like daylight robbery, right? How did you manage to pull that one off?
I mean, when, like, we were in draft, right? And, like, we saw the Wolverine ban just before they paused. And I was actually just like, I was just surprised. I didn't expect that at all. We weren't even considering running Loki Adam. We haven't run that since like last season. Like, it's not a comp we consider. But like I saw the Wolverine ban, you know, I smiled to myself a bit. Like, you know, I got a little ego boost from that. But yeah.
True, because they banned out your Wolverine after you had already locked the Elsa Bloodstone, which you were obviously going to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they did snipe it. Like, we were looking to play fastball. Like, the Wolverine ban was pretty good, but I think the issue with banning Wolverine is just they leave everything open. We have Loki, Adam, we have Elsa, we have literally like every character in the game open pretty much. We could have even ran DD Dive if we wanted to, but we just kept it simple.
There's a lot more options than they did, it felt, with that backline being hit as hard as that. Could you talk about, like, Na'Vi yesterday? Like, what went wrong in that series that you wanted to pick up with today? Like, because it was a good map that you took on Central Park with, like, the torch and stuff, but, like, where were the issues that you wanted to try and fix going into today and next week?
Na'Vi, I think the Na'Vi game taught us a lot about our draft. We already knew the flaws with our draft. The thing, when we went into the Na'Vi games, we knew the flaws. We went into it with the idea of comfortability over like meta. We just wanted to be comfortable with our draft. We weren't like expecting to lose, obviously. We wanted to put up a good fight. First map, you know, it was just a poor performance from us. If I'm gonna be honest, the Luna White Fox, like, we expected it, but we didn't prep for it. Playing DD into like Luna White Fox was so bad. Like, it's so impossible to go in. You just like, you go in, then you get charmed, and then Luna team ups and you get charmed, then you get frozen. And then, yeah, and then second map's like, it's our comfort comp. We saw the draft. We already knew we won the moment draft ended. Like, it wasn't really a question. Yeah, that's just our comp. Like, I'm comfortable with Torch. Leo's comfortable in Ultron. Like, every player in our team is comfortable with the characters they were playing. It was just, we just played our game. Third map was like, the third map is the one where the most, like, first map, like, there's issues, but, you know, that's just like us playing bad. Third map is where the issues, like, we actually have kind of got highlighted. It's like, we just, I don't even know, bro. It's like, we just didn't play that well. We didn't have plans. The number one thing that messed us up probably was the Trust Me Venom. We didn't respect it as hard as we should have. We banned it second map and we won, and then we didn't ban it third map. The idea was that I was gonna play Wolf and I was gonna farm him on Venom. He didn't get farmed. He's a really good player. He played really well. I think the Venom was one of the main reasons we lost that map.
So looking ahead to the future, next week you've got 2 games. You're playing against Peps and you're playing against Team Heretics. And that last one could maybe decide who's going through maybe second, who's going through maybe third, who's potentially going through first if Na'Vi have a very rough week. How are you feeling in terms of preparation? You said that you may have maybe missed a bit of respect onto Trust Me on Na'Vi. Keeping an eye on Heretics, what are you worried about there?
Heretics? I mean, I think Heretics are in my opinion, they're just kind of triple support merchants. You have to be worried about that. I know it's mainly I don't know. I remember I never really had high opinions of Naga until I played against him. And Naga is just I know why they play triple support. He's just one of the best DPS players on Ultron, Adam, Jeff, all these characters that he plays on support. He's one of the best in EU on them. He's so good on them, and he requires respect for that. And they're probably gonna run triple support stuff. We're gonna prep for that, but we're confident. Hopefully we'll win. That's the match we're prepping for.
Well, we'll let you get back to preparing for that. Thank you for joining us, Frost Mountain. Congratulations on another win and a continued run for Shikigami.
Thank you.
We gotta hope, though, that while they prepare for Heretics, that they don't underestimate Peps, because they're still in it. They're not out yet either.
I mean, can we just go back to the fact that Frost Mountain said that Shikigami had not been planning on playing the Adam Warlock and Loki composition, saw the Wolverine and went, ooh! This is free. It's free real estate, quite literally. Oh boy, this composition, it's still there. And I mean, honestly, anyone can kind of turn their hand to play it because it literally is just so static. It's 1 + 1 equals comic revival is how you essentially play that whole composition.
Very much so. But that leads us into just over halfway through our series for today, but we still have 2 more coming up for you. We have a battle at the bottom of the table to potentially try to sneak ways out of into those playoff spots again. We're going to have Fire Strays versus Reason coming up, and then we're ending the day with a little bit more of a preview for that Group A. We have Na'Vi taking on Peps to see if Peps can continue the work made by Shikigami earlier and maybe turn that 1 map from Na'Vi into potentially 2. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if they're able to make it through. But out of those 2 series, what are you looking forward to in particular? Let's start with Moxie.
I mean, I think the Reason one for me, given the fact that we've seen, Crownfall, improvements each day coming on through from the side of Reason.
And Ryan, how about yourself?
Ooh, I think I want to see Peps if they can make a good go of Na'Vi. Heretics Na'Vi as your first 2 opponents is rough, but there's a lot of lessons to take from them for sure.
And we'll see if those lessons have been taken, as our next series is going to be Fire Strays versus Reason. This could be a decider for the bottom of that table to potentially make it into playoffs, so don't go anywhere. We'll be jumping into that after this break. We are heading into our 4th series of the day, and this one could have severe consequences for teams getting out of those playoffs. We've already had a couple teams that are hovering around the brink. This is a time for these two teams to avoid a similar fate. We're going to have Reason, who have shown some marked improvement from their first showing here, and they're going to be against Fire Strays, who have been putting up a fight this entire time.
Yeah, I mean, Fire Strays, we were definitely looking at putting them potentially head-to-head with Rad, but Rad have been looking absolutely insane. So, yeah, for both of these teams, it really is going to be important that they pull a win here, because we've been seeing Reason just, like, do better and better each day, although it does looking at the starting lineup for the players in the lobby, like we are actually going to be seeing the return of Ballas and DRP for the team this time.
And Ryan, that wasn't exactly the winning combo during their first series when they played on the first day of Ignite.
Well, it's like they played against Virtus Pro and they lost, but they looked a little bit sharp, and we saw some like good moments from Simba, but this just looked like messy. Whether it's because of people's availability or not, it remains to be seen. But I'll be honest, this series is feeling very Coffin Baby versus Coffin Baby. Like, neither team has been able to like pick up a map at all. Fire Strays got completely outdrafted yesterday by Rad, and Reason have just been like flip-flopping between these different ideas, whether it's forced or not. Reason looked sharper yesterday against Virtus Pro, sure, but both these teams want to get a win on the board. Domination is the best opportunity, and Fire Strays just want to get a little bit more comfortable with the meta and hope to not run into the same issues they did yesterday.
Avoiding those issues are going to be the keys here. Both these teams have a lot of potential. They've really got some decent synergy, but it's where those synergies in particular for Reason on day number 1 did not show, and with Fire Strays coming to bear with, again, expectations, because we saw them, a lot of these players in previous Ignites, and we expected them to do very well, and then unfortunately they did not perform as well as we could have, and now we find them here once again, and that can be quite damaging to the mental knocks.
Yeah, I mean, for Reason especially, we're going to be sort of like looking to see how Ballas and DRP fit into the team now that there's been a little bit more time to try to gel them with everybody else. Especially because, like, if you're wanting to play a dive playstyle, which DRP and Ballas really like do lean into, that requires a lot of coordination. That's not something you're instantly going to be able to insert into a whole new team atmosphere. So looking, especially for this first round of domination, to be a little bit cleaner than the last round that we saw them try and do it with.
And we're starting on Hell's Heaven, Ryan, so we're going to have a little bit more variety in terms of these points. A couple places where Flyers can do a little bit better, a couple places where something like an Adam might struggle to find some cover. What are you potentially looking forward to here?
Probably seeing if the draft changes away from like the first protective Elsa. Like, both teams have been banning out Gambit as much as they possibly can in some of these places, or at least trying to get one-sided Elsa and not actually getting much value for it in the end. So I would imagine that both teams are going to look to try to take out the Gambit a little bit more. It's pretty much been the go-to strategy today. I just want to see more promise from both sides, regardless of who wins on domination.
Yeah, I hope we get like a close series between the two, but we do get to see those evolutions come through, because oh boy, does Hell's Heaven punish you if you mess up your ban draft. And as we talked about, there it is. Gambit is removed from play, and we get the first Elsa Bloodstone save, which I'm sure won't be the last. What do Preseason Gaming go here with? Is it going to be Vanguard Deadpool? No, it's actually going to be the Mantis. So yet again, I feel like we get to just see the ripple effect of what happens when triple strategist, be it the Ultron or the Atom composition, comes back into the fold of the meta.
And they're going to just try and match it as well. I feel like they don't want to allow a one-sided Mantis to potentially come through. And especially because you see these bans one at a time, and as Frost Mountain highlighted, you do see them outlined. This one, however, is completely blind. They're both shown at the same time. Both the same character. Deadpool Vanguard is not going to be in this one.
Yeah, not surprised to see that one sent packing. As we said, it's so strong on domination. Plus the fact that both of these teams going for the Mantis instead of the Loki, like Loki Adam is still going to be available. Banhammer is a real annoyance to have to deal with, as it does force your hand in terms of using things like the regeneration domain far earlier than you would want to, as we get a Jeff ban now. This is really targeting out that dive empowerment, given the fact that the Deadpool has already been removed from play. So the reason why we're seeing Jeff taken out is so that we don't have symbiotic shenanigans, don't have the bubbles to be able to set up those dive hits, as well as the potential pressure of Hell's Heaven drop-off locations with the It's Jeff, because let's be honest, someone in Hydra should probably start getting the hammer and building a couple of railings around a lot of these round maps.
I don't think that would stop Jeff.
Say what you want about Hydra, and you should say lots of things about Hydra because they're not nice. They are definitely not OSHA compliant either, which is also evil. Continue, Ryan. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, it's just that the HR department for Hydra is going to be working overtime, I feel. But yeah, like the work environment casualties, there's probably going to be a few. I do imagine that, like, at this point, both these teams are just trading blows of like what's been banned out. Neither of which really want to like lean on a particular, like, we want this, we don't want you to have it. It would not surprise me if we see Reason Gaming banning up the Jeff at the end. Whether they want to just keep it uniform or whether they want to go for something a little bit more specific remains to be seen. But I don't know who this favors, Moxie, like when it comes to if it's the exact same characters and pound for pound, who's going to be stronger.
I mean, yeah, like you said, if it is just going to be sort of what we get in Marvel Rivals Championship, where it is just mirrors going at it, then it's going to come down to not just individual skill, but also team coordination, right? Because Marvel Rivals is a game where, Elsa notwithstanding, one player alone cannot put the whole team on their back and win you out the match.
I'm hearing the sounds that seem like we may be heading back in, so once again, my hosting duties recede into the background, and I send it back over to you two.
Pick your hero or villain.
Jeff versus Venom is one-sided, which is kind of nice because neither team gets to team up, so I guess that works, that tracks. But you're also sort of trying to hit that front line a little bit more of like Binary and Black Sow. Black Sow especially, I imagine, would just be like Groot, potentially, because he does love a good amount of Groot, and this is a good map for it.
I mean, I don't know if you would want the group, because, like, here's the thing. One-sided Jeff means that you could play Jeff Rocket and have your backline be nigh undiveable outside of something like a Daredevil. One-sided Venom means that Reason Gaming are likely actually going to run a dive composition even without the Jeff, but just have Passiwo on the Venom alone, with Nocta trying to follow up on the Psylocke instead. So, like, if Strays try to put Black Sow on something like the Groot, that's a very static target, and your Jeff Rocket probably aren't going to be able to give you all that much aid.
Ooh, are they doing the Penny strat? We're seeing Penny is one of the characters we haven't seen at all, but I'm not counting it till the spawn doors are open.
It's Portal.
Yeah, he's on the portal. They're going to put some bombs through from the Penny and try to blow somebody up. But like you mentioned, everybody is pretty mobile. It's going to be hard to try and catch them by surprise.
Yeah, Kit Kat as well on Cloak and Dagger could potentially be in Cloak form. Yeah, there we go. Already goes to the Cloak form, anticipating that there's going to be something afoot, and it could be those Penny Mines under afoot in a couple of moments as Portal opens up into the Terra Cape, and no one's home because Reason Gaming already kited around the corner.
Yeah, Binary switching over to the Captain America straight away. Black Sow is going to stay on the strain, blocking some of the damage as this dive comes in from Passiwo, who takes a good chunk of damage. He's got the healing and support at the very least from Seijuro that's taken up a good brunt of the sustenance, but the point is being held by Fire Strays, at least for the time being. The second dive comes in for Passiwo. He's been very high tempo on how he wants to try and play and fight this, but now it's a full 6v6. You got the Terra Capes being thrown out on the side of Reason Gaming, and a third dive for Passiwo onto the high ground that now gets finally taken out by Sloppo.
Yeah, Demon turns, Sloppo turns, the Venom is turned back to the respawn point as Reason Gaming losing Passiwo, lose the ability to put pressure on the backline, and Fire Strays can push their aggression forward, both into Reason Gaming's own choke, but also onto the point to pick up that first cap. And like, this is what we're going to see, right? A lot of peel towards the Venom, and in the meantime, Binary and Demon going far more aggressively and trying to hit Reason Gaming to force some of those resources early.
Making going now for the fight as Fire Strays have found themselves that first pick. You have got a very close invisible boundary actually for Zenos that's trying to make sure that his backline can survive, but Seijiro is actually forced to use it first. They go down, so there's one of the silos dropped as the other one stands. 2 picks immediately for Fire Strays as Reason Gaming were forced to go in offensively with a strategist ultimate, and then they were eliminated during it.
Demon's going to have down to the butterflies, but I mean, you're worried about Eye of Agamotto into Apex Predator follow through. KitKat will have Eternal Bond. CC immunity does not extend to the rest of the team, so DRP is actually going to go over to the Emma Frost Diamond form Carbon Crush to deal with the dive when both Binary and Demon show up to play a little bit more aggressively, trying to put the pressure onto both Seijiro and the Cloak and Dagger. Binary gets caught by the Elsa snare, but still manages to clear Nocta off of the high position, so he can't flank past with the down to the butterflies.
There's the pick. Great pick, actually, from DRP that's playing over on the Ember. And he's managed to dash up, actually, to not fall off of the map at this point. Very scared about the Jeff ultimate coming in from closer. He's able to get DRP with it anyway, so he goes down into the abyss for the time being. So the point has flipped over in the side of Reason Gaming. DRP moving away from the Ember onto Magneto now. So some control, at least from Reason, now that they've pushed up further forward.
Yeah, but Fire Strays, they can buy space back with an engagement freedom charge, so Reason Gamer are actually going to go first. Palace waits for them to round the corner, sends out the Apex Predator, doesn't manage to find a catch, he gets destroyed, and Fire Strays now answering back with the Captain America ultimate, forcing Reason Gaming without invisible boundary to kite away. Great force physics coming on through from Seijiro, denies the connection of Eye of Agamotto from Black South, but look at the amount of space that Fire Strays have been able to build. It's just dealing with Passalo, stalling out that point connection for the flip to come through.
Ballas wasn't able to get full instinct either on the Elsa. You just saw him disengage over and over again. Fire Strays even felt like they were dedicating the Eye of Agamotto to create that space and take the point very easily afterwards, which means that Reason Gaming are kind of like neither here nor there when how they were fighting this engagement. You got Dance the Butterflies up on the high ground that's going to take the focus for the strategists to keep each other alive, which means that the front line was struggling a little bit more. Invisible Boundary, is this like a real attempt for Reason Gaming to take this engagement? You found a nice pick actually onto Demon, so you might have turned this player disadvantage into an even fight, into an advantage for yourselves, as Ballas now pretty much still trying to build up this instinct, now is fully on charge, but just as Fire Strays have hit 99%, it's back to 40. Fire Strays have plenty of time to group up.
Preseason rule of thumb for Marvel Rivals esports scene. Any fight is winnable when you have an Elsa in it. As Palace is able to turn the tide and turn Fire Strays back. Seijiro, with that invisible boundary as well, able to stabilize the team despite KitKat's absence. Silver lining, that means that Eternal Bond will be active for Reason Gaming to stand up to the invisible boundary from Znost. Closer starts things off with the Chef, forces KitKat into going for the cloak pump to be able to fade it with the Dark Teleport, and Closer tried to actually go for the eat instead of preserving their own life and finishing it around cover, so they get locked into the animation of the speech bubbles and taken down. Fire Strays, without the Jeff to push them forward, do not want to take the fight, and they back off.
Yeah, Closer got dunked on. Black Sow is still on the Strange. It might be enough chance for a portal, but not if an Apex Predator is going to pull people out. This is such a treacherous time for Fire Strays to try to regroup and actually go and fight this. You've got the Strange that's not going to portal. He's just going to use his feet, hover onto the point. DRP with a Meteor M, looking for the backline. It's hits, but it doesn't quite get the eliminations. Mitigated just enough, or not enough charge on it to actually be lethal against Fire Strays now that they're fighting. Reason Gaming really trying to fight this and struggling on, as Ballas still full instinct is going to be dove on. KitKat diving in, however, with the Eternal Bond on the other side. You've got the Apex Predator used for Fire Strays, and then a dance cutting through from Nocta, finds Closer, looking to see if he can get the other strategist that is surrounded by opponents. Zenost goes down, Binary's able to grab one, and now Ballas, he's sat pretty, he's got the steam ahead of him, and now Reason Gaming might have pulled this back from a 40% to 99 all the way in. KitKat is going to come in as a little bit extra support, as Closer just can't quite get there.
Yeah, Fire Strays, we don't get to see it in the actual spawn because they already had a Strange player. They swap off to allow the swap coming on through from the Jeff instead, and the portal is just not in time. Black Sow had even gone on to the Wolverine to have the extra sustainability plus the mobility of the Feral Grab to get through the portal and try to touch in time, but if you're Fire Strays, you might not have walked away with the point. You did walk away, forcing the invisible boundary. Reason Gaming saw the future of that teleport strategy and invested the Invisible Woman's ultimate to slow down the Captain America, making Binary vulnerable enough to go down before the regroup could come through.
I think a lot is to be said about Ballas's like earlier like Apex Predator as Fire Strays were trying to get into that fight. It completely disrupted it. And I imagine that Fire Strays' comms were a little bit more higher pitched, higher tempo. Maybe there was some crying involved. We don't quite know. But Ballas actually switching over towards the Daredevil for this one. Nocta's going to be on the Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, keep your eye on Demon, though. Forcing the invisible boundary, that last minute in the last fight is absolutely huge for the Psylocke. If you can get Dance of the Butterflies up, and that's why Ballas is going on to the Daredevil, like, you're going to be able to clear where exactly the Psylocke is and deal with the threat before your backline vanishes against the Duelist.
A nice pick, at least for Sloppo, that's able to actually find that first pick up. Binary is taking a lot of damage as the teams are going for this different look, obviously, for the front line, because Venom is only available for Pasuo on one side. Sloppo finding two, though. He gets the counterpart onto Nocta. And Ballas not really being involved in this one so far. He can't quite get into the backlines. And Fire Strays, much like the first point, Moxie, looking to take the objective first.
And then Sloppo as well, holding this lane, Binary right alongside them. But like I said, it's Demon that we need to be watching. It's Demon that Reason are going to be trying to look out for, working out where exactly the Psylocke is coming from. Shot through the Vanguards, already has Dance of the Butterflies up, so the backline's playing very far away so that they can patty cake each other when the Dance of the Butterflies hits.
There's Ballas, he's in, he's involved, and he gets Demon whilst he has the Dance of the Butterflies in hand, so that's a perfect selection of target. Now you've got the Apex Predator used from Sloppo on the other side. It's pulled in the Venom, or whether he dove in himself off his own volition. Hard to say from the angle we were seeing from Ballas. Now you've got the Meteor M, it's trying to see if he can find like the picks in the right positions. It confirms the elimination onto Binary, who was low HP, looking to try and get out. The point is going to start to move up as Reason Gaming trying to ramp up this progression the same as they did on first.
I mean, Ballas as well was able to clear Demon out to the point that both KitKat and Sejour now have their ultimates. Reason Gaming can just choose one strategist to deal with down to the Butterflies, hold the next to force Nos to have to mirror. This is a great ultimate fight for their end.
That was a great Eternal Bond for KitKat. Ballas was so low, it was even a little bit of an overstep perhaps to use to let the devil out when you were on maybe 50 HP. So KitKat coming in to the rescue, making sure that those offensive plays from Ballas are definitely set up perfectly. With Reason Gaming having so many other ultimates to sit back on, like Fire Strays looking to build around a Star-Lord with a bit of Magneto help, I suppose, with the Bulwark.
I mean, Fire Strays at least do have greater sustainability with the Freedom Charge, which they'll use to try to overlap the Apex Predator damage coming off the end of Nocta, but the eliminations come through. Sejour as well with the invisible boundary, just managing to punish even further the divide of those players brought by the Glottrox away from the rest of the team. And I mean, Reason Gaming, there's a reason why they were okay with investing one side invisible boundary. Now they're going to hold up close. If Strays want to get past, they're likely going to have to actually invest invisible boundary just to be able to get back within seeing distance of that objective.
75% looming for Reason Gaming. You know, a lot of the ultimates that they are using on this side that's holding very much in the moment. It doesn't feel that there's much rhyme or reason, but the coordination seems to be working out. Closer is gone down, but Zenost is able to at least trade, so one of the strategists finding some more. Demon getting Pasuo on the way out as well as he dove in and overstepped a bit more. Ballas is going to have to return very quickly as the Daredevil, as the Terror Cape's actually been thrown out to make sure the Binary on the Angela can't quite go in as far as they want. Reason Gaming just want to get it to 99%. They still have a lot of time to hold on to, but DRP's not even afraid to go a little bit further. He gets the pick onto Sloppo. Again, an Apex Predator down in the moment. Invisible Boundary just a shadow too late. DRP goes down in the process, but it still feels like that's a big pickup in this moment. The dive from Pasuo has some support, at least from Ballas. Goes in for Zenost, even with all of the bodies trying to help him. Galactic Legend feels like a Galactic Last Chance saloon, but it's forced everybody from Reason Gaming back off the objective. It has flipped over, Moxie, but a portal's been forced out from Sloppo.
I mean, and potentially Eternal Bond as well from Closer in a matter of moments, because Apex Predator comes on through and there it is. Closer with the Eternal Bond catches the team. Glottrox has been destroyed, but Reason Gaming have later Eternal Bond into Sejura's one-sided invisible boundary. Pound for pound, in terms of weight of sustain, they're going to be able to overcome their opponent easily. Out comes the invisible boundary, there goes the slow. Balance on the Wolverine moves closer for the eliminations, and it's a stylish last stand to be the last play for Reason Gaming to, like you said, without a portal, prevent Fire Strays from getting past and hitting overtime into yet more opportunity.
I think if there's a performance to highlight with the stuff there, like, it is Reason Gaming shifting stuff around again, looking a lot more cohesive on this one. But Kit Kat had some really nice moments of Cloak and Dagger, some really nice Eternal Bonds in those fights. And with so much focus going on to other strategists, certainly with like the last series, I feel like it's worth adding. And DRP getting an MVP, not sure whether he's supposed to be here or not, whether he's subbing in. It's hard to know with Reason switching stuff around, but he's got so much experience being thrown into a roster. Makes sense why he'd have a stellar performance on the Angela and also the Venom a bit.
I mean, again, like, we have to highlight the fact that Reason Gaming went into first fight against a Psylocke who already had Dance of the Butterflies and stopped that Psylocke getting to use that ultimate not once, not twice, but 3 fights in a row, with Ballas just being able to take the 1v1 on the off lane up against Demon to the point that he uses the ultimate and then swaps over to the Star-Lord. So, like, honestly, a lot of the issues that Reason Gaming had, especially on that first day, it wasn't, like, down to lack of skill. It was literally just down to lack of coordination, and that came from likely a lack of communication. So what we're seeing right now, especially off of how Reason Gaming were able to play those dives and really early aggressive plays, was that the communication issue, that's been absolved. Like, they looked much cleaner as a team. They were playing as a unit.
It was very impressive to see. If there's one word to say about that composition with bringing Ballas and DRP back, it's got to be vindication. After what was a bit of a rough start, that was exactly what we expected to see from players of this caliber, and you still got to start to wonder, was it just the opponent that they played against in those first games? Was it just a little bit of jitters, like you said, because they're a bit newer to the team? This is feeling so much smoother now, and Reason, they are now 1 win away from getting themselves on the board, which would be huge for them. Let's see if they can continue that momentum after this break so we can get the players in the lobby. Don't go anywhere.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
I'd love to tell you that we're heading to a museum of contemplation, but we're not. But I said that so I could set up for the fact that we're completing our collections. We have now played every single Vanguard in EMEA in just the first few days, as Penny did get to see some play with that attempt to the Portal Engage, and now we continue to expand our map pool as well, as we're finally getting to see Yggdrasil Path. Moxie, what's the motivation for this over the museums or the midtowns we've been seeing so often?
Are we getting fastball? Are we getting Demon Wolverine coming through on the attack for Yggdrasil Path? One of the surefire ways to be able to break that first corner that the defense gets to hold so frustratingly long for attackers to walk into.
And Ryan, Reason setting themselves up nicely. Fire Strays choosing to go on the defense here as their first setup after choosing this map. What are you potentially expecting to see? It's been a bit since we've been on Yggdrasil Path. A lot of teams not choosing to pick it.
Yeah, even in like MRC, I feel like it's been avoided quite a lot. It's funny that Symbiotic Service is the map that we haven't seen like at all. Every other map has been in play at this point, even Shibuya, which is like, wow, it's a good group. And Heart of Heaven, I didn't expect. But yeah, I think here, like, I'm wondering with what we saw from the draft last time of like that final ban on a convoy game mode where triple strategist is good, like whether that can be a lot of influence there. But just like sort of Moxie, we said over the past couple of days, a lot of teams that I wanted to try and go first to set the bar with their attacking side. It feels to me a little bit like Reason just want to see where this is going to, where it's going to go, I suppose, on their swap on the defense. They sort of force Reason to be the ones that attack first.
We'll have to see what kind of bar they can set, or if Fire Strays maybe have something that they just want to show off here. Maybe a strategy. Again, it's a map that not many people are playing, so if there's a strategy you have hidden away, this is a good place to put it. If you have something that's maybe a classic bunker style composition with a triple Vanguard, triple strat, although that's one that on this map has struggled in the past, outside of having to play right-hand door, we'll have to see, because again, when you're in a situation, you have to put your best foot forward. Fire Strays, they've decided that heading to Yggdrasil Path is what's going to help them here. And if they can slow down Reason enough, then perhaps they can quickly just blitzkrieg them, just run through fast and hard on the attack. But you put yourself in a rough situation on this map where it's a very dive-friendly map, Moxie.
And dive friendly, also pretty good for group compositions on the defense, especially being able to isolate out a lot of players. So I would imagine we could potentially see Black Cloud come back through onto that one, especially since Emma Frost got shown as well for a little bit there on Hell's Heaven, going to a convoy map, trying to force the defense to have to come to the actual convoy itself and defend it, does put you into the distance where Emma is able to keep up with that tempo as we head into our ban draft. I would assume, even though it's a different map type, it's going to be more of the same, at least for these instant bans, as Gambit yet again is taken out of the playing card deck and put on hold as Reason Gaming will secure themselves the Elsa Bloodstone first.
Yeah, I think this first phase of drafts is going to just homogenize into this. I guess the most interesting aspect is like the Mantis instead of like a Deadpool Vanguard. It feels like maybe some teams were doing that before, but at the very least, Gambit cannot be allowed to play. Fire Strays certainly don't want to allow that to happen. And they're going for the more unorthodox like map choices. They went for Heart of Heaven yesterday. Here they want to go for Yggdrasil, the one sort of convoy map that we haven't seen in play so far. Deadpool Vanguard is going to be banned out here. It does feel like this last ban, if you can get something one-sided and you can manipulate it, like protecting the Venom is good. So you go for the ban here for Jeff again for Reason Gaming, and then go for the protect there. Like maybe you go to protect onto the Venom so you just have a hold of it.
I mean, do Reason Gaming want to go for that ban onto the Jeff? Since, well, yes, both teams have lost access to the Mantis, which means no Mantis Ultron. Triple Strategist is still very much a danger with Loki Adam. And, ooh, there we go. Reason Gaming also reading out Black Sow's proficiency on the Groot, not wanting to have Black Sow having those walls interfering with line of sight, will be removing that instead. Like, Groot is problematic for a lot of strategists to have to deal with, Invisible Woman being one of them, since the walls does interfere with the trajectory of the primary and its peers, but it's also great for setting up, right? Setting up Namor, setting up Moon Knight, setting up Phoenix, setting up Elsa as well, with Apex Predator just munching through someone stuck inside that strangling prison. So getting him out of play is actually a very strong way to prevent Strays' composition from having any setup for their follow-through.
Seems that the draft is exactly the same for Fire Strays, though. Trying to go for a one-sided Jeff. It's just to protect onto the Invisible Woman that is a little bit different for them, as they wanted to protect Venom. So yeah, I like that we're seeing like Fire Strays try to go for the same general ideas on how they want to play this, but Reason Gaming, that last ban, a little bit different, depending on the map, depending on what they feel is going to be a problem coming up. I'm a big fan of it, I think.
Snost is actually rolling out on the White Fox. So we are actually going to be having the triple strategist line coming through on the side of Fire Strays, except it will be with the White Fox. And, you know, we were talking to the players a little bit ago. They were actually, like, pretty vocal, surprisingly vocal, actually, and transparent with saying how hard it is to be able to dive both the Luna but also the White Fox with things like that charm. So the Venom does now find levels of vulnerability, the Daredevil too, that they didn't quite in the past.
We always used to hype up the players who were able to land those freezes onto a Venom, and now it's Charm, Charm, Freeze, and usually a corpse. But in this case, we have a quick pause just so we can make sure that all these players are on board and going to be prepared for this. So I have returned for just a moment. But looking at this, there is no Luna combo with that White Fox for Fire Strays. They're just simply going to be sticking with the single charm from the White Fox, and of course all of those disengage tools that the Invisible Woman has.
I mean, Force Physics too, being really, really good, both at dealing with the dive, but also pulling players from the attack out of their comfort and compositions and directly into so much incoming damage, which is also where you're going to be feeling the impact of that ban on Black Side's group. Because, like, ideally in the neutral fight, what a lot of teams actually look to be that engagement is when one team wants to walk, you turn it off with the Force Physics, and then you set up a group wall and burn whoever has the misfortune of being the person pulled forward.
So Ryan, looking at these compositions right now, looking at the setups, as we do obviously have a little bit of a preview on our production side here behind the scenes, what's catching your eye here?
Oh, I mean, I think it's like the sort of focus on, like, there's no Jeff on the side. You've got Nocta that's going to be able to be on the Jean Grey, at least popping over it. DRP on the Hulk could be fun. Wolverine could also be a fastball special here. But you have Bandit Groot on the other side, so you're not too worried about that in particular. I was also, like, a little bit weirded out because we got into Yggdrasil, and it's stormy here as well. I think that's one of the reasons why there's, like, network issues, is because the weather in the UK is a little bit rough. Big, like, loud crash of thunder as we got into map. I was like, is that in game? Is that the map? Is that me? So I was a little bit like, okay, that's kind of
Heimdall's opened the Bifrost and 4 is outside.
I hope not. I owe him money. But so, for Reason Gaming, I think it's like, at least they get off the board with a map win. I think that's going to relieve a lot of, like, pressure and stress on this one of the Fire Strays. I think it's like Reason Gaming, this is the game to win. You've got Crownfall coming up next week, which is definitely, like, doable. They are really, like, searching for a win. Feels similar to the other group of, like, who's going to fill that final spot of playoffs when you've got the likes of Rad looking good, VP especially, and then it's still a little bit more up in the air, I'd say. Oh, Vision, actually. No, it's not up in the air. There's one slot. Vision looking good.
So the players are back and ready, so we're going to be heading on back in. Leave it over to you, Got Moxie and Ryan Central, as we begin the countdown.
Here we go. Black Side not on the group. It was banned out. It has to play the mag instead. But I mean, Stray's also getting Binary's Venom with Demon's Jeff means that they'll have one-sided symbiotic shenanigans as well as the potential bubbles to get both the heal boost and the ability to kite out the dives. Since Reason Gaming, they're going to be sending Passaway all the way into the back to try and draw some focus and allow the team to try to move around this first corner. But it's just as quickly dealt with, and we see Binary doing the exact same thing on the other side. Force Physics comes into play, as does the potential Terror Cape, and the Venom's health bar skyrockets and then drops, but both are out free.
So Jero taking a good brunt of the damage, and whether it's a case of if these Elsas are going to get farmed up on instinct, we saw just how much of a difference it made for Ballas once he was good to go and go in for those fights, but it feels like Binary might have overextended. He tries to leap out, the Force Physics is pulling it back, he's tried to leave, he's not allowed. Kit Kat finds that first pick, and now you can see just how much Reason Gaming want to take this space off the high ground. Fire Strays, a Vanguard down, need to back off and give a lot of space, not lose anybody else.
I mean, Demon's already got the ultimate. as its Chef is going to be in play, but I mean, Nocta with Ensong Inferno will be able to slam that one straight back to the respawn point if Reason try to go forward. We've got Slowpoke with that Apex Predator. Could be the thing that allows this team to come back into play. As there goes the Apex Predator, but it's on the side of Reason Gaming. Fire Strays were funneled into one choke point, and Reason Gaming just shred through them, dealing with a little bit of cleanup before they pick up their first checkpoint and start putting themselves into taking spaces on second. Oh no. Okay, just in time. The one person who potentially could have been caught by the wrong teleport from spawn room is able to get away, because if Closer had been caught then, that would have been devastating.
It's already been pretty devastating at this point for Fire Strays, really. Having to try and get a hold of this. Reason Gaming still playing aggressive because they want to get past this horseshoe as much as possible. High ground broken because they don't want to allow Reason Gaming to use it as a way to bully these defenders. With so many ultimates, 5 now in the hands of Fire Strays, now seeing if they can actually go in for a re-engage, but Reason Gaming aren't letting them have a window. They find Demon that just gets caught out in the little alcove, and suddenly Ballas Paso Nocta found everybody. It's a complete overthrow, and this is Fire Strays' map choice. It's looking like it's going to be a really fast second point.
Oh yeah, I mean, Paso is also just like waiting to see if Fire Strays are going to attempt a portal. But no one's on the Strange. It looks like, are they actually going to try and contest this? I mean, you've got Invisible Boundary, but Reason Gaming have full presence on the actual objective itself, and yeah, they're going to be too late. Not going for the Strange Portal costs them. They lose Binary incredibly early in this fight. No one has the ability to hop into the respawn point and swap to third, which means that, Ryan, these eliminations are just going to keep coming, and that's going to mean more one-sided ultimate economy and all of the free objective presence in the world.
Fire Strays have strayed too far from the light and are just murking around in the shadows. This is just, how are you getting a hold of this? 5 minutes to hold on third, and it feels like all of the eliminations have been caught out. You're being spawned, Campfire, Glortrox, Black Sow gets taken out in the process, and Ballas is just able to set up on the high ground as you're trying to get out of spawn. This is not fair.
Yeah. I mean, they're still holding onto the strategist ults as well, by the way. Haven't had to use one of them so far this whole round. As Demon's on the Bucky, like, you're trying to capitalize on the amount of overconfidence that Reason have, but at this point, we have to stop calling it overconfidence and just start calling it confidence to commit. As Black Sow is going to be coming on through with the Meteor M. Should get just dark teleported away by Kit Kat, though, and all the while, Reason Gaming just continue moving that objective closer and closer to the checkpoint. Invisible Boundary versus Eternal Bond loses the ult matchup, especially when Ensong Inferno is dunked on top of it, and Fire Strays have to rely on literally overlapping every ultimate possible to try to turn this fight, but there's just no target focus. DRP finds an undefended Eternal Bond mid-dash, and Fire Strays, yeah, they get just put out, fully extinguished on Yggdrasil path.
Oh my word. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Finishing Yggdrasil. I think the pause was longer. I think the pause actually might have been longer than how that map went. I feel so bad for Fire Strays because it's like you just need some semblance, especially on a defense. Yeah. One good team fight, you can hold the engagement for 5 minutes on a point easily. They got nothing. Reason Gaming ran away with that, and Fire Strays just had no semblance of coordination. And I imagine that the mood is very, very dim right now.
I mean, it was just snowball. It was straight up just snowball, right? They lost the contest fight on first, and they lost it in a way that also meant that they had no prior positioning on second. So Reason Gaming then went aggressive and took that turn first, to the point that Fire Strays did not have any opportunity to invest strategist ultimates and slow the fight down. And then they tried, without a Strange Portal, to go for the contest on last fight on second, failed to be able to touch the point in time, lost all of their players far too late because they were away from the respawn checkpoint and could not just teleport to the other side of third, and got snowballed from there. Like, it was literally just a domino down a cliff, the entire Yggdrasil defense.
I mean, Reason Gaming found the ignition button, I suppose. This is the sort of like form that you would expect from them. Of two teams that we sort of felt that were at the similar level, like Insomnia and Foot of previous iterations, not only in Stage 2 of Ignite, but also Season 5 of the MRC. This wasn't too long ago that we saw both these teams playing. But Reason Gaming are just winning out on this one, despite having a similar finish. Demon trying to see now if he can go in for the leaps, but wants to make sure that the Namor can't get quite set up with the squids. Make sure that the dive is a little bit easier for Binary and friends.
I mean, yeah, Reason with this Namor, a lot more defensive. Like, Nocta's going to be able to really put a lot of pressure onto both the elements of dive, but also Demon on the sky, so he's not able to come through with both the Venom, the Jeff, and the Captain America. But Fire Strays, like, they've got war of attrition, right? They can send the Venom in, the Venom can get pressured out, the Captain America can take next turn. So Reason's attention should be split into multiple avenues of different fights, which is forcing them to give up a whole lot of map space very quickly, I should add.
Yeah, Nocta is very comfortable to sit back. You got Seizure and Kickout that is farming up off of Pasuo. I think that just constantly comes back to their backline with boo-boos and bruises. But Nocta actually gets picked off as Sloppo finds a little bit of space and a good amount of time to actually make this a bit more of a rougher fight. Firestray taking control of the objective, lose Demon in the process, however. And you've got Sloppo now with an Apex Predator having to back up with the rest of his team. Closer, it's Jeff handy too. You can pull him off the map when you get towards the end of this checkpoint. And Reason Gaming starting to split a little bit more. It's looking a little more haywire in this approach, but they have both the strategist ultimates to sit back onto, not feeling the need to use it up until Fire Strays throw out whatever they have.
Yeah, out comes that Horn of Proteus coming through from Nocta. This does mean that Closer is given free reign to use the Itch Jeff without having to worry about the larger fish landing on their heads. But I mean, Reason have already won out this fight, and Fire Strays are just having to regroup. Closer is taking a little bit of damage, does get safely back to the rest of the team, and Blackso can lead the charge for the team with that Freedom Charge to close up the distance, plus all of the avenues of poke. But DRP, Meteor Am can shut down the Jeff ultimate. Likely going to have to hold it, though, for Demon with the Galactic Legend to absorb it instead.
There's much of a go button too for Fire Strays. Binary has a lot of work to do to be the ones trying to dive in. Black Soul Freedom Charge is going to try to find a Route 1 approach to where the strategists are. Great dodge as well from KitKat. They've been superb on the Cloak and Dagger today. Invisible Boundary from Seijuro is going to be good. Ballas, that's a hell of a pick on the Demon. Onto the Galactic Legend. How did Ballas even manage to hit that? The Ultra Instinct is kicking in and he's full of it too. He's now going on the hunt onto Closer. He's an absolute menace.
I mean, Ultra Instinct, Gear 5, this also has unlocked absolutely every shonen protagonist power-up available at this point. Like, Nocta is going to be playing the high ground with the Namor, having that Horn of Proteus, now rebuilt, by the way. The whole time Clotus had this same Itch Jeff, just has not had the opportunity to safely use it for any source of sustainability for the team. Sloppo could be the win condition here for Fire Strays with that Apex Predator. Demon also swapping onto the Phoenix to be able to match the distance of what the Namor and the Elsa both can do. Picks up Ballast before the Apex Predator can come through, and now the Fire Strays actually have damage to be able to make plays off of the space their Vanguards are creating. It's looking like a whole different beast.
I'm happy to give up some space here because you've got 30 seconds left, so even if there's only like an inch left to push, it's going to be the Eternal Bond that's going to charge on forwards, forces out both the Strategist Ultimates together. That could be a problem for Fire Strays. Is that coordination or something else? Iframes dodge from Nocta. It's greedy from Closer, it feels like, to go for that play. So both Strategist Ultimates used, only one left alive, and there's 5 seconds left to try and touch the point from Fire Strays. No switchovers towards the Strange at the moment because it is pandemonium. Everybody's going down one at a time. Everybody's pushed back. Demon's trying to hover over a health pack, but he gets hunted down by 3 other players. Reason Gaming full hold. And you gotta say, for Fire Strays, it just seems to get from bad to worse. 2-0.
But Reason, like, they hit their stride. If we were talking about, you know, all of the potential power-ups, they had that training arc, you could say, and it's very fitting that it's also a tournament arc at the same time. Like, they looked so much cleaner, so much more united as well. Being able to understand that Strays were starting to make a little bit of momentum, swapping over to the Phoenix, finding the elimination off of the spaces that their Vanguards were creating. And like you said, Reason just kited it. They knew that they had the ultimates. They knew that they would be able to clap back before the checkpoint. And yeah, that's normally we say statistics don't say the whole story, right? Context really does matter. But in terms of this round, yeah, that is all the details that you need.
I mean, we saw them all on screen, right? Like, Sloppo got a pick onto Ballas when he hopped up onto the high ground on attack.
Yeah.
And then we also saw Demon get a pick. So that was 2 eliminations on their attacking side, where they got full held. I don't know if the third one actually happened there, or there might have been a chance that they didn't get 1 elimination on their defense. There's a high possibility.
We'll have to go back and check the VODs for that one. But like you said, like this is what happens, right? Defense has a really good advantage if you get to actually take fights where it matters. Marvel Rivals, not every angle is created equally, and they just lost full control of the map and had no way of being able to slam the brakes. Reason Gaming just like ran quite literally absolutely home with it.
They really did. We just asked for a reason, just a little bit's enough, and they gave it to us. A reason to believe, and they are still in it here. Whereas Fire Strays, they are once again another one of these teams who will find themselves on the brink of not making it to playoffs. They have a heck of a journey ahead of them now just to try and make it back in. But I said it in the last map, and I'll say it again here. The redemption story of Reason after such a rough start. This is either that Reason are just improving so quickly, or Vision are so much stronger than we could ever believe they were.
I think it's both. To be honest, I think it's a little bit of both, right? Let's be honest, a lot of people underestimated what Vision could do, and I think a lot of people like looking at Reason Gaming, that first day, it was rough. It was really rough. Like, we can't sugarcoat it. It was rough, but like, kudos to them. They went away, they changed things around. Can't wait to talk to them in the interview and actually like ask, hey, what steps did you take to be able to go from that day 1 into day 3? Because like, the team as it is now is looking so much better.
I mean, the first question, I think, because it is Minty as well, who's pretty good at giving it like the answers. Tetra, like, I think the easy question is, what the hell have you guys been doing the last couple of days of your roster? Like, what context? Because I've sort of kept myself away. I could ask Minty, but I think it's more like interesting to work out where this team is moving, whether it's because they need to sub in on it.
You know what's a really good idea? Hey, Minty, they are already here to join us for the interview here.
Oh, great.
What the hell have you guys been doing over the last couple of days to get to this point?
Well, hi everyone, thanks for having me. So over the last couple of days, I mean, we've just been doing what we normally do, but it's just been more target-focused scrims, just looking at what we're struggling with, and we've looked at some of the games and what the game day performance has been like, and we're just tackling the key areas that we've noticed for development. One of the really big ones I think you'll probably have noticed today, anyone who really watched the games intensely will notice that our target focus was much, much better. And we have 6 people shooting one thing much better than we have 6 people taking 1v1s. Which is obviously going to be more effective. So, and we've been doing really good with that. Yeah.
So can you talk to us a little bit about like how you decide which player is in? Because like we got to see a little bit of Simba, we got to see a little bit of Balas. Is there anything which sort of like determines which player you actually field? Is it composition based? Is it map based? Is it day based?
That's a really tricky question. So right now, we've got a really talented roster of 8 really excellent players. We do have 2, so officially, we do have some substitutes who are actually loans from Lunex. So they aren't members of Reason Gaming, they're playing with Reason Gaming for Preseason. Those are DRP and Ballast. So we'll play those guys basically when we're allowed to, because we're not allowed to play them every game in our loan agreement. So they're not allowed to play every game. Is the thing. We will play with a mix of our roster in terms of what's decided. We kind of just go off of a mix of kind of everything, off of what we're winning with, what we can work alongside, and go from there.
Gotcha. I mean, that sort of provides a lot. The other side of it as well is not only the roster changes, but like to reveal it, I got a message from you on Friday being like, can you see if Navi can like make this game longer, because we still have somebody that's like 30 minutes away on the train. So I didn't know if some of the roster moves were like quite like legit substitutions in because people couldn't make it. Yeah. But it does make sense. So in that case, like I guess it's like it remains to be seen like after preseason where if you guys want to pick up the RP and Ballast in this case. But I understand like you don't want to rely on them too much, and I guess the Virtus Pro game was like, if we don't have to use them every game, we'll put our like players like Simba, right? Give him a good game against Virtus Pro to get some experience, because he is still somebody that you're clearly going to build around.
Simba's fantastic. Simba's absolutely fantastic. I mean, some of the players, maybe we get to a point where we can pick them up. Maybe we can, maybe we don't. I have no idea. and I don't know what the future looks like for Stage 1. All I know is that right now we're doing the absolute best that we can to focus on improvement and results for preseason. We were really disappointed, as I think a lot of people anticipated us to be the favoured team over Team Vision. We were quite disappointed by the score, as I'm sure you would be, right? They played very, very well on the day, and we didn't turn up, and I think we played a lot better today than we did then. I'd be really keen to play that match back, and I hope we get the opportunity, should we make playoffs, to face them again, which would be really amazing.
And speaking of playoffs,
Sorry, I don't know if I answered the question very well.
First win on the board.
No, you did. I mean, we're just trying to work out what's going on because it's been such a roller coaster for you guys. I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it has been. It's been ups and downs. It's been, lots of ups and downs. It's been we probably have one of the more chaotic pre-seasons of any team, I would imagine. We've got, a bit of instability kind of with that, and obviously, we've got some ties on us from this, but we have a talented roster that's working together, and people are learning, and different people are developing at different paces, and we're making every effort that we can to be as competitive as we can, and today really showed that off. I think Fear is a roster that I think a lot of people had in top 4, and so if we're beating them 2-0 today, I hope that maybe some people will maybe consider us to be performing a little bit better as well, which is awesome.
Let's actually look ahead to the future. Like you said, you've had a little bit of a tumultuous start, we shall call it, with going ups and downs. Your next 2 matches are going to be Crownfall as your last match, but before that, you have Rad, a team that is also performing incredibly well. What are your feelings towards that, as that could very much be a win there, might secure you that spot in the playoffs?
Virtus Pro made it look, they took points off Rad. And so not precisely Virtus Pro, I meant Fierce Strays. Fierce Strays took points off Rad. And we just had I would like to say we had a pretty confident win against Fear just then. Domination was very close, obviously. But especially Payload was, the escort map was very, very good for us. So I think that if, these teams were making it look like a series, and I think we'll make it look like a series too. I do think that currently on paper, Rad are probably the better team on paper. I have a lot of respect to every player on Rad Esports and their staff as well. They have a really excellent team. I know we have some of the best players in Europe, and I know they're going to do really well in this tournament. I really hope that we can give them a good, close series, and maybe we take them out, maybe we take a series, who knows. But I do know that it'll be fun to watch, so please tune in next week.
I appreciate your humbleness, but I would like you to now not be humble and say anything out to the audience at large to try and bring in some fans for reason. People who were impressed by what they saw there. What do you got to say to the people out there?
The only way is up. We have it's really corny. We have a reason to win, and we have a reason to turn up every single day and to try our absolute hardest. I know it's really corny because of branding, but I promise, this is a team that you can support. These are players with personalities who want to win, who turn up and give it their absolute best. And today, I think we put on a real show. And people, I was just keeping an eye on the numbers, obviously, before. The numbers doubled during our series. People were clearly interested by our game. Went from 5,000 viewers by the end of our series. By the end of each half, we were on about 9.9k. So we doubled viewers over the match. People are clearly interested in what we're doing and how things are going, and I'm really excited. We're a team that you can keep an eye on. We're not going anywhere. These players are fantastic, and we have one of the best teams. I think we have one of the top teams in Europe. There's only 12 teams who made it to Ignite, and we're not coming last at least. So things look really good for us. And I've got some amazing teams. Our team captain forever, we're doing a fantastic job. The subs we've brought in have been going in. They have they're a lot different experience to the game. DLP and Ballas, and our players are learning a lot from them actively, which is amazing. They've just got they've just played with different teams and in different environments, and so I think sometimes the maturity that they bring is really, really welcomed with the team. We're very much a group of friends a lot of the time. Reason Gaming, they picked up the Insomnia roster. They've been together for a long time, and some of these guys can be more informal. And so having some people who treat the game, I suppose, a bit more professionally is has been a real wake-up call, and has really helped us to develop faster as well in the last week or so. So really grateful for that. I think people should keep an eye on us. I think we're a team to watch. I don't think we're going to go down without a fight, and I think you're going to hear a lot more from Reason Gaming in the future. Pre-season's just the start. This is what we look like now. Imagine what we're going to look like in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, etc. I'll be back.
Some solid advice from Minty there. He'll be back. Keep an eye on us. Some solid advice. Minty will let you go celebrate with your team and prepare for next week's games.
Thank you so much. Have a really fantastic rest of the day, guys. Have a good stream.
Thank you. These have been some of the most informative interviews in terms of players that we have had in like any Ignite leading up to now. These have been so entertaining, and we're always happy to speak to Minty, giving us so much information we did not know, in this case, about the lone players coming in from Lunex.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the reasons, right? You don't want it to sort of feel like you have the scoop and you can't really talk about it. I'd rather just have the manager be like, this is the brass tacks of it. I also love that. I thought it was like, this is quite a short interview for Minty. And then you asked that final question. I was like, okay, here we go. And it was Oscar-worthy, like, sort of call. But yeah, it was a good showing from them, for sure. Nice to see Min play again.
And now we're going to head to our break because we have one more series for you today here in EMEA. It is going to be our former world champions and runners-up from the global finals in the form of Na'Vi. And it is time to raise those French flags because Team Peps will be back in action after this break. One more time to say goodnight and to finish up our week on a high note, because it has been an incredible long weekend of games coming in from us here at EMEA for Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason. More games, of course, are coming up next week with our colleagues, including some new faces, so make sure you tune in for them. But we can't say goodbye without bringing in some of the top talent that EMEA has to offer. Na'Vi versus Peps coming up next. We're starting on Celestial Husk. And we've been wondering, a big question is how Na'Vi are stabilizing with this new member of Terra. And the answer so far has been pretty good. They've lost 1 map total.
Yeah, but that one map that they lost was a full hold on Central Park. So, I mean, I imagine if you're Peps, you're going back, you're watching that series with a magnifying glass, and then trying to replicate the results. Like, at some point, I feel like we're probably going to be seeing an Ultron Mantis composition come through, unless Na'Vi ban it out before it can.
And Ryan, Team Peps, they have had not the most successful run so far in terms of wins, but in terms of performance, they have been, like most of the teams we've had in EMEA, looking like they have these moments of brilliance and might be taking maps, might be taking series. But this is about as tough of a matchup as you can possibly have. What would you like to see coming out from Peps today?
I think I'd say what I've seen so far is, like, looking at this team on paper, you kind of go, okay, like, they're sort of like the weakest when it comes to experience and stuff. But I think Pink and Sick as a duelist line yesterday did look pretty good, I would say. Like, I was quite kind of impressed that they sort of held their own against a strong Heretics. So it's whether they can keep up on form. These are the 2 harder games that they have to play in their group. At least you get them out of the way in that first week, and then you can finally focus on playoffs for that second weekend. So it's just taking those lessons and maybe seeing if you can get a jump over Na'Vi when it comes to the meta, as we saw before from Shikigami.
Whereas Na'Vi, they don't have a lot they need to prove here. This isn't really a situation where you want to be hiding strats, especially with Heretics and Shikigami kind of nipping at your heels, looking to try and take some of those points from you. But let's see what Na'Vi do choose to bring it to bear as we're heading into map number 1. Celestial Husk is your map. Your casters are got Moxie and Ryan Central, and I will be watching quietly.
Thank you, Tetya. And here comes the ban draft. And I think, like, both you and myself, Ryan, we're going to be looking very closely at this one to see if Peps are going to try and replicate what exactly Na'Vi fell afoul of to Shikigami. Yeah, there we go. Elsa instant ban on the side of both teams, which means that, yeah, Gambit save on the side of Peps and then likely mirrored on the side of Na'Vi, unless they put more stock on the Vanguard Deadpool, which, ooh, turns out to be true.
I mean, that's what they were doing beforehand, right? And just making sure that they can get their own one-sided Deadpool for Trust Me, who can also just play the Venom. Well, actually, no, not really. We can see Trust Me probably play it. I say that because he was, like, streaming a lot of Deadpool Vanguard when he wasn't amazing. And now he's probably the best of the 3. Definitely best of the 3. But also Rajaro has looked really good on this character as well. So one-sided Gambit is going to be allowed and allocated for Team Peps. They're going to be happy about it. That was what they were gunning for when they were playing up against Heretics. Weren't able to get it one-sided, I don't believe. A little bit later, actually, in the ban, they were able to get it one-sided both times against Heretics, but they didn't mind. Neither did Na'Vi.
Well, I mean, Na'Vi are going to be able to potentially get one-sided Loki here, given that they ban it out and then follow up with a save onto the Mantis. So maybe Na'Vi, they saw the Mantis Ultron or the Mantis Adam, and yeah, they want to make a play for it themselves, which is why Peps instantly, for the first time in a very long time, they're deliberating. Is it the Loki to deny the team up with the Mantis, or is it the Ultron to deny the potential of a triple strategist line with a flyer pocket? Looks like it's the Loki that takes priority over the Ultron, so Na'Vi could potentially flex over to the same composition that cost them Central Park yesterday.
Actually going to try and go for the copy of themselves. Do they want to protect the Mantis themselves? The Jeff, Venom, symbiotic shenanigans. If they want to protect the Jeff, at least they have something more to work with the dive. You already have your Gambit. So you're almost forcing Na'Vi, if they don't want to deal with that team up, to get rid of the Venom themselves and Celestial Husk. Which, yeah, I mean, it also hits Trust Me.
It hits Trust Me, but I mean, the thing about dive is that, like, there's so many other things that can also dive. Is the problem. Like, the Venom is gone, but you have the Angela, you've got the Captain America, you've got the Hulk as well, which it looks at the moment like Na'Vi are actually going to be going not for the Ultron Mantis, potentially jerky onto the Adam with that Mantis instead. And this being domination, having Soul Bond for the first fight, especially if Peps are going to be running those dives, to be able to absorb the incoming damage, establish yourself on point, and then literally just refuse to go down while still retaining that point control is going to give them a whole lot of point percentage.
seeing the torch hovered over, but we saw it in Benim T'Challa earlier in the spawn rooms, and then it was changed over, so I don't want to get bait by it too much. Na'Vi,
Don't buy into it until the spawn doors open is a good rule of thumb to play by.
yeah, maybe it's just to try and traumatize Na'Vi that they see it, and they're just like, what is this? I mean, you had level 1 crooks saying that they never scrimmed against it before, which is, well, I feel like there's a lot of teams now that are like, we also maybe play it.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks actually... Oh, wait, the drone. The drone's actually on. Yeah, spawn doors open, so they apply the Ultron drone to pink. Protoss is going to run the Mantis. Like, this literally is the composition that Na'Vi did run into difficulty with. But, I mean, Jerky on the Atom is going to be able to apply a lot of pressure onto the Flyer alongside Terra on the Psylocke, too. Like, this torch, very vulnerable.
Trying to see if Pink can find these picks, looking for Rajaro that's trying to flip around and sort of pull the attention of Peps into various directions. The flight of the Valkyries for Team Peps is trying to get over onto Na'Vi in this objective, but they're also running triple strategist and also still trying to commit to the Atom. Jerky's not being able to build up that much ult charge. He took a good brunt of damage, but also applied it back as we see the Living Tribunal skin actually in play as well. Jerky is the golden child. He seems to be able to play anything, and for the golden colors of Na'Vi, we still haven't really been able to get an elimination, now starting to trade on either side.
Oh, they got the mag. IMLK falls, which means that Peps' anchor position on that point has now vanished alongside it. Terra's able to get into the backline, takes out the Gambit. Now looks to turn their attention onto the Mantis as well. And finally, they can overwhelm Peps while allowing that first cap to go their way. This is really good as well for them because, like, now you actually get to apply that pressure onto both the Ultron and the Torch before they can get into a position of cover around the point itself. So both Jerky with the just spam pressure on the Atom as well as Terra getting to set up in any position for Peps to have to clear out first before they can commit to this walk is going to be a problem for this team to have to deal with.
I've got a Rage of Ultron built up rather slowly, you got to say, for Team Peps, considering it is 25% on the board already. Level 1 Crook has got the Soul Resurgence if they want to go more offensively. Trust me, using up the Ban Hammer before they're able to actually play it. That's a great dive for Frankie Boxing. He's been able to take out 3 charging through. He's absolutely carved his way through Na'Vi in a split second. Jerky's going to bring everybody back, though, because the Life Cocoon was in hand. He gets taken out. It's only going to be 2, however. And Team Peps actually able to take over the objective. Pink's found and fought off a few more. Na'Vi gets staggered out. What a crazy fight from Frankie Boxing.
Okay, helped by 6. We have to give props where it's due. That was Rage of Ultron connecting at the same time as the Angela Spear damage, which is how Na'Vi just absolutely disappeared in a puff of smoke. Brought back, like you said, by the Karmic Revival, but without Invisible Boundary or Soul Resurgence to be able to stabilize their position on the point. So now it flips to the side of Team Peps, and they can just go aggressive if they so choose, right? They've got the Raging Roll flush. They're going to be able to take a first turn, potentially force out the Invisible Boundary from Na'Vi, but first they open up with the Torch ultimate instead. There's nothing to absorb it outside of the Invisible Boundary. It just slows everything down. Terra using the Dance of the Butterflies to make sure that Peps can't make a play off of the space that Pink has created for them, and Fate finally gets to use the Invisible Boundary. But look at what Peps are doing, holding on to both the Raging Roll Flush and the Meteor M, which will get interfered with by Rajaro's body block, but there's no eliminations from Na'Vi's end, and Peps are still in full control.
Yeah, it's a lot of ultimates have been traded out, so I am looking at Rajaro switching away from the Captain America. He's going to have his own Heaven's Retribution. Terra's even actually switched away to go onto the Star-Lord away from the Psylocke. Rajaro is so close to having an ultimate as we're watching Terra try to catch up with his European teammates. Just that he's able to get Frankie Boxing as he was trying to come in through the fly-through. 88% on having a Rage of Ultron. He did so much, and after the Raging Royal Flush, it's going to be enough, actually. Crook gets taken down. This triple strategist backline of Na'Vi is completely splintered. Team Peps hold off on this fight, and they still have a Rage of Ultron in the back pocket for when they need.
I mean, they can just go with it first as well. Like, if you wait too long, Jerky will be able to build up to that Karmic Revival. I think they're being very cautious if they hold too close of Rajaro using the Heaven's Retribution and just collapsing onto the team, allowing level 1 Crook to push Na'Vi overhead with the Soul Resurgence. As Terra on the Star-Lord, like we said, closes up the distance, tries to put the pressure, not this time onto the Flyers, but onto the backline instead. There's the Rage of Ultron. Crook will allow Na'Vi to stabilize through with the Soul Resurgence. Rajaro still holding on to the Heaven's Retribution. This might be the way that Na'Vi are able to turn the fight, but they've also been able to splinter Team Peps' coordination away, both with the pressure from the Angela alone and the potential damage boosts.
Ooh, Protoss finds a nice pick there, and you've got Jerky that's 99%. He's come back with the life cocoon, able to bring back people on the objective, even though it's still in control of Team Peps. Invisible boundary for Fate still building. Jerky finds himself a couple more as Terra is very close to a Galactic Legend. He gets an elimination just beforehand, and they've managed to find themselves some space. Peps not wanting to over-dedicate anymore. They don't have anything else to dedicate, to be honest, but they can build up a Royal Flush as it's hit 99%.
I mean, they're one fight away, essentially, from getting this round. Jerky, no way does he manage to build up another Karmic Revival. So really, you're looking at Terra with this Galactic Legend, which is exactly what IMLK will be looking at. The Star-Lord Ultimate with the Meteor M, so that Protoss can hold the Soul Resurgence and try to have the sustainability to match Fate's invisible boundary. As level 1 Croak is going eerily low, Terra opens up the fight. So far, Pep's actually not going for the Meteor M, instead trying to heal through it with the Soul Resurgence, but Six is just not within distance or space to receive the sustain and falls. Heaven's Retribution lands onto Team Peps' whole backline, and Baby Bat gets cleared when he's isolated. Great play from Terra to jump onto the Gambit.
It's stalling Baby Bat more, so it's now 66% to having that Royal Flush now. IMLK stalling for a little bit in this position, but is somebody going to be able to actually go for a pot play? Six can. He has had to give up the ultimate, though. He's 55% over on the Agamotto. Heaven's Retribution is going to be used on the other side, as well as the Inferno landing down from above from Pink. Croak finds the elimination onto Frankie Boxing, however. An invisible boundary is going to give Navi something to at least play around now that it's reached 99%. Everybody is dropping like flies. Terra switching over to the Star-Lord has done so much to actually confirm these eliminations, and a Banhammer held on to for quite some time, but trust me, now deciding to pull it out now. Meteor M forced out from IMLK. Could have taken that into the second point if they felt that Team Peps were going to have to give this one up, but they're still using these ultimates as they're being built. Very close again to a Spider-Man flying back from Pink, but also an Eye of Agamotto as portals are going to come out on both sides. Jerky switching over, not going to matter too much. Team Peps giving it a good go on this first point, but Navi finding the gear shift and take first.
Yeah, it feels like the secret to being able to make this flyer composition work, especially with the Torch Ultron, is the Star-Lord ban. It does have to be removed from play. It is your most consistent and hardest counter. So I imagine if Peps lose this round and take us to convergence to try to make this composition play, yet again, we will see Peter Quill on the ban table. As now that Terra actually has that Galactic Legend too, like, this is problematic for Peps to have to deal with. Ideally, you're looking at just kiting out Galactic Legend, but you're missing Loki for the regeneration domain to give you the space to do so. So the task instead falls to Frankie Boxing on the Angela to directly body block it instead.
Fight a common enemy.
Lots to worry about. Even Jerky's actually going to switch over towards the Ultron himself. I think it'd be nice to see if you can't beat them, join them, as it seems that Peps is still committing to the strategy and playing off of it.
I mean, Croak also was potentially on that rocket to give Terra extra mobility with the team up, but swaps back to the Mantis to be able to have that damage boost to match what Protoss is allowing Pink to output.
I wonder how quickly we'll see this Galactic Legend, because surely Navi got a good clock in that Peps used all of the ultimates that they had available, and if they built any up, they were going to use it straight away. So here's the Galactic Legend right onto the diving point immediately off of what Trust Me was doing space-wise. Terra cleans up 5 players as IMLK has to sort of give up this position. It was perfectly read from Navi, and whilst it was a rough start on that first point, Moxie, they made the right adjustments, both for obviously the Star-Lord, but Rajaro and the Angela.
And Peps, they're off the torch. Like, they knew walking into retake, yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to get that torch back into a position of power without getting first cleared by the Star-Lord. So Pink goes on to Peter Quill to be able to match with the mobility, and we literally basically get an even mirror, except the Invisible Woman being the outlier between the Gambit and the Deadpool Vanguard being the outlier between that mag. And them missing the mag actually is really problematic for Pink to have to deal with, since you don't have the bulwarks to be able to go in aggressively, as we actually get to see it. Yeah, there we go. Banhammer onto the Star-Lord before you can build up that Galactic Legend. Six opening the way with the Rage of Ultron, and Navi just disengaging with the cover of their own.
Yeah, being able to trade out the Rages of Ultrons on either side, as Trust Me now giving up some of the space in this play. And IMLK trying to wrap around with the rest of his team on this high ground, seeing if he can deal with Terra with this drone on him is such a pest. 6 goes down. Galactic Legend is going to be used from Pink, however. Able to get one. It is going to force out Trustly to use some of that sustenance, but it's not going to be enough. Pink actually finds so much. The switch is a good one. Whilst Navi make it to 60%, Peps find their own change up, and it works wonders.
Oh, they get to hold the Raging Roar Flush as well on the side of Baby Bat. Like, Pink does it with just Galactic Legend alone. So now Fate's hands are tied, essentially, for having to hold Invisible Boundary against the Gambit ultimate, which means you have to get yourself onto point to be able to use it and still potentially win the fight. Gorgeous spear coming over from Rajara, displacing Frankie Boxing. And trust me, in the meantime, he's a one-man army, clearing up the high ground and taking on the triple strategist line solo.
Yeah, it's just the picks in the neutral. It seems that Navi might have to use a little bit more to buy out the time, but it's seeming like it's going to be Navi actually able to take this point. Often using 0 ultimates, just off of the well-played element of Rajaro going in for that pull, and Frankie Bonksy being taken out as the first elimination in that fight.
I mean, Terra with this Galactic Legend too. Like, Team Peps, you're relying on Meteor M being able to absorb it. Potentially, they could go for Heaven's Retribution as well to try and just shut down this position of Navi's high ground control, which is going to be so problematic for the Ultron to have to deal with. There's the Raging Roar Flush, but it's not in time. Frankie Boxing is already down. Galactic Legend comes on through from Terra. IMLK trying to absorb the majority of it with the Meteor M, but that will be broken. And the task falls to 6 to take Terra out of the skies instead. Jerky's just as apt, though, with the mechanics. Takes to the high ground and clears out the high skies.
Holy, Jerky's hitting all of those shots. It feels like it. Trust me, it's a spam down approach. Still waiting for the cooldown on the Banhammer. Invisible Boundary is going to allow this fight to go a little bit more, as it has reached 99%. Sick hits some really sick shots, but he has to go over towards Dr. Strange for the portal. Can't quite make it in time. Navi winning out on domination 2-0. But Peps, there are some moments that make you think, okay, this team just needs a little bit more time in the oven. Mechanically, they're sound, but it's now these fast fire adjustments that have made the difference.
I smell convergence, and I smell a Star-Lord save on the side of Navi if it isn't a ban on the side of Peps. Because, like, honestly, if Peps had been able to slot a Star-Lord ban into that ban draft somewhere, like, really, potentially, Navi would be up the creek without a Star-Lord to paddle them back into the correct waters against that Torch Ultron composition.
Final hits 18 for Terra, and I think there's 21 total for all of Team Pep. So it's a little bit of a deadlift, I suppose, in our performance, but it was set up for success. It's easy for Terra to look that good when you have Jerky filling in the gaps of playing stuff like the Adam and also the Ultron. Knowing that Navi can also play this composition and get a bit more experience against it is going to feel better. They made the right adjustments and choices. And it's the fact that Peps were able to sort of make those adjustments too. It's just that Navi were winning way too many fights in the neutral.
Yeah, I think if you swap the ban on the Venom and you just replace it with a ban on the Star-Lord, because, like, as we talked about, like, the Venom, yeah, that takes away the element of soft dive, but at the same time, there's so many Vanguards in the pool that are left behind that just allow you to do dive the same, as opposed to the Star-Lord, which is the direct counter to everything that your composition is trying to do.
Completely agree, and in inspiration of that, I have written you both a poem.
Ooh.
There's an Ultron in the sky. Terra flew twice as high. Inspire from Cook. Now, Peps aren't cooked, but the score is 1-0. Really solid performance from Peps, but they're starting to but we did see Navi react. I love the idea that potentially we will see a Star-Lord protect from Navi to deal with this in the future. We'll have to see if that is the case as we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if Peps can bring it back versus Navi in map number 2.
I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Suffer in the darkness. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
time to shine.
Behold, Dark Child! Survive this!
Na'Vi pushed to the brink once again, but this time they adjusted and they held on. But that now means Peps get the map choice, and we've been theory crafting. Could they attempt to hit the trauma button and attempt to get Na'Vi back onto the Central Park? Looks like no. We've just seen that they are heading to the Museum of Contemplation, and that's brave.
That's a strange looking convergence map.
I wonder if you could still play it on this map, though. I mean, you've got ceilings, some probably not, but I almost respect the goal for Peps to be like, we can make this map work, because they had good moments against Heretics on Friday. It was just that Heretics are such an innate, talented roster. They kind of just win on the mechanics alone. And I think Na'Vi would do the same here, despite there being some good mechanics on the side of Peps.
I mean, it's dive as well, right? It's going to be dive. We've seen Museum of Contemplation so many times, and so many times has it been around dive compositions, both on the defense and on the offense. So I feel like the Stellar ban probably not going to come through. It's probably best to keep going for that Venom, because it's going to be so disruptive when Na'Vi have their defensive turn.
In the last series, though, the last map, we did see these teams both put a lot more focus onto Elsa compared to a lot of the teams who are just prioritizing Gambit first. Do you think we'll continue to see that as we head into map number 2?
I think, well, Na'Vi just sort of leave it open. They've put in almost too much stock in the Deadpool Vanguard with how today has gone, for example. So I don't really know. Peps should get it for free, but it's whether they can get a hold of the star load or get rid of it in the case of what we've been talking about.
I mean, the thing about like letting Gambit through, but one side getting Vanguard Deadpool, is that Vanguard Deadpool gets ult first, lobs Banhammer on the Gambit, and doesn't allow the team with one-sided Gambit to have one-sided Raging Royal Flush, which then derails the whole ultimate economy. Plus, like, Gambit, when you play Gambit in compositions, you fit him into those compositions and you have to make the space for it, right? Raging Royal Flush has to pair with something. So being able to derail the whole ultimate economy actually finds a whole lot of value. So I would expect that Na'Vi will continue going for a ban on Vanguard Deadpool into a save on Vanguard Deadpool, or do they fear the Mantis so much that we see that occupy the ban slot instead? Now, is this a Mantis save, or is it going to be a continuation of the Vanguard Deadpool? Looks like it's going to be a Mantis save, so they're actually moving away from their normal ban formula.
What are you going to ban out here? I imagine in this case just the Gambit, so you get one-sided Gambit to play off, Or are you going to try and move
at
ahead
some
in the
point.
process? Probably the next round, it's like this double ban that we see coming up for both teams is when Loki's thrown in most. Because it is either Loki or Mantis.
Yeah,
gonna be that
Loki
Deadpool Vanguard.
or Mantis or Gambit, but I mean, there we go. That's the immediate chop down of the Vanguard Deadpool now that Na'Vi aren't having that layer of protection in front of it. Gambit looks like it's going to be an instant decision made on the side of Team Peps, which does target out both the Loki as well as the Gambit itself. Although Loki is still a problem for them to deal with. Not only is this going to be Loki Mantis, this is also going to be Loki Mantis Adam on Convoy, which does allow you to play a triple strategist line and stall on first, as Na'Vi see that Peps have not yet targeted that Venom and will go for the save before it can be removed from play.
Is that?
No,
surely
it
not.
has to be Loki. It has to be Loki.
I saw the White Fox of it. I'm like, no. Yeah, it has to be Loki. You're right. So, like, it does leave the Jeff open as well, actually, for Na'Vi. They've got to protect onto Venom, so
Yeah.
they can also have that team up.
Yeah, but I mean, Loki's way more problematic. Loki, Mantis,
yeah.
Adam, that's full hold formula right there. But like you said, that does leave the Jeff open. Potentially Team Peps are going to try and route it with something like the Groot Walls interfering with the line of sight on the heels, so that if we do see Na'Vi play this Venom, especially on the defense, and you're going for the soft dives to just like disrupt the backline and prevent them from taking any form of space, you don't have the Jeff healing the Venom from afar, as we get one more ban coming over on the end of Na'Vi. Can't be Susan Storm, as that is Peps's last save, as they do see that Venom, know that there's going to be elements of dive, and prioritize a strategist who will be able to circumvent it, as it's going to be the Deadpool Vanguard, so no one is going to be able to have access to the ban hammer unless they decide to maybe put someone on another role, which, I mean, I say that, it sounds really weird. It's actually been happening for some teams in the different regions. The priority and value of that ultimate really does surpass the roles.
For sure. I mean, it really does feel like they can get so much out of it. But this last game on the Museum of Contemplation, at least for today, potentially, unless Peps can actually show up in a massive way, it has been glimmers of it. But we have also seen that from plenty of teams so far today. It's the likes of Na'Vi, Heretics, and Virtus Pro typically just outpacing their opponents and lasting longer in these fights. But it is a Mantis versus like a one-sided, not Loki, it is a one-sided Gambit. So Gambit versus Mantis is interesting. It's whether it's going to be much of the triple strategists in play.
I mean, Terror is already on this Namor as well, so we already called that Jerky was going to be on the Atom. If they're playing on Domination, they're absolutely going to play it on Convoy if it's free and available, but that Namor should be able to keep a closer eye on things like the Daredevil if they decide to field it on the side of Peps. Looks like it's going to actually be two strangers, but keep your eye on Pink, because like we've got a Hulk on the field. That means fastball incoming from this Wolverine for Na'Vi to have to think fast and deal with.
Think fast is certainly the play. Frankie Boxing actually going really aggressive here. It's a great play up actually with Sick. Trust me goes in for the counter dive and it gets the pick onto the baby bat like backline. So it is sort of trading out these fights in the end, but now they have to give up some space at the very least. Nice coordination from Frankie and Six to go for that elimination first.
Forces the self-res out of Cherokee already, which is actually huge, especially the closer he gets to that Karmic Revivalist. Peps are doing a very good job of trying to take a lot of space with just IMLK jumping with those incredible leaps on that Hulk, but Terror on this Namor, 65%, just getting to look at the Vanguards and just charge up the Trident again and again and again, since the ammo is infinite.
They finding a couple more picks. And it's pretty much the hold right in front of the spawn doors that Peps has to try to break here. Haven't seen too much of the fastball actually make its way through, but it's more the fact that the strategists are building up these ultimates. Gambit.
Protoss? I mean, he was looking like they were going to use it. There we go. Everyone's lined up. Everyone gets it. Terra is actually in Blessing of the Deep at the moment, so not using Horn of Proteus to interrupt the movement of Peps forward, rushing like a wave towards Na'Vi's defenses and overwhelming it.
It's a good fight in the end. We were just sort of waiting where the go button was going to be, but Peps making sure that everybody was lined up, ready to fight. You've got a last stand as well. It's going to be great at creating space. Na'Vi not going to try to go in for the fight quickly here. They still have a lot of dive options and still building up towards the Comet Revival. But Pep's trying to hold a high line. See if they can take the attention away from where Pink is playing from, because that last stand could pull everybody right up the objective.
Well, Trust Me's already pulling the attention, allowing Na'Vi to get through the choke without having to worry about Pink in the close quarters with that last stand. The Venom soft dive created the space, and the rest of Na'Vi's team now get to find the eliminations. Venom diving yet again, disrupting the disengagement. Rojaro at maximum charge is just going to be absolutely melting through those Vanguards. Gets the Diamond Form into the Carbon Crush, holds Frankie boxing aloft for level 1 Crook to bring them down. But Na'Vi, they're still giving a lot of respect to what Peps can do. They don't want to overextend. They have to address the fact that, yes, Invisible Boundary can slow them down, and yes, Final Judgment can absolutely shred through both the sustainability of the Mantis or the Invisible Woman ults.
Posture check Moxie. There's about to be 12 ultimates in the server. One's being used already, and it's a combination of the Feast of the Abyss and the Horn of Proteus. Turret is going to come out from 6. Does have the Final Judgment. Has decided that he wants to go for the ability instead to see if Trust Me can be forced out a little bit more. But he's still able to get into the backline of Protoss. The only player from Team Peps that didn't have an ultimate was him, and I feel like everybody else was waiting for it to come online. Oh no, we see the Final Judgment being used and is immediately deleted. Oh, Na'Vi just cut it down very quickly. Got the ultimate as well from Emma Frost and just silenced anything else that might follow up. Na'Vi dealt with that very fast.
I mean, they had the Karmic Revival too. If their hand was forced, they don't even use it. They still have it available to weather the storm of a one-sided Raging Royal Flush, which Peps were able to utilize so efficiently last time, but not this time. As Pink is clearing up all of the spaces, they want to try and intercept Trust Me's run away. Since the Venom is so far away from the Adam's position, it's highly unlikely Karmic Revival is enough to bring him back. Jerky's just going to try to close up the distance. He actually runs to the other side of the map to pick up both Trust Me and all of the rest of Na'Vi's fallen. Level 1 Crook with the Soul Resurgence, allowing Na'Vi to come back into that fight, but walking directly into the Invisible Boundary to slow things down.
Oh, this is absolutely mayhem. I think just Museum of Contemplation is enough to just overstimulate me with how these fights are going. But Team Peps are just sort of used to it. They had to deal with it with Heretics before, and Ping now seems to be getting going with these picks, but it's overtime. Not really too much liberties to be taken on this attack. You just have to find those approaches, but Crook is bound too. The spawn is really close. The checkpoint is an ebb away, but is there enough time to actually stall for the portal? Not looking likely, as Peps now have to fly in with the Angela, as Pink is the one to use it. They can't quite touch, and just before the first checkpoint, Moxie, Na'Vi hold it down.
I mean, Na'Vi, every time that Mantis is in meta, level 1 Crook is just someone that you really have to watch out for. Like, Trust Me's able to just hold the fort on the actual convoy itself. Meanwhile, level 1 Crook and Faye in the backline, frying everybody. Oh, there's a Hulk in front of me. Yes, incredible shots hit by the Mantis, not the melee character. So poor IMLK just has a very bad day.
It's just Team Peps picking this map too. I think it just feels like I'm like low-key time skipping, you know, from like the TVA of just like you switch. It's so discombobulating to follow along, but like those kind of fights have always suited Na'Vi. They've always suited Heretics. And I admire Peps trying to like play in that style. But it was so much like there was that big play, 5 ultimates waiting for a Royal Flush. The Gamma gets taken out, 6 gets deleted as that Final Judgment comes in, and Na'Vi still have a Camera Revival to sit back on. That can't be allowed to happen.
Yeah, it's less Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., more Agents of Chaos for Na'Vi's real way of play. And I mean, like, honestly, for them, that fight was 100% worth. Because you force Peps into burning so many ultimates. If you lose players to them, you've got the card that brings them all back with Karmic Revival, and your ultimate economy is in such a greater position, which is something that Team Peps now will have the opportunity of taking advantage of, given that Pink has moved over to the Adam Warlock. Na'Vi actually, despite taking us to Museum of Contemplation, a map which has a ceiling, are going to put Terra on the Ultron, Crook on the Mantis, and just look to stabilize their dive. Trust me, Jerky able to hit into the backline, try to take some of the space away, but Terra, there we go, finds one of Ultron's greatest counters, which is a ceiling fan.
That was the shortest campaign of playing Ultron I think we've ever seen. And you've got Jerky that was just on the solo duelist for Daredevil, which would have been a tall order for him to close some of this distance, because IMLK is just enjoying and reveling in the chaos that he's forming, able to get these like dives in. And Peps, just
the space,
look at how
though.
they're playing. There's so much space. Everybody's playing so fast. And you can see, like, trust me, he's trying to find these targets to focus on. And with the help of Fate, able to achieve a couple of picks in the end.
Oh, the floodgates have opened. Chaos reigns supreme. Na'Vi have just pushed Peps away and Rajaro. No, there's no way. He's setting up a portal at the moment to stop IMLK portaling Peps back onto this convoy.
He gets him.
Oh, there's no way he actually did.
He actually got him. He actually threw him off the map.
Done. Peps are going to try and touch, but I mean, Na'Vi, yeah, they're just not going to allow that to happen. Oh my goodness. Rajaro, take a bow. That's a Boga level of strange TP. If we've seen one since Schmungus played last. Oh.
I will do I'll do an ad read, I guess, to an extent, because it's like, if you wanted to see how that play looked, you can also go into game and watch the replay straight after this series to check it out yourself. It's a shame that we missed it with like everything that was going on, but you can also go and see how these guys are playing. And for Na'Vi, it's just making the adjustments from yesterday against Shikigami with stuff like the Torch Ultron meta stuff, and using it against Peps, who on this map at the very least could not really show the same temperance, I suppose, that we saw against Heretics on Friday.
Oh, I mean, trust me, Jerky, they were like the main ones who allowed Na'Vi to break around. Like, we saw Terra try the Ultron, doesn't work, goes to the Psylocke, but in the meantime, the Venom, the Daredevil, diving onto Peps' backline, forcing them to have to turn around and deal with the peel, which then erodes away the space that they have to work with and allows Na'Vi to just slip through the lane checks. All of the flanks, all of the angles get consumed by the attack, and Peps get split into these individual pockets of fights that they have to take, to the point that they lose their players, have to rely on a Strange Portal, no one's left to be able to put pressure onto Rajaro, and we get the Strange Portal that literally ends the match.
Literally ended the match with a portal trap. Beautifully executed. You literally just saw everyone from Team Peps just cheesing it for the objective the second that came out, because you have no other option. You've just got to try and rush the point. In this case, though, Na'Vi positioned beautifully. They're able to take them down so quickly. Just nicely done there. And it seems that their little bugbear, we'll call it, they've probably been feeling like any device this year, because it seems like everyone's trying to force AI into it with Ultron appearing in so many of their games. But it seems like they've finally been able to stabilize themselves and deal with it 2 times in a row now.
Yeah, not overheat, I think, is the main thing. It's been such a weird day of games as like a recap as well, because it's like we've done 5 best of 3s in less than 5 hours. There have been so many like speedrun games that have happened, but like for Peps, you get the 2 horrible teams to deal with, like Thanos and I guess Ultron himself, out of the way first, so you can focus on qualifying for playoffs next week, and you take some good lessons here. And I don't think that anybody's looking at Peps and going like, this team is absolutely torrid, there's no chance. It's just they're being outpaced by teams that have higher accolades and more experience. Next week, you're definitely going to be in the muck and the mud of the others, and a chance of playoffs is doable.
There's a time to be doing it. It is now. Here in the preseason, there's time for adjustments, there's time for practice, there's time for working out new strategies and anything. And of course, there's going to be new patches. Of course, next week we have the White Fox patch coming in to make her even stronger. So there's a lot of flexibility available for teams like Peps to continue to evolve those strategies, Moxie.
Oh boy, White Fox, yeah, that buff, like, is there room in the draft to be able to slot in a White Fox ban? I really do not know, because, like, that's getting stronger, but nothing else is really getting all that weaker, is the problem. Yeah. So, it's just...
But we're going to be speaking to Jerky instead in a few moments.
Yeah, too many Avenger level threats. There's just too many. Like, you need intergalactic help. Call an overcall, because, yeah, you need some extra pair of hands to deal with it all.
I think at the moment, actually, it would be called the Thunderbolts, right? Or I guess the new Avengers.
New Avengers.
And then you got like potential young Avengers. You got too many, like, you need all of the variations of the Avengers across like Marvel's history to deal with everything that's in game right now. There's too much.
Well, what there isn't too much of is any amount of time with Jerky, because we will spend as much time with them as we can as they are ready for the interview. Jerky, as I said earlier, you had one little rougher start with the Ultron game versus Shikigami, and now other people keep trying to push it on you guys, but you reacted well this time. What have you changed since that matchup coming into this one?
I mean, Shikigami, props to them, you know, they found a comp that caught us off guard. They picked old-fashioned kind of comp, like a season 3.5 comp, and it caught us off guard. We didn't know what to do, and we took some time off, right, yesterday, today, and we were like, okay guys, how do we beat this comp, you know, how do we best that composition? And we found something out that worked, and I think we're way more comfortable against that now. So yeah, I think just some brewing in the background, and we got that figured out.
Were you expecting Peps to take you to Museum of Contemplation, especially after Convergence proved to be one of the problem points? Did it catch you by surprise that they would take you to a map which was so favored by the dive composition?
I mean, honestly, I don't really think it caught us off guard or anything. I think every team has their comfort maps, and sadly for them, it is quite a dive-heavy map, right? So they did pick their own poison, kind of. So, but yeah, I mean, any map, I think it works in our favor. I think any map would have been our comfort zone, so don't think they had a good choice there.
There was a post on social media, I think yesterday, that was very much in the lines of like, mum and dad are fighting again when it comes to Trust Me and Terra, like being on the team and like trying to deliberate and stuff. Like, how's it been with like Terra joining the squad? Because I guess a lot of people just assumed it would be those two butting heads, but knowing you guys a little bit more personally, you do have your opinions, but you also are just like a very free and open team to express them and then actually work it out, right? It feels like it's not just those two that are going to be opinionated.
I mean, it happens. I think it's very normal in esports for teams to butt heads, right? Especially when it's the top of the top. But we've been working it out, you know, it happens in every team, it happens in every esports. We just have our talks, we figure it out, and we work on from there. Sure.
With that win, mathematically, you are now through to the playoffs, as you cannot drop below 4th seed in the group at minimum. But you still, coming up next week, have Pulsar and Heretic. So my question is your focus going to be on them or the playoffs heading into next week?
Well, right now, because we're a very competitive team, right? Very competitive players. I think we want to best every single team and show that we are dominating this EMEA region, right? So I think we'll take it one step at a time, right? I'm not sure who comes first, Heretics or Pulsar, but we'll focus on the first team that comes, and we want to beat them in a dominant fashion, you know, and then we'll focus on the playoffs. So it's definitely one step at a time, yeah.
And my last question to you here is, we had Line Pro on earlier today, who decided to do a little bit of merchandising for his team, and people can also support you guys by grabbing your Deadpool bundle in-game. So what would you say to the audience out there who are looking to potentially pick up that Na'Vi bundle but have not pulled the trigger yet?
I mean, the Na'Vi bundle, it's pretty cool, and I think what a funny or, you know, kind of a joke you can make. The BTW, right, on our shirt stands for Born to Win, but some people interpret it as by the way, so I think you can use that as a funny joke with your friends, funny joke with your teammates, you know. But I mean, the Na'Vi bundle, come on, nice match of colors, nice match of a team, right? You have the best EU team on there, so pick who you want to support most. I'll appreciate if it's us.
Thank you very much, Jerky. We'll let you go, get ready to focus on next week's games, and congratulations on yet another win.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
We always love talking to Jerky, and yeah, it's always great to see you're already qualified, but it doesn't matter. We want to be the best, and that means no time for complacency. Pulsar are next, Heretics next, Pulsar last. Doesn't matter, focus on them, knock them out, do the best we possibly can. And that's always the motivation you want to see in your players.
And I mean, it sounds as well like we're getting the EMEA continuation of that rivalry between Rad MVP and then Navi MVP, since Chucky just said, and I quote, the best EMEA team when he was talking about that bundle that you can get your hands on. And when we move into the playoff stages, we'll be able to put that one to the test. That's going to be a matchup that I'm pretty sure everyone will be on the edge of their seats waiting for.
Could not agree more. But in terms of our games, we have had some incredible ones today. So many teams have been fighting for just a ladder to try and get themselves that little bit higher in their groups to try and make their way towards those playoffs. And while it's becoming increasingly unlikely for some of these teams, a couple others have managed to grab themselves lifelines, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple of teams, a handful that have managed to play all 3 of their games for this weekend, most of which taking a break here or there and have to play their full roster next weekend. But the fact that Navi was able to do it 3-0, Alter Esports 1-2, Shikigami 2-1, Reason Gaming 1-2. It's more of like a mix. It's only Crownfall and Pulsar that are 0-3 that is looking really dicey for them, but there's still a chance. Permutations aren't going to quite come into the fray just yet. Wait a couple more games.
There's still a little bit of time. We'll be having a look over what we've done this week a little bit in a little moment. Apologies, I just lost every single word in my vocabulary. But someone who won't be losing their words in their vocabulary, next week's games are going to be brought to you by our newcasters in the form of Lemon Kiwi and Vodable, and of course, returning from last stage. We miss him on this side of the desk, but you should be very excited to see him cast on the other side. Leg Day will be returning to bring that content as well. But another shout out I wanted to do just a little bit quickly is we've not only expanded our main cast teams in the Americas, Pacific, and EMEA, but also we picked up some foreign language casts. The Americas are coming on after this, and in Europe, we are very lucky to have a very wide coverage of languages, which is always delightful. And the Americas games are getting a Spanish cast that's already been broadcasting. So if you're a Spanish speaker and you want to check that out, then go check it out on Marvel Rivals ESP for Espanol. So just a little suggestion if that's something that you're interested in. It's great that Marvel are giving us that little bit of extra coverage there.
Global esport at the end of the day.
I mean, yeah, it's an esport. Esports include literally everybody. So, like you said, Tetra, it's wonderful to get to see that being put into play this early on in the scene, especially now that we have the likes of like Team Heretics coming into play. Like, you want to see that side of the community getting brought in so that they can cheer for their home team.
We've also got to bring up that next week we will be beginning even more esports as Pacific and China will be starting up as well. So if you were already like, that was a lot of really good esports, but it's left me wanting more. Well, we have some amazing news for you. More is coming. And well, EMEA, we've stabilized a lot of our predictions. Honestly, it's looking okay for some of us here. The Americas is on fire with their predictions. You're going to get another chance.
Fire, full stop. Yeah.
You're going to get another chance with those predictions with the Pacific and China regions as well. So there's just so much Marvel Rivals esports coming up. But talking over what we've had today, going back to that, we had some great matchups for you all. Looking at this, all 2-0s. And it didn't really show if you watch those matches. Very few of these we could really argue were convincing.
Well, some were convincing.
Some
were very, very close. And, you know, some, like, the first round of domination was close. The second map, not so much. But again, I think, like, that sort of, like, shows a sign of the times, right? That when you go up against these teams, they all have individual personalities, band drafts that they like to do. And it can take one map or so to work out, like, okay, this is the problem that we have to deal with when we're up against this person. When we go into the second map, let's find a way to work around it.
We can see it very clearly displayed here. The top of Group A, Heretics, Shikigami and Na'Vi all taking their 2-0s and continuing their hold at the top of the table. Na'Vi with 3 wins on the board and 0 losses. They are essentially through to the playoffs, but that's no reason to stop because Heretics, sitting at 2-0, are in with a shot of potentially overtaking them as top of that group. Shikigami taking yet another win today, sit at 2-1 with Alter hot on their heels.
I think also a thing to add is that, like, the rules as well for these groups is if we have got 2 teams equal on points by the end of group stages, it's head-to-head. So winning up against those teams in and around you is going to matter a lot. And also, if it is sort of this, like, Team A beats Team B, beats Team C, who beats Team A, map differential comes in. So the fact that some of these games were 2-0 wins for teams today can go a potential long distance. But I think that we are starting to see like the cream rise to the crop at top in some of these cases, but there's still chances for like Reason Gaming, I think, to sort of bounce back. Them playing Crownfall is going to be a pretty like major matchup who's going to potentially be decided. But these are the games that are coming together on Friday of next week. Same time as it was this time. Reason Gaming probably have to try and get Seijiro out of school earlier, playing first, so they have that to worry about. And they're up against Rad, who are looking to pretty much confirm their spot for playoffs with a 3-0 series win, I suppose, going into like their third game.
Yeah, but it's also the countdown. Like, all of the blocks leading up to those dates on my calendar will finally be crossed out, because that is the day that Na'Vi get to meet Team Heretics, and that one will easily, well, I say easily, potentially, like we said, Shikigami might be able to push their way up in those standings to determine who is going to be leading Group A. Since Na'Vi are currently undefeated with 3 wins, Team Heretics, they're undefeated, but they only have been able to play for 2 games, so they might be able to equalize that scoreline and also pull a match off Na'Vi as well.
Then we have 2 battles for survival, Peps and Pulsar. And we have Fire Strays and Crownfall. All of them going to be battling for some points on the board. And our middle game, which seems to be a big highlight spot very often, we have the World Champions Virtus Pro versus the new kids on the block, who are already stunning with performance. We have Vision. Both of those teams sit at 2-0, which means someone is going to have to take a lead in Group B. But speaking of taking the lead, we're going to be having some incredible skins to allow you to lead your team into battle. Starting off with the Cloak and Dagger Daring Duo costume. A quick reminder that that was shown off first in the Marvel Rivals Infinity comic that came out in 2024. So maybe jump over there and have a look to see if there are any hints for skins in the future. It's been out for a little bit now and is still available. So if you're a C&D player like myself, then maybe jump on in and get someone who's a little bit adept in not just stealing merchandise and stealing artifacts, but maybe stealing wins as well.
I will ask, though, as a fellow strategist player, please don't lead your team in style. Please
Maybe
be
not,
behind your team, allowing them to lead you
directly into the back line. Do
battle.
it now.
But if you want to hold W, well, you can pick up a W of a win in terms of cosmetics here with the miniature pass for Flight Mode World Tour Volume 2, which will include the free Namorsi Samba costume, as well as on upgrading to Premium, unlocking all access for the Star-Lord Groovy Guardian, as well as that Magic Infernal Idol. And yeah, if you want to lead the charge with those heroes, absolutely go for it. You're meant to dive with Star-Lord and Magic. Just make sure that you're not coming from a main road.
You mentioned dive, and it's 4 downs, no mercy with how we've seen Captain America play today, and you can fit it in style with the Brett Hendricks, the Star Skin. All of these are in game now, so there's no excuse. You can check up exactly what happened with that portal play and also pick up any of the skins that we've just mentioned, but you do have a couple of weeks in order to do it. So you can deliberate, you can think a little bit more, but I do think that the prime Captain America strategies in games like this, it's very much a quarterback read, so it's a good one to pick up. I'm out of puns, by the way. I'm glad I've got them all out.
Portfall, hand egg, go long. It's a cool skin. Go get it. We just love the Captain America. Captain America is really on just an undisputed run of absolutely incredible skins right now. Pun slightly intended. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone in between, what an incredible first week of Ignite for 2026 it has been. We've had upsets. We have had some incredible matchups, but very importantly, we have had some of the best Marvel Rivals. In fact, it's the EMEA, the best Marvel Rivals in the world. And we have more coming up for you next week. Talking about your favorite moments of this week before we send you off over to the Americas. Moxie, what was your favorite moment of the week?
Portal on Museum of Contemplation. I'm opening up the game instantly after the stream and going back and watching exactly how it played out.
And Ryan, the same question to you.
The Nocturnal in spawn, I think, has to go for it. I'll also say on behalf of production, because we do have a new team, like any feedback, like social media, you know, your Discords, Reddits, and stuff like that for production, we're keen to hear what you guys think, as always.
Be
So
nice.
I do want to throw that in on behalf of production as well.
Feedback always welcome, but when you're giving feedback in any case, be nice always. Make sure that you understand that there is a person on the other side of any message you leave. But speaking
Don't
of messages,
Star-Lord in spawn. That's the main one.
But speaking of messages that we leave, it is going to be the message that we're leaving you with, that it's time to ignite the battle. Good luck with the Americans later on. Tune back in next week for more EMEA and the other regions starting up, and we'll see you all next time.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인